There will be an all-stars concert tour of Biafra artists coming up soon in Tokyo, Japan. This concert is aimed at spreading the gospel of Biafra to every nook and crannies of the earth. We are bringing the gospel to the streets of Asia, and Tokyo, Japan will be its starting point. We are using this opportunity to appeal to Umu Chineke around the world to lend our music stars a financial helping hand to make this concert tour realizable. To make any donation, please contact Veteran Ike Peter on +1-845-344-7984 or +1-929-4069-953. You can also contact Mazi Okechukwu Foreign on +393511374478 or +48579332 439.
May 2023 coming. We are Biafrans. All we do is for the sake of peace and love, for unity and for progress, for respect and knowledge, for honor and for glory, and for freedom. Biafran Heroes and Heroines Remembrance Day coming on the 30th of May 2023. We must understand that the sacrifices of our gallant men and women for the sake of Biafra's total freedom is an eternal one, and our respect and honor to them must also remain eternal. And so, a total lockdown, sit at home in Biafra land and in Nigeria on this day will take place by all Biafrans, freedom fighters, lovers of peace, truth and freedom. The world must always be made to remember them through our respect. We, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, remember our fallen heroes from 1904 to the present. We remember the victims of Asaba Massacre, Aba Massacre, Emene, Ibocha, Obibo, Onisha, Oro, Mpo Massacre, etc. We remember our gallant men and women of ESN who have paid the ultimate price for our freedom. We remember the victims of Fulani herdsmen and of the Nigerian state-sponsored terror. We remember the victims of the Atlantic and Sahara Desert slave trade. We remember those that died in slave chains on the high sea and in the deserts. We remember those that choose death rather than be the possession and slaves to another human being, the lives of the heroes of the Igbo landing. We remember those who suffered and died under the brutality and inhuman treatment of the slave owners. We remember all victims of wickedness against Biafrans by the enemies of Biafra. As we remembered in the years gone by, and have been remembering, we shall remember again with greater love and respect to our heroes. This is all we owe them. Please be part of this coming Biafra Heroes and Heroines Remembrance Day as a Biafran, friend of Biafra, or as a lover of freedom and truth. Coming on the 30th of May 2023, spearheaded by the IPOB movement under the command and supreme leadership of Mazi Nnamdi. This announcement is coming to you from the IPOB All State Media Desk under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi. Be blessed.
Yes, 30th of May. Heroines and heroes. We remember them. I think this covers most of the 30th of May sit at home. Like I said, there are some countries that have just like the Italians. So it's same. All people, regardless of where you were, 30th of May remains fresh in our mind. So don't forget.
Anyị ezukọwo ụmụ IPOB ezukọwo n'obi Chukwu. Ụmụ Biafra ezukọwo. Anyị ezukọwo ụmụ Chineke ezukọwo n'obi Chukwu. Announcement, announcement, announcement. There will be 40 days reading and praying with psalms, chapters 1 to 150, from Saturday 20th of May to Wednesday 28th of June 2023 for IPOB and Biafrans worldwide. Fasting is optional. The psalms are rearranged, taking into consideration those chapters with long and short verses. For instance, in day 1, Saturday 20th of May 2023, it has chapters 50 and 51, containing 61 verses, with theme taken from Psalm 51 verses 1 and 7. The details of day-to-day schedule for the 40 days will be found on all IPOB pages on social media. Chukwu Okike Abiama pụrụ ime ihe niile is faithful, and he will give us victory soonest. He said, from Directorate of States of IPOB, Shalom, Umu Chineke.
There were our people we must get our acts together, and it is through this process that we follow the footsteps of our leader Mazi Kanu. And when we do certain things, we must ensure that they are in accord with the stated principles. You don't come out, you do anything you want because that's the way you want it. We do it where it benefit everybody. IPOB Italy, heroes and heroines. Remember it. And, I welcome all those coordinators to come on air and deliver the message. The time for that of Rome will be 9 a.m. to 14 p.m. It's Plaza de la Repubblica, 00185, Roma. That's the venue. The inquiry number is +39 371 304 4902. those 5 million innocent souls killed through act of genocide because they are Biafrans, they were starved to death. You're a Biafran. You're proud to be a Biafran. 1967 to 1970. Crime committed against human beings. And people are still hovering around talking about the election. There was something somebody sent to me was very funny. Very, very funny. Copy. Copy. And we replicate whatever. There are some things I want to play, but I don't. To be honest with you, I don't think it's worth it. It's not worth it because when you have people, that are in a position to tell you that you are a human being, to tell you that you are welcome, and they tell you that they are with you, but subconsciously they betray themselves to tell you they are not with you. Their actions only will make you think. There was a communion taking place somewhere, and the Reverend Father showed his true color when a black congregation, one of the members showed up. He showed his true color. Are you using that as a message or what? Let us look at the plight of Eastern Nigerian Christians. They are being systematically wiped out. It's ongoing. And then we were talking about the bills they are introducing to control the churches. Nobody said anything. And you remember 2 years ago, Rufai raised that issue. People treated it anyhow, and they ignored it. As we speak, that issue is still raising its ugly head one more time. You're a Christian, you have no say. And we're not looking at it. We have pastors, they are not kicking against it. We have reverend fathers, they are not talking, they are not kicking against it. We have archdeacons, they are not kicking, bishops, name it. They are not kicking against it. The next thing is second reading. You're being persecuted because you're a Christian. You're not talking. Let us look at the principle, the moral obligation of keeping quiet, not talking. The only thing you can get out of not talking is to show that whether it's good or bad, you don't care. Whether it's good or bad, you don't care. You are being killed because of your religious belief. You don't care. You're not talking. Who will speak for you? Who will speak for you? You have to speak for yourself. And the body that represents those being persecuted because of their religious belief, they are not speaking. They are not talking. Is it that there's something they're hiding, they're not telling us? Or is it that they gave us wrong title to waste us? This when you mislabel something, you bring out a can of corn, mislabeling. You open it, you have beans in the inside. What do? You report and make a recall. And that recall is to assess where the mistake emanated from. And they tell you, if you bought this, that have this date and this number, bring it back. What you have inside might not be what you think it is. It says corn. But when you open it, you will see beans. That is the principle. Follow up. So when you have all these hierarchies, they cannot protect their own. They cannot stand for their own fellow Christians. They back up the murderers that are murdering their own fellow Christians. Who do we believe? What's the reason? It is our responsibility to ask and find out. In other words, when you fail to do that, you are irresponsible. When you fail to do that, you are letting your children down. When you fail to do that, you have nothing to show for the future because you are very, very vulnerable. Inability to question, to talk. Why are Christians being persecuted? It did not start today. And then where are those that are the head of the Christian family? They are not there. Oh, you have the ones in Buckingham Palace. Oh, they are not talking. What's the history? It emanated from marriage. Egalom egalom. Ikuramikwegi. Kamamaga bewenkem. That's how you have the Anglican Church. What do we do? The same people are arming the Fulanis to kill us. That clip I played yesterday was detailed in it. You arm people to kill other people who are somehow related to you in one way or the other. But the most heinous crime out of that is the same people will come and tell you that you are the same. You are the same. The same people will come and tell you that your differences are very wonderful. As a matter of fact, those differences make you stronger. But they cannot cope. These people summoning to you cannot even cooperate with their fellow Europeans. Hello? They cannot be able to cope with their fellow Europeans. And here they are in Africa, in Nigeria, as per se, telling you, we know you are different. Stay together and die. We know you are different. We know the other people are not armed, but if you give them chance, they can manufacture them in 3 days. So let's go to brothers and hand them all the military equipment they can get their hands on. Kill them. You're the head of a Christian family, and you're giving Muslims all the armaments, latest technology. Come over here. Come and kill these Christians. Paul, come over to Macedonia and help us. Britain tells the Fulani, come, we'll give you the arms. Go and kill the Christians. And we feel complacent. The pastors come, they stand. They cannot speak against the killings of their people. But they can give you plates, pans for tithe. Our leader, Mazi Nnamdi is under lock and keys. Why? Because he has his followers. Biafrans believe in him. And you know that Biafrans believe in him. And that will hamper your ability to continuously deceive the people. Therefore, let him stay there. You have no feelings for the masses of the Easterners. How dare you return? How dare you? The Queen gave you knighthood crown and you returned it. How dare you? And they carry the anger. If these people are bold enough to reject inappropriate gift, you're killing somebody, you're killing the relatives of somebody, destroying a family, and at the same time you are conferring empty, hollow honor to those at the head in order to enable you to continue killing his own people. Dr. Kanu said, please, Queen, take your knighthood. What good am I when I accept your crown? The knighthood, I have it. And you, same person giving me the knighthood, you are arming the Fulanis to kill my people. Then of what good use is your knighthood? The knighthood emanating from Anglican Church, to a member of the Anglican Church that you have decided to kill, eliminate his family, of what good is your knighthood? Please take it back. This is the action of people with integrity. As she does that, tons and tons of bombs are being hauled to the Fulanis, to another front. As we destroy them in the name of religion, you destroy them physically in the name of politics. Today, despite the riggings, Biafrans are still existing. So what's next? What's next? Will you continue to listen to these people? Or are you willing to find your way? Are you willing to embrace yourself very strongly and do the needful? Reject them. Reject their offers. Face your people. Tomorrow, I will pinpoint on the issue of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi. I will. He is our own person, our in-law, our brother, our father. He is everything that you need from a leader. They bribed him. He said no. Corruption. Corruption. And this is one of the obstacles the world will face. We are used to bribing Biafrans and Nigerians in general. We are used to that. And we succeed. Now, if we let this one, they come as Nnamdi Kanu, individual with high morale, we will be in trouble. Any African leader that has ever taken the mantle of leadership, the title of leadership, always ensure that his people are directed towards the right direction. You steer them towards the right direction. You cannot use your religious hierarchy to deceive your people. That is common in Biafra land. That is common in the world. And they gear it towards Africans who cannot reason. Africans that have come to the stage where they feel the white man knows best. The white man does no wrong. And right before you, they are cheating you. And that brings me back to the Holy Communion. You called it Holy Communion. You're having symbol of the living bread and the wine. If it is issue of feed your own kind with the bread and the wine, and when it's the turn of a black person, you show a different game. Hatred. Hatred. Hatred is a disease. Anybody that does you wrong, be it in a place of work, know why. Try to find out why. We are trying to find out why they say we are the same. That our diversity is our strength, and they're using it to eliminate us. And this is where I hold our so-called elites responsible. Mazi, I welcome you all, and I will hand you over the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mazi Alozie. We're good afternoon from Poland here. I remain okay for Nosue Corona care, and I hear from Omaka in all the province of Biafra land. Our leader remains one and only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That our memories will praise or uniting this zone. We appreciate it. And all his lieutenants that are doing wonderfully well. Men and women of fellow radicals all over the world, fanaticals. We appreciate all of you. Of course, today is Tuesday, the day we come here to expose and to tell you what is happening within the Biafra land and Nigeria and the world as a whole, both favorable and unfavorables. Today we have about 4 topics to treat, but before then I have to call the people on the air. I have to mention our beloved Kanu who are here with me to look into the topics we are going to look into today. We have Azide Hot TV, TBK who became here, and we have our beloved brother George Money, and we are waiting for Mazi Chika Austin, Mazi Alozie is here, and Wanda Chalubu is here equally, and Fearless Evangelist is here. With the topic we have today, Biafra, please don't forget our Twitter Tuesday. Today is Tuesday, it's our tradition, and don't forget 30th May that is coming soon. You must, those of us in Europe here, if you don't have a unit, travel out, enjoy a comrade anywhere to remember our heroes and heroesses. And don't forget the jingle that is playing. We have about 3 jingles that are still playing. Biafra artist store in Japan. You need to support them collectively or individually. And if you're in zone anywhere, you can go organize yourself and say, Mazi, okay, Mazi Capital. We want to sponsor social person or we want to donate generously, and we give you the account to do that. It's very, very important. And the telephone numbers to call, the jingles are there. Get your pen and paper ready because they're calling that jingle is telling you the time zone of every country you are directed to call, telephone numbers, Twitter numbers. It's very, very important. Let us continue to adhere strictly to the leadership. And we should remember that our leader is incarcerated. You see what the Zoo government is doing, but at the end of the day, he shall come out and we shall rejoice. He's coming out with the Biafra. Another number. The number 1 topic we have today to treat is this: the moment of introspection. Have you been faithful to IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi, and to your oath? I repeat, moment of introspection. Have you been faithful to IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi, and to your oath? This is number 1 topic. The second topic, the importance of Heroes Day celebration. And the third one, the need for every Biafran to know the Ipob chain of command and the right channel for information dissemination. And the fourth one is Mazi Nnamdi freedom. Is the Nigerian judiciary truly independent? So this is the topic we are going to look at. The Mazi Alozie Sochuma just informed me that you will not be on air today because of their life schedule. Mazi Sochuma will greet you. Thank you, my brother, for giving us that time. Today we are going to open the floor now. Mazi Chukwu become as in the hot. Can you open the floor for us immediately? Then we go. Please unmute yourself. Let us move now. We don't have time.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom. I am Mazi Alozie, always known as Prince Darlington, Mazi Soji. I thank Chukwu Pulimiheni for the life given to every Biafran that are listening to us live now on air. I thank him for the life given to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for our lawyers, our barristers. I thank him for the life given to the men in the bushes, the great ESN commanders. We appreciate God for the leadership led by Mazi Alozie for life and every media work. Because without him, we are nobody. Today's program, we are here because we want to speak to humanity once again. And we want to appreciate Mazi Alozie for bringing us up and our anchor, Mr. Okechukwu Usiwu Ekeroreke 1 na Biafra land.
The first Mazi Alozie is the anchor moderator. One Mazi Alozie is the anchor.
Are you the moderator? Please.
Yeah.
English is not our language. We borrowed it. The first topic that says moment of introspection. Before I go on to speak about moment of introspection, I would like to explain to our listeners what introspection means. Because once you say introspection, it will sound very good, it will sound very beautiful in our hearing. But believe you me, thousands of our people doesn't know the meaning of introspection, because introspection is not our language. English is not our language. We are trying to use it to communicate to humanity and to communicate to all Biafrans that are not speaking one dialect. Introspection simply means the examination or observation of one's own mental and emotional processes. I repeat, introspection means the examination or observation of one's own mental and emotional processes. You see, the reason why those of you that doesn't understand what Radio Biafra is doing to us is because it is owned by your own people. You see the way people run around trying to go to CNN and BBC and what have you because they are foreign. Radio Biafra is a citadel of knowledge. Here we teach and we learn. When you talk about the examination or observation of somebody, mental and emotional processes, that is introspection. Now, connecting it with the topic that we're going to take care of right now, which says, have you been faithful to IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and your oath? So that introspection is talking about your emotional capability. Have you observed yourself? Have you done a proper observation of how you are reacting over issues or things that are happening outside there? Since the problem that befall each and every one of us, which was the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader. Have you sat down to check yourself to know if your mental capability is still intact? Have you checked if the oath which you took as an IPOB member, you are still respecting it and doing the needful? That is why I take my time to explain what introspection means. Now, if you have not done that, I want you to listen to this. Once you are an IPOB member, we are in general Biafrans. We are Biafrans, yes. But the indigenous people of Biafra is an abbreviation
nation given to us, which comprises everybody, both Okeke, both Okafo. Then we now adopt that name in the movement that we are using to fight to get that nation restored. Those who key in into this IPOB leadership are different from some of them. For those of them that are not keen in, I have to explain myself better because we are live and direct. The world are listening. We all are Biafrans, but IPOB are those who have dedicated their life, their everything, to make sure that that nation of Biafra is restored. So this is the same people, but one part of them are out to make sure that that nation is restored. The other part are just there. Go and get it and we will join you. So we are not one. These are two different things. When you talk about those that are in the IPOB leadership, following up with the organogram of this movement, there are so many things you need to know. You must be under oath. That is the first thing. Anytime you come to IPOB meeting, the first thing you do after your introduction, you take oath. This oath is taken even in every governmental department of the world. On 29th of this month, Tinubu is going to be sworn in as the new president of Nigeria. However, he won the election. It's not our business. But I'm telling you that he is going to take oath of allegiance. So that our oath is what makes you an IPOB member. Nobody will question it. As long as you take that oath, you are automatically an IPOB member. But naturally, you are a Biafran. Because there are people who are Biafrans that are also against the restoration of Biafra. That is why I'm telling everybody that is listening now, that those that care to listen, that if a referendum is conducted today, there are few people who are of that Fulani blood that will still vote for one Nigeria. So on this note,
very minor.
Few, I said few of them.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you. So this is the reason why when we talk about moment of introspection, it's like moment of going back.
Very minor.
Few, I said few of them.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you. So this is the reason why when we talk about moment of introspection, it's like moment of going back. Checkmate. You have to ask yourself this question, because sometimes somebody will come up online and post something just to attract us. Sometimes they post something just to push us. Sometimes they post something just to to test our mental health, our mental balance, or whatever it may be. And you see so many of our people who are under oath will come and begin to fall for all these things. But the people who understand what we do and why we are here, the question is for you. Have you evaluated your brain, your emotional, and your oath to see if you are still under the command of the leadership which Mazi Alozie put together? If you are still loyal to that man that have brought out himself, gave his parents and himself for us to be free. If you have not, I think it is moment for you to do so. Besides, our leader Mazi Alozie took oath before Chukwuka that he will never give up on us, that he will never betray us. If you are asking yourself, why haven't Mazi Alozie come out after court have granted him bail? It is because he refused to go against that oath he took.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet. We welcome you once again to our live
organization. So he said he is not going to give up. That is why they are pressurizing him, they are torturing him, they are doing all manner of nonsense to him. Every kind of torture is being meted on this man. But this man still maintains that oath. But so many of you cannot even stand 1/100th of the torture Mazi Alozie is going through. Then he will just give up. But he is still there. He is in the hand of the enemy because he refused to go against that oath. Therefore, this moment of introspection is meant for IPOB, those who have in mind that we are doing this for the sake of the restoration of our nation. On this note, I want you to think again and to stand to the organogram of this movement. Thank you very much. I remain Mazi Alozie to become a standby.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mazi, in the well spoken. Biafra evangelist, unmute yourself, please.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mazi. I think you can hear me.
Yeah, you are loud and clear. The whole world is hearing you. Like Mohammed is hearing you too.
Good afternoon from here, Omo Chineke. I am coming to you today through all the way from Biafra land. All the way from Biafra land. And I thank everybody that have made it to be listening to Radio Biafra. We ask them to form it as a habit. Listen to Radio Biafra. That's what our leader have been calling for. When he started, call your family, inform your friends and family members, well-wishers to listen to Radio Biafra. Share IPOB press releases. That is why some people came and said, do not listen to Radio Biafra, that they have launched another radio, what is it called? Voice of Biafra. So our people should understand that Voice of Biafra is no more and Radio Biafra is still there. We move. Let us go to the first topic. The first topic said, moments of introspections. Have you been faithful to IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and to your oath? I love this one. It is very, very nice to remind us this very time because our people are out of line. You know, some of them do not even know that our leader is included in the oath. Even if you read the oath, you see that the oath says that neither should Nnamdi Kanu be subordinate to the citizens of Biafra. And when you ask them, they say the oath is not the problem. But Nnamdi Kanu said, we took an oath to restore Biafra. We took an oath to restore Biafra. But some people were there. People that did not take the same oath with you. People that told you that they did not take oath. First of all, they said they are under oath. The next one, they questioned him. He said he took oath online. He took oath online. Nnamdi Kanu supervised my oath. Before they asked him again, he said, I didn't take oath so that people will know that even if you do not take oath, you can still fight for Biafra. He has no base, and that is to deceive you, to turn against your generation. Generation you did not consult when you were taking the oath. But to some people who was paid by the government, they told you that oath doesn't matter. That you should fight for Biafra. And the oath said from the beginning of the oath, he said that I, Mazi Alozie, hereby solemnly and voluntarily swear to be absolutely loyal to the leadership of indigenous people of Biafra. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, director of Radio Biafra, that's what you took oath to be loyal to. And that is voluntarily. And now we ask you, are you loyal to them? Because that is a point where you must show as yourself as an adult who know what you are doing. When somebody comes to deceive you and say, no, abandon the oath, follow me, you know that you have betrayed your generation, you have betrayed your family, you have also betrayed your life because these people you are betraying in their absence, you took them on oath in their absence. You didn't inform them. You took an oath in the name of your generation to come. You took an oath in the name of your family. And you come on the road, the people use your emotion and took you away. And you turn against the oath. You say, I will not listen to DOS. You started calling DOS names. Because you don't know anything. You don't know when you are going against the oath you took. Do you think what you are doing is for me? It is not for me. I took oath. I maintained the oath. Are you under chain of command? The answer is no. You can have a contact, you make a call. You can do anything. You can get any information. You publish it. You cannot send the information to the right channel. You don't even know where information is supposed to go. In IPOB, information has levels. But this time around, you just get information, you post it. You don't even send it to the right channel. Those that knows how to make use of information. Are you following it? Are you following command and control? They told you no. DOS sold our leader so that they will catch us with command and control. And that is how foolish you are. You followed them. Today, they are using command and control to lead you. They told you that are they not using command and control? But they drove you away from command and control. Now they told you should not be, you'll be autopilot, you'll be doing everything without any command. Today they are commanding you. If we expel or suspend, they say we are expelling, we are suspending those that are giving money and those that are doing money in the struggle. Today they are expelling, they are suspended, but they told you they are autopilot. What we are telling you is that you have been deceived. And that is not our business, because our leader said that Chukwu Abiyama told him that people will die, people will run mad when Biafra come. He asked him why. He said, because of the oath. Then we're asking you, are you obeying it? Are you obeying DOS? Are you maintaining? If you go down and read Biafra national anthem, just read it. You will know what is there. That national anthem can even guide you. Then what we are bringing here now is that to remind you that there is something that holds us together. There is something that holds us together. There is a reason why somebody that didn't go to school will be a coordinator where lawyers are. Lawyers, doctors, they will come and sit down in your unit or zone. Millionaires, they will sit down in your zone or unit because there is IPOB command and control. There is chain of command. There is oath. There is leadership. That is why you see us, we sit down, you see us, they give us order, then the order will just go direct. Nobody check his age. Nobody check who is a senior, because this is what holds us together. But you left it, and you think you are fighting alongside with Nnamdi Kanu. There is no way you can fight alongside with Nnamdi Kanu when you leave him from the channel he presented to you, which he is still using till tomorrow. That is IPOB. And people told you you should abandon him. There is another channel, which you know that if politicians want to go for free Nnamdi Kanu, they will go through IPOB leadership. If you go through layer, they will direct you. If you go to Nnamdi Kanu, he will direct you to leadership. This is the only strength, the source, that is the muscle of Nnamdi Kanu, the leadership of IPOB. But people told you to turn against them. Today, they are telling you they form leadership. Today, they are telling you that they are now a government. These are people that told you they came to free Nnamdi Kanu. We are asking you, have you not been deceived? Now, who is now wise? We that remains under the command and maintains the oath, not to betray our generation and family. Who is now in a better position? So if Nnamdi Kanu come now, instead of to call IPOB one family, you start looking for another group to come. He start using, does he need any other people? He need IPOB. If the charges against him is IPOB, there is no other people. Then why were you deceived to turn against what holds us together? And those that still want to run out and they turn against their generation, we are still, this message is for you. If you like to, you turn against your generation, one thing you must mark is that nobody can defeat Nnamdi Kanu, whether you run away, whether you stay. Then, but it is better for you to stay because it is a grace to work with Nnamdi Kanu and restore Biafra. Mazi, I will not go further. I will drop it here so that others can come up. Thank you.
Thank you, beloved fearless evangelist. No, well spoken. Judge Money. Judge Money, mute yourself, no? If you can hear me.
Yes, Mazi.
Go on.
Mohammed can hear you, brother. All right. Great and wonderful people of Biafra, lovers of freedom all over the world. I greet you according to your time zone. It is another day where we will actually be testing our state of mind, because when we talk about introspection, just like Okay, sorry for that interruption. So, just like the Mazi, as in the heart, Prince Darlington explained what introspection simply stand for. It is, in a simple form, actually examining the state of our minds and our consciousness in order to, know how we react to things. Very, very important, because if you look around you today, it has come to that point where it is emotional time in what we are doing. Having seen the way these guys in Nigeria are actually toiling with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's court case. Now Buhari is now passing the ball to president-elect so that they will use it as a weapon against Ndibo and against Biafra. So the emotions there is actually sometimes you get overwhelmed by your emotions. And that's why you will see Nigeria also will be throwing so many things, stunts, seeking for intelligent moves, which they are going to make, trying to, turn you against Yoruba by giving Yoruba the presidency, which they never wanted to give anybody in the South. So all these things that these guys are doing, it is actually affecting our emotions one way or the other. No one is exceptional. It is all just dependent on your wisdom and perseverance. That's how you are also going to go through it. So, examining the state of our minds and understanding what the oath you took actually to restore Biafra in dignity and moral. It is very, very important for our people to examine themselves. Ask yourself, are we still brethren? Very, very important question you need to ask yourself. Are we still brethren? Because na onye ya na mmadụ jere na-achụ anụ, ọ da-afịa alụ ọfịawa alụ, nke ọzọ nwere ike sị na ụkwụ ya dịka ụkwụ anụ, ọ ghọrọzie your target. Ịlapụ ife ịbịara ime na Biafra struggle. The reason why, just like Prince Darlington said, we take oath, of offices and even oath to restore Biafra, because our problem in Africa is using ourselves against ourselves. It is true that this oath of office has been bastardized. That is the reason why people does not even understand what oath signifies. That's why in your African spirituality, of course, we don't know African spirituality anymore because we have bastardized that as well. You don't know what is the meaning of that oath that you are going to take. It will work against you, it will work against your children, because it is actually African spirituality. If you are not ready to take that oath, do not go for it. Don't fool yourself. Because if you go for it, it is eventually going to hunt you down. And you have taken that oath, you are letting your emotions take over. Because what destroys anybody that is, no matter how great you are, is your emotion. That's why they cannot create artificial intelligence that has emotion. If they create artificial intelligence that has emotion, it will ruin the world one day, because out of its emotion, it will start killing people. To make a mistake. Computer doesn't make a mistake, it is only because it doesn't have an emotion. So it is time for you to test your emotion, your mental strength, your mental state. The time of introspection. It is actually that time now. Are we still brethren? Do you understand the sacrifice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Do you know what it takes for somebody to actually pay that sacrifice? And now I always say that I now understand the reason why they told us that that Christ was born of Holy Spirit, not born of sperm. Now I am understanding it, so that you will never recognize your Savior when you see them. That is the reason why even the same Bible said that Jesus Christ, when he will come like a thief in the middle of the night, because you will not recognize him. It is now time of reckoning. If you read the book of Daniel, it says, shut the book, for knowledge shall increase in the last days. This is where we are right now. It is not the time for you to play games. It is not the time for you to find a way to be famous, enrich yourself, or that. It will always come back and continue. The mistakes of our fathers is the one that is haunting us. Many of us, it means that many of our fathers, they betrayed the oath that they have taken. That's why we are here. We can correct that mistake. Don't look at your brother and pray on them. Just like this guy called Imon. Of course, you can see his activities lately. It is activities of betrayal. You protect your own. MC Olomo, that he actually invited to his house or went to see, I don't know, and I don't care. And he was welcoming him as if he is somebody who helped Igbo, or because it is because they are very selfish. They will never do things that will help their other people to thrive. It is all about them. They are singing and kemon azonata. That is criminality. That's why it is easy for them to sell you out. Sell you out. Our people's market is being burnt down in Lagos, in Ibadan, because of MC Olomo's activities. After pre-election campaign, or before during election campaign rather, but somebody who called himself your millionaire, they went to acknowledge the same man. Have you now seen the reason why I told you last night that those people whom you see as millionaires in Nigeria, it's either they are criminal and make money, or that they are politicians' friends who have to sell their people somehow, betray their people somehow to get to where they are. I'm not talking about those entrepreneurs who are in the marketplace suffering and making way for their money in a very good way. I'm not talking about them. They understand their lifestyle is quite different. So now, how are you examining yourself? Because I know if you see these activities of this guy called Iman, you will judge him. How do you judge yourself? Because as you know, how small your eyes, how small your headache will be. How do you have he betrayed Biafra? That's how it is. How small did it? Betrayal is betrayal. So search yourself and say, are you still ready? Are we still brethren? Do you still understand the value of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? His sacrifice, his wife and children are out there. He's not even there for them, but he is there for you and I. What are you willing to give up? What are you willing to sacrifice for the sake of the situation that we found ourselves? I'm going to leave it here until I am called up. Thank you, Biafrans.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. What I can do, if you can hear me, come up, okay? What I can do, before the two will conclude it. What I can do, I don't know if your network can allow you to come in. She's out. Mazi Alozie, please come up until she comes in again. Mazi Alozie, mute yourself. Mazi Alozie, mute yourself.
Okay, Mazi, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are today talking about moment of introspection. Moment of introspection, and we are asking ourselves: have you been faithful to Ipob, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to your oath? This is the question we are asking. So, because just like the word says, as Darlington said, introspection is a moment when one looks inward. In fact, it's a moment of self-examination. We get to know we're going to check your work off, my mana, what you have been doing. That is exactly what moment of introspection is. And in our lives as a people, if you are a student, there's always a time you look inward and ask yourself, am I doing exactly the reason why my parents brought me to school? Also, during the end of the year, most people, most businessmen and everybody, we go back and check, make a check how the year went. Take it to
they take a stock. They go and take a stock every year.
Yeah, exactly. So this is an opportunity for us to remind ourselves and ask ourselves certain questions. Have you been faithful to the struggle? And if you have been faithful, you also ask yourself, how faithful are you? How faithful are you? So then you ask yourself again, if you are an IPOB member, if you're an IPOB member, have you been faithful to the cause of IPOB? Then again, if you are a media warrior, have you been faithful to your duty as a media warrior? Have you, in any way, because of money or anything that came your way, you decided to backslide? You decided to fight against what you vowed or you took oath to defend? Are you an ESN member? Did you fall out because someone somewhere called you and sent you one or two money and you decided to derail from the line of duty? Have you been faithful, or are you still faithful to the struggle? We know that all this while, these 2 years, a lot of things have happened. A lot and lot have happened. We have seen the government bringing in a lot of people into the struggle in order to derail the struggle. Were you among the people that fall out? Were you among the people that saw money and decided to stand against everything you defended for all these years? Are you among the people that they derailed through your emotions because you couldn't hold your emotions? Because they started lying to you that they are doing something. They started lying to you and telling you to calm down 150 days. And because of all these, you derailed. Were you among the people that they converted into killers of our people instead of defenders of our people? Were you among the people that decided to convert yourself into kidnappers? That our people cannot celebrate their celebrate marriages again without fearing for their life? Were you among the people that started collecting taxes, collecting money from people organizing burial ceremonies? Were you among these people? Were you among people that decided to start to be enforcing it at home when IPOB never enforced it at home? When IPOB sensitized people in order for them to know the importance of sit at home and call it off when they want to call it off? Were you among the people that decided to be destroying businesses of our people, all in the name of standing for someone that is never a member of IPOB? Have you forgotten your oath and what your line of oath say concerning the struggle? So this is a moment of introspection, a time for you to check yourself, examine yourself, and if you have sinned against the struggle, if you have sinned against what you stood for, this is the time for you to stand up and say, or kneel down and say, I have sinned against this very struggle. I have betrayed my oath. I have betrayed IPOB. I have betrayed Mazi Alozie. This is the time. Because if you have followed the criminal that said that he will destroy IPOB leadership, if you have followed him in any way, you have sinned against this very struggle. You have betrayed your master. You have insulted IPOB leadership and said many insulting words to them, then you have betrayed. I am saying all these things to let you know that if you have done this in lately, some of us need to be reminded or be told ways they have betrayed the struggle. If you have, because of your selfishness and also your emotional emotions, you have stood against the command and control structure of IPOB, then you are betrayed. Now is the time to ask for forgiveness. Now is the time for you to stand up and start your healing process by telling yourself that you have gone against everything you believe in. So I call on all of us, those that are listening to this broadcast today, those that are listening to this, for them to kind of look inward and understand that whether they have betrayed or not, and if you have betrayed, you have to speak up. You have to ask for forgiveness, and you have to stop whatever you are doing that is against the struggle. Stand with the struggle, and never you kill your own people, destroy whatever that belongs. Because I feel the Mazi Nnamdi is in prison because he wants Biafra land to be calm. He wants our people to be free. So that is exactly what we ought to do. And you can only do this by respecting and standing with the leadership of this very, very struggle. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I want that to please take number one topic. If possible, because of your network, you can do number two at the same time. The importance of heroes and heroes day, okay?
Ekene m everybody, ekene m unu niile ụmụnne m ụtụtụ ọma ehihie ọma and mgbede ọma. Mụ maka a na-akpọ nwaada Achalugo na-enwere adịgboroja chacha ada Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. N'ụbọchị taata anyị abịakwa n'ọzọ. Obido m aṅụrị because a lot has been happening all this while. Ngwa dazi njiri ọnụ nke ọrụ na ihe mụ na ije si wee je unu ga-eti mkpu, but I really thank God because so many times ekwesịrị m join this panel, but ume m erure, ekuru m ume mana m ekuchatara ume, so I have to wait till today. So I really appreciate everybody, all the people that checked up on me, all the people that loved me, people that cared about me. Asị m ka Chineke gọziere m unu niile. Tata abanyekwana m ọzọ akwụrugo n'ụkwụ m na-abụ. N'ụbọchị tata ịma na our people, according to our brother Prince Darlington, ọ sị na oyibo bịara abịa. Geenụ ntị ndị be anyị, for those of you nọ na be anyị nọ na Biafra land na-ege ntị, ịma na a na-akpọ afọ okwu a n'oyibo ọ na-ebu isi. Azịza number 1 anyị bụ isiokwu anyị nke mbụ bụ a moment of introspection. This introspection anụnwa na-ekwu okwu ya, ihe ọ pụtara n'Igbo bụ oge nyocha onwe gị, nyocha mkpụrụ obi gị, pụta gwa onwe gị eziokwu, pụta nyocha onwe gị ka ịdahazi inyocha onwe gị kwuo malụ dat na since ihe niile a ji wee na-agagharị idu faithful to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ị na-eme ite ihe agwalụgwu mee, ị na-edowe iwu agwalụgwu dobe, being that you take the oath, you are under oath, which everybody that's na oath and take. We are taking oath on ground, not online. And I take oath online. Ega akwụla ọtọ ọkpaga na-emetụ ana. Ifesi onye go na-take oath face to face. Ifuge. So, as in, otu ihe a niile si eme, Idu faithful to the leadership, Idu faithful to Mazi Nnamdi, can Idu faithful to IPOB worldwide. Ọgụ nwa ga-aka wee kọwa onwe gị. Because mụ nwa n'ebe a nnọkịta nọ nwa adụm faithful. Ihe niile asị m mee ka m na-eme. Those of you na-agbagharị na ị na-achọ onye ga-agwa gị, ekwute n'elu ịdazi ịghọrọ onye ọzọ kọtọ, ghọrọ onye nke akọ, ịkwụ n'ihe agwa agụ mee. Unu chetara mgbe Mazi Nnamdi Kanu pụtara mgbe ọ nọ na DSS mgbe ọ ka na-eje court, ọ pụtara wee sị ha that na echọ ka Biafra land do kam. Ihe a kịta ị na-eme taa Biafra land ọ dị kam. Onye ahụ ijekwuru na support gụnị ya na-agbagharị ịdazi na-eji nje, onye ahụ ihe ahụ ọ na-eme ọ ga-eme ka Biafra land do kam. Ihe a bụ as in simple something. Ịma na-abịa na-ekwu ya a na-eto okwu mmanụ ọ na-eto ogologo. Ihe a bụ ihe ị ga-anọrọ gbakọ gwa onwe gị eziokwu. Ihe agụ na this boy nọ na Finland na-eje ụnọ na-eme ite ihe onye ndu gwara unu mee. Ịkakwu na the right track, ịkakwu n'eziokwu. Ọkwa na-afụ gị Mazi Nnamdi Kanu pụtara sị unu na achọ ka any group of people form mụọ bido tụkọbalụ ndị ESN ego. O kwuru ekwu, he said it. Na any dire that na ESN every country with their own account. Eji atụkọrọ ndị ESN ego. But today gụnwa bụ onye tekiri oath na IPOB ịgbapụrụ gbajekwa onye na-eteki oath gụ na ị na that same ESN Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dobri mụ na gị na-aba aka na ntị that na-achọ ka ije somewhere je raise ego in the name of raising fund for ESN. Mana unu na-eme today ekwute okwu ịnala ọnụ takwasịa, ekwute okwu ịkọba ọnụ, ekwusi ike gụma na onwe gị maalụ that na ihe asịghị mee n'ide eme ite. So for our brother Mazi Alozie said that it is high time for them to come out and apologize to who? Ha maali ihe ha na-eme. So you have brought time for apology more people tabia your biko. The truth of the whole matter about that na these people nda no wado to anwa ha mu ihe ha na-eme and ihe ha na-eme do ha anya. Nke beziokwu about that na a lot of them are faithful to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They are not faithful to IPOB because somebody put agwa ha that na they should stop listening to Radio Biafra. They should stop going to Radio Biafra. Na Radio Biafra beba na agba asiri. How? An oath member, he was very well that na Radio being an oath member, he believe onye na-take your oath more than your brothers take your oath. If that na-akpachanya, ịma ihe na-eme. So there is no much talk. As an attorney, me take much of your time.
Let me come in here based on what you're saying.
Okay.
I hope all of us saw that idiot that calls himself a lawyer of IPOB boldly. And that young man went to court, an empty court, and took that picture and come out. And the second person is an autopilot lawyer. But that is a Biafran. He says in Abu Dhabi, so bad.
Mazi, what happened? They want these people. They have, as in, they are known for deceit. Ịma that na ihe ndị a na-eme bụ omume nke mmeghari anya ọ ihe ha na-eme our people. That vagabond ga na court, empty court, ihe ha bụrụ on 11th. O mee that video na 10th.
No, never.
Yes, o mee the video na 10th. Ịma na their brother as their leader is known for that. There was a time that boy put said that na ha take the letter to the high top people na offices. That na ha take the letter to top people na offices. Olu mgbe ajụrụ ajụjụ si akezi okay dey mezi protest ni na submit the letter na top offices. Okay, ngwanu ke letter say as in submit go ne so far. Oputazie one day after that week opoje that group of criminals. Je weta mami ho tinyelu na envelope. When I hand you over to one tout in the name of go we cover his lies. They wanna obo na ha to asi, they are backing their lies up with fake something. The same exactly what this vagabond did now, claiming that he's a lawyer. Onye na ama ha so you, onye na that's onye segudoro anwuru seju afọ. But as they claim na able lawyer, General court made video on 10th. Put that to deceive people. If you get to deceive people that anyway, we are not dragging any position with them, but eventually our people. Look, those of you not Biafra land, because I just left there last week. Listen and listen very good. A lot of you go on. I preach this gospel. These people now put as a name flyer now see you sit at home. They are not from IPOB. Amam when get you where no corner near. Ndị ụmụọma na-ebugharị Siana na-ekpuchi ihu ha bụrụ ESN Mazi Nnamdi kan ana m otego nji agwa ụnụ 1 month anọ na Biafra land ka nji wee na-preach this gospel na-agwa ụnụ si na na-eke flyer na-emelụ nke a na-emeri announce onye mere announce the same Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gwara ụnụ that na-eche ka be anyị jụọ oyi ndị a na-abịa eke flyer na-enye ụnụ ọ bụrụ na ha si ụnụ si ite atọ be anyị ọ jụrụ oyi otu esi afọsụ ụnụ ncha na-asị ụnụ nọrọ n'ụlọ o nwere ofu anọ 1 month na be anyị ajụrụ oyi ụnụ ada anụ ihe ụnụ nọ n'ebe ọcha sigbute ọcha ha acha sigbute ịfụchata ha ọcha ndị yi black and red ịma anọ ESN otene nji agwa ụnụ ndị dị otu ha ncha bụ ndị ohi ihe a bụ ESN ọ bụrụ dat na-enwe sitatom a ga-agwa ụnụ otu a ụnụ si anụ ụnụ nkịta na redio ọ bụrụ na enwe sitatom ebe a ka a ga-abịa gwa ụnụ si ụnụ na onye ọbụla ga-anọ n'ụlọ ụbọchị dị otu a dịka otu si wee gwa ụnụ bifo nataba agwa m ụnụ nchasị ụnụ na 30th of May na May 30 ọnwa anyị nọ na-egba 30 na onye ọbụla ga-anọ n'ụlọ ka echeta ụmụnne anyị ndị nke egburu egbu maka nnwere onwe Biafra nwa ọkwa ihe ngwala ụnụ so ọ bụghị echi ụnụ pụtafu ndị oshi ebe ha bụ moto na-eke flyer na-agbanye egbe elu ụnụ agbakpụsi ọhịa asị ụnụ nọrọ n'ụlọ ụnụ anọrọ n'ụlọ ụdị ndị dị otu ụnụ egezi na ha ntị ha bụ ndị ohi ha bụ the reason why eji wee ka jide Mazi Nnamdi ka na-ejide ndị dị otu oshi ka ha na-ezu ha na-anapụ ụnụ ihe ụnụ n'ike na-esi ụnụ ndị mmadụ ọkụ ihe a bụ ihe a na-agwa ụnụ bikonu na-egenụ ntị ihe anyị na-ekwu onwe ihe gbagwojuru gị anya bịa na dis channel ị ga-anụ onu anyị maọbụ onye fụrụ n'iru akwụkwọ ịkpọ ya n'ekwentị jụọ ya ajụjụ ọkọwalụ gị onye ọbụla na-eke ụnụ akwụkwọ maọbụ ọpụta ọgada ụnụ na-asị ụnụ dat na asị ka a nọlụ n'ụlọ onwezi ihe dịka nọlụ n'ụlọ this time around ka anya ụnụ mepee bikonu ọ gwụchakwa n'ọnụ ndewo
nwada achọla uwe ka anyị jikwa Igbo na-asụ na-agwakwa ha ịghọla ịma na ọ ga na-agwa odumodu ịghọla na-agwa odumodu a na-etret na ndị ọbụla n'ọsọ ma ite na-ata everywhere rekọd ya nọcha ya we have the voices after 1 week ịghọla ọbụla ntị ike na-ada na ya ọkwa ọsọ ọlala n'afọ nnụnụ ọ dịkwa ka gentle nke nọ n'ọka igwe na-ekidnap ndị ma gentle nọ bụkwa n'ọsọ weti temple bute ụzọ ha ịghọla ọcha na-agwa bute ụzọ ha ncha na ifụna ka esi ada ọ dịkwa agba ya obi achara ogbo hold on nwanne ị ma na these people ọ nwere ndị ga-akwatu ndị zugo na-enwetacha $70,000 because ego ha na-agazi echenji ya ha nwechara foreign account ha na-eji ana ego just like that small girl. I never knew that girl is from Njaba local government. Onye na-ejide dọkụla ya ọna ego ka e gburu na nwanne ya nwaanyị ọkwa ogbole ego bịta ya ike mana nsogbu adịrị ka anyị gawakwanụ go on my sister go on
ndị be anyị dịka m na-ekwu na mbụ ọ bụrụ na afụnanụ ndị ahụ kere ụnụ flyer kere ụnụ mpempe akwụkwọ si ụnụ dat na-enwere site at home ụnụ nọba n'ụlọ ọkwa ụnụ flote esi igbu ha na Akwa Ihed Anambra steeti Nnewi South ọkwa ụnụ fụ ka esi memina ha egbuchalụ ha besia dazi ọkwa ụnụ flote esi wee gbu ha ọnya bụ ihe ahụ a na-agba gị ndị ahụ kịta anụ nwa na-asị ụnụ nọrụ n'ụlọ kedu ebe ha nọ taata ọkwa egbusiana ha niile echikwa kịta anụ nwa ha ejekwa fọmụkwa anọda ndị ohi afọmụkwa ndị ohi ọzọkwa chịtara ụnụ si ụnụ nọwakwa n'ụlọ gekwa ntị ka m gwa gị ọ bụrụ na nwa gị uso na ndị dị otu a dọbie nwa gị aka na ntị onwekwa ihe dịka dahazi ndị IPOB ha anakwa ha achọ ESN ọfụọ ọ bụ okwu na nwa wukwute na ntị gị si dat na asị ka ha bịa join ya ESN ọ bụ nnukwu asị onwekwu ESN a na-ajoin ihe abụkwu ndị ohi ha jikwa afa ESN na-ezugharị ohi ọ bụ okwu na na nwa gị jechala one day bata sị gị mma na ya chọrọ ijoin ESN na-asị ha pụta ekwekwa na ọbụkwu ESN ihe abụkwu ndị ohi ọ ndị a na-egbusisi onye na-edu ihe a nọ Finland ọ bụrụ na egbuo nwa gị afa Maazị Nnamdi Kanu abakwana gị n'ọnụ akpọkwana anyị afa dọbikwe nwa gị aka na ntị ịma na ụdahazi ọ naghị afịa ahụ obere oge ọfịara ahụ a na-ekwu na ifiluo na-egwuregwu ka a na-egwu ka uche unu dị ya onwe ihe dọka nọrụ n'ụlọ sọsọ ụbọchị etiri ka onye ọbụla nọ n'ụlọ bụ na ọnwa anụnwa gba 30 ụbọchị ahụ bụ ụbọchị ihe anọ n'ụlọ ịnọchaghị ya n'ụmụ ọ bụghị kwa ụbọchị every week asị sit at home 4 days sit at home 5 days ọkwa asị ọ bụghị IPOB na-agwa gị nka Maazị Nnamdi Kanu agwa okwu na-eme ojiji dazi chie warning si onye ọbụla anọzine n'ụlọ na-achọghị ya onye anọzine n'ụlọ ọ gwụchakwa ka ọha m n'ọnụ inwe ntị nụrụ
150 days anwetagwo Biafra nwa ha anwetagwo ya
n'afọ gara aga o nwere nwaanyị dị ime egburu ọkwa ụnụ nụrụ ya nwaanyị dị ime dazi egburu ya zọpịa nwa n'afọ na-anọ n'ụlọ onye ọbụla nọ n'ụlọ 1 week na ọ bụrụ na agụgide nnọọ guruo 150 days that na-eyi enweta Biafra ka egbuchala nwaanyị ahụ dị ime gbuo ndị ọzọ so enu enwetanenu Biafra ụnụ nwa ka m na-ajụ ọ that same group of people na-ekegharị ụlọ akwụkwọ si ụnụ nọrọ n'ụlọ ka egbuchala nwaanyị ahụ dị ime wee bido from 1 gugudo ruo 150 days enweta Biafra ruo taa ọkwa enwetaghị ihe kịta na-asịkwa na agụ nọba n'ụlọ ọzọ gịnị merụ na ọ na-ajụ ndị dị otu asị n'ụlọ nke anyị nọrọ anọ kedu isie agụgudo nnọọ from 1 gugudo wee ruo 150 onweghị Biafra enwetara apụtakwa kịta na-asị gị nọrọ n'ụlọ ọzọ bikonu ụdị ndị dị otu a onye ọbụla na-apụtasị gị nọrọ n'ụlọ na-afụta na onye ahụ asị onye nzuzu fụtara na onye dị otu a sị onye ndudu onye nzuzu onweghị ihe dọka nọrọ n'ụlọ anọọna n'ụlọ nọ ihe anọrụ nọ 1 week nọ 2 weeks even na ọ bụrụ na anọkwuru na ọma 1 month apụtasị gị nọ n'ụlọ na Biafra na-abịazi n'Sọde na Biafra na-abịa na Jenụwarị nọ na-abịa na Febụwarị nọ na-abịa na March ọkwụme ka anọ obere oge afọ agwụ Biafra ọbịana biko nụ saa n'anya malụnụ mgbe ndị otu Maazị Nnamdi Kanu na-ekwu okwu ụnụ amalụ mgbe ndị ohi na-ekwu okwu agwara m ụnụ bifo natabasị ụnụ na ọ bụrụ na enwee ihe dọka ịnọ n'ụlọ na mma apụta na peji m ọkwa egosicha m ụnụ ncha my peji na mma apụta kwuo ya ụnụ anụ ya n'ọnụ m so ihe ọ bụla ụnụ anụghị n'ọnụ anyị ụnụ amalụ na-asị ka ọ bụ ọgwụcha ka ọha m nọ na egbuone nwaanyị dị ime Biafra enwetaghị onwe ihe ọbụla enwetara aka ji Maazị Nnamdi Kanu eji sinsi unu ji anọ n'ụlọ asị na ọmaka na-eji Maazị Nnamdi Kanu eji na ọ bụrụ na anọ n'ụlọ ahapụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu n'ụlọ niile ụnụ na-anọ ahapụ na anụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu mba ọkwa ahapụbeghị jirizi ile gụọ eze gị ọnụ ndewonu.
Nwada, thank you, well spoken. For those of them that are still believing on this autopilot, I don't know where the fighter jet, everything, they bought this, where have they gone to DSS and bring Abuja to bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? These are faceless idiots. And let me go to, as in the hot, come, I beg, come. The second topic, Remembrance Day celebration. There were.
Ya na-ekene unu niile kenekwa Mazi Alozie, George Money, the fearless evangelist na Nwada Achalugo na-enwere adịgboroja kenekwa gị onwe gị Maazị Okechukwu Osiwu Maazị mana ọ na-eme anapigbu ọ na-arịsịta nke bụ eziokwu bụ na onye ọbụla abụọ n'ife ewu na-eri na the first topic anyị ga-abanye the second topic. This second topic na-ekwusị the importance of Heroes Day celebration, and I want to tell you that I am enjoying today's program because almost all of us are using English to speak. Nwada Achalugo abịazi na-atakịra ya n'ọnụ Igbo. Nwada Achalugo biko ị ga-agbalị every Tuesday ịdị na balance maka ọ na-eme enwe nwekwa nkwakịrị gwugwu ka ya bụ ihe a na-akwa nwee ike izu ezu. I'm enjoying it. Now, what is Heroes Day? It says the importance of Heroes Day celebration. And what is Heroes Day? It's a very big question that everybody should understand what Heroes Day simply means. Heroes Day is a day which is mapped out for the remembrance of the heroes that fell while fighting for the liberation of their country. I know that Mwada Chalugo will break it down in Igbo language to explain to our mothers and our fathers that are listening to this program and what is the importance of this celebration. I want those that are spiritually inclined to reason, especially those that are the Christians, the traditionalists, the Buddhism, the Judaism, all faiths that you believe in. All those things, all those faiths that you believe in today and everything you are worshiping and praying to, you did not see any of them happening before you. The Christians that are doing the celebration of Jesus Christ, the day he was killed and the way he rose from death, it is because the history is written there and you saw it, you heard it, and you are doing it. It has to do with the spirituality. You believe in it. We that always remember our great grandfathers, our ancestors, is because our fathers told us the story. Now, when you talk about hero, heroes are the people that have fought for something that they believed in. People that have done something extraordinary to liberate mankind, and on the process, either they died or later they died. Such people will not be forgotten. Just as you are doing your Christmas remembrance of your Jesus Christ, you are doing your Easter remembrance of the day Jesus Christ was killed and the day he rose from death. All this is our beliefs. Why are you doing the remembrance? Because you saw him as your hero. Yes. Now, in our own motherland, Biafra, our heroes are those that fought and died for us. Our heroes are those that died for us to be alive today. My number one hero among all these people happened to be late Chukwuemeka Ojukwu, the people's general. He is my number one hero. Because this man used his father's wealth to fight, to save me and you. This man used his father's wealth, fighting to liberate our land. And after, he died. But on that process, people like Joe Achuzie also fought alongside. There are thousands of them that fought. There are many that fought and they died. Now, if you are spiritually inclined, you understand the impact, the importance of remembering those that have done something great to make sure that we preserve humanity in our own land. The lives of those that died during this process is playing another great impact towards our present life today, in case you people don't know. That is why we have been suffering, wallowing in ignorance for so many years, because we forgot all these people. That is why you people see Onwike here and then in our land, because after the war, we forgot those that died for our sake. That is why sometimes things are not moving the way we plan them, the way we work them, the way we expect them to be, because we forgot the people that died to preserve this land. Until the coming of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, until the coming of Radio Biafra in 2014. Yes, 30th of May 2014, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, we are going to remember those that died for our sake. Believe you me, if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu hadn't brought that Remembrance Day first, before talking about restoration of Biafra, anything we are doing is not going to flourish. But because we remember those that died, we celebrated them, and we keep celebrating them every year. Coming this 30th that fought for their independence or for the restoration of their nation that died, there is a special day that is mapped out to remember them. Hungary is going to remember the heroes that fought and died in their own land on 31st of May every year. Hungary. America remember their own on 8th. I think 8th of October or September or thereabout. Every year, America remember. That is how Germany is remembering their own. That is how Finland. That is how France. All countries in the world. When we talk about the importance of remembrance of our fallen heroes, some people do not understand. Let me tell you the spiritual connection of what we are doing. It's just like our parents that died. If we don't give them a befitting burial, or one alpha, they are going to come back to disturb us in this physical realm, whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not. If your parents die, your father or your mother die, you don't bury them, you don't give them a befitting burial. They will be disturbing everything you are doing. Sometimes you see them in your dreams. Sometimes they destroy things for you. Because in that spiritual realm, they have not gotten their fair share. That is why in our tradition, I'm talking about we, the white, the black people from this side of the world. In our tradition, we give them their rights. We bury them. They will rest. So all these people that were killed from 1945 to 2014, that we abandoned, they were not happy. And their spirit was moving from here to there, causing a lot of problem in our land. But when Mazi Alozie remind us that we should remember these people, we did a proper burial for them. That very day we remember them in that 2014. And the cenotaph was built for their sake. Because of them, we know that Wazirike went and destroyed it with Nigeria police. That is a story for another day. Since then, every move that the enemies are making to stop the movement for the restoration of that nation is in futility. Because any step they take is bouncing back on them. Any move they make is bouncing back on them. Are you wondering why the Satlink transpondent in the orbit got missing? Are you wondering why? I want you to think about it. Satlink removed Radio Biafra from their signal in the orbit because Nigeria government paid them to do so. It wasn't up to 3 weeks. It lost in the orbit. Go and check the history, it's there. All these things happened because we remember those that died for our sake. The spirit are fighting for us, in case you guys don't know. Those that died for our sake, they were fighting. What makes you think that the day that Loretta Onochie came to tell the world that Radio Biafra has been jammed, that after 24 hours, Radio Biafra started speaking again? They removed it from Satlink. But under 24 hours, we will link into another station. What makes it possible is not only the effort of physical things we have done. It is because some of them are the spiritual prayers and the sacrifice that you have made for those that died, that we are fighting to restore the nation for their sake. That is why Mazi Alozie said he is not doing this for the living, but for the sake of those that died. That is why he said, we are not going to stop until we get Biafra. There are many people that were shot at Mpo, in Aba, in Onitsha, in many places. Before they died, there is a message they usually drop for us. They tell us, fight on, don't give up until Biafra is restored. And that is why the enemies are afraid of us, because they are shooting and killing us. We are coming back in large number. The number of people that support Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in 2014 is not the same number in 2015, not the same number in 2016. We keep increasing, despite the fact that they are killing us. So the importance of this 30th of May, Remembrance Heroes, our Heroes Remembrance Day, is very, very important. It's very, very, should I say, it's very, very important. Let me just use the word important because it has to do with the things we are doing in the physical ground. Then it's connected to the spiritual ground. Meanwhile, while we are outside here doing the needful, they are somewhere because we are remembering them, doing something for us. That is why somebody was asking question. If our land, if our ancestors is indeed great, why didn't they fight and kill the enemies that came to kill us during the war? And I saw that person as one of the most stupid person on this planet Earth, forgetting that before the war, our ancestors did not allow the jihad to enter into our land. They were attacked by army of Sesefly within the Benue River. Army of Sesefly, thousands and millions of them descended on the jihad that were coming down to Biafra land and killed all of them. They have to run away. Sesefly, do you think that doesn't have to do with spirituality? It is spiritual. Now, our people that are traders, those government workers, 30th of May is about to come. In a few days, we will have our lockdown, the Remembrance Day in Biafra land. Give us only that one day. Sit at home with your family, with your children. Mazi Alozie can give it open salad day. You can go and cook open salad and eat, stay in your house. Don't come out. Because that very day, the spirit of people like Kikonso, Chukwu Makaduna Zogu, Philip Effion, Dim Chukwu Emeka Odumegwu Chukwu, Moshe, and many of them will be on the street. We need to leave the street for them. We need to leave the area, the whole Biafra land. Everybody should be at home. Even chicken should not come out, goats should not come out. Because we are doing this in remembrance of those that died for our sake. That is what we can do. IPOB already have it as our tradition that every 30th of May, from 2014 till now, we have never felt it for once. And we have been doing it. And we'll continue doing it until Biafra is restored and beyond. When Biafra is restored, 30th of May, the way you see it is not going to be the way it's going to be. From my own insight, I have seen how we are going to celebrate those that died for us. Everybody that died for the sake of Biafra restoration is a hero. And we are remembering all of them. Those that died in the prison, those that were shot on during Operation Eweke, Python Dance, those that were shot at Kempo, those that were shot at the Red Bridge, all of you will be remembered. The importance is very, very much crucial. That you should understand that in our land, we need to lock everywhere down and make sure that no fly goes outside Biafra land. If you whatever you see, you take. I want to stand down on this because the importance is numerous. I just mentioned only but few. Thank you very much. Until I'm called again.
Thank you, my beloved. Thank you. Fearless Evangelist, unmute yourself, please. Patrick Ikem, you're welcome, my beloved comrade. Welcome, Summut. Fearless Evangelist, over to you, please.
Okay. Thank you. Biafra Heroes Day, remembrance, and the importance of it. Our people should know that it is part of the legacies of Nnamdi. If you obey IPOB order on 30th May, you are standing with Nnamdi. That is what the criminals wanted to, they were misquoting for you or to you, telling you that they are defending the legacy of Nnamdi. We are protecting the legacies of Nnamdi by attacking IPOB leadership, by attacking IPOB lawyers, by attacking Nnamdi Kanu's wife, by attacking Radio Biafra, by attacking IPOB finance, by attacking what is it called? Eastern Region Security, that is Eastern Security Network. By attacking everything. That is not protecting the legacy of Nnamdi. This is what it is. Legacies of Nnamdi. You must respect and honor our fallen heroes. If you know how our leader valued them, now you go to Ikonso. You know why he used the name of Ikonso. to replace or to name Imo State Government House after Ikonso. Some of us have forgotten it is Ikonso House. Now you know that if we are fully in Biafra land, you know the level of Ikonso. You know the level of those that died at Head Bridge. You know who they are. You know what they have done for you because people must die. But they are the people that was privileged to die because to die for Biafra restoration is a privilege. Go and read our national anthem. It is a privilege to die for Biafra restoration. Now, our people fought gallantly. The world tried to seal it, but IPOB have resurrected it again. Wazirike tried, but the politicians dragged him down and he fell. Today we are here. He didn't initiate this one in this very manner. But today, IPOB did not start with sit at home. For your information, we started by celebrating it in the open. First of all, in Enugu 2014. Second was in Aba 2015. Third was in Ipob 2016. And we were massacred. Nnamdi Kanu was in detention. They massacred us in Ipob daybreak from 29th to the 30th May. They were killing us daybreak in Ipob by Obiano. They even went to hospital and take those that we rushed to the hospital. Those that fell in the gutter, they poured them acid, Nigeria, and all of them, both Navy, both civil defense, everybody was there killing us. Now, at the end, when Nnamdi Kanu came out in 2017 from detention, he told us now, because this very government of Nigeria, they don't obey human rights, they don't know what it is. These are dictators, they are dictator and tyrants. They don't know anything, they don't obey rule of law. He said, okay, as they believe in massacring us, we will now go in another different way by sitting at home. That it is also a protest. That is our first time of sit at home. That's how it started. We campaigned for it. And that is what we are using because the Nigerian government have not changed. The Nigerian forces have not changed. We are not going to do it this way when Biafra comes. You will travel from state to state anywhere you like. You go and celebrate it. But this time around, to save you, because they must be remembered now, and to send the message to the enemy, and to also respect our leader Nnamdi Kanu, because when you are keeping to his legacy, protecting his legacies, obeying his commands, that is to say the enemy will know that holding him is useless. But if you forget these things, that is to say they are holding him. That is one thing people don't understand. Nnamdi Kanu is in detention, but everything he set up is in order. Radio Biafra is there, Biafra TV is there, ESN is there, IPOB leadership is there, the lawyers are there. Then why are you being deceived or driving away emotionally when you know that everything he put in place is still there? It's still there, and that's the target of the enemy. That when they hold him, these things will be destroyed. But you see them, the Radio Biafra, they expanded. The enemy focus and attack it when they kidnap him. But today, we have reached so many areas in Biafra land. This is part of the legacies. Giving us a radio where the world can go and listen to us, where our people can go and confirm. And you must obey this very target men to make sure that you have something to say when Biafra come, even if you are not IPOB. This one is what I did. I sat at home during Biafra Heroes Day. You can still boast of it. But when you say it didn't concern you, that is to say, even those that discovered the food we are eating, you don't even value them. They discovered the food. They told us how to eat it. They named it. They told you how to cook it. Then you came and said they are evil. They are nobody. But you are still eating the food they discovered. Imagine those that came and defended the land, defended the food, defended everything, and died on it. And when they said the war ended, no victory, no vanquish. The history said that Otuku started with 3,500 soldiers. But over 30,000 Biafra soldiers shot themselves to death in the bushes. They refused to be Nigeria because they want to protect this land for you. But the betrayal did not allow them. But today, here we are. So our people should inform them, their people. Do not be in a midst where they are trying to distract you. This has been a thing you must do, and we will continue to do it. When Biafra comes, it will continue because it is part of it will be anniversary every year. This thing will be celebrated. Thank you, Mazi. That's what I have to say here. Thank you.
Thank you, my beloved. Thank you. We are gentle. We are welcoming our beloved comrade Patrick. He came. We have treated number one topic and we are number two topic. He can speak now. Mazi Patrick, he came there. Welcome and unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Mazi. I really appreciate your patience with me. I want to say thank you to Biafrans all over the world for their patience as well and their steadfastness in listening to our weekly program. Unfortunately, I'm not always available to bring my own thought and analysis on this program due to, personal engagement. But I'm happy that Mazi was able to connect with me now, and I'm happy. You have about 4 topics, and I'm going to take them. I don't know how you want me to take them. Do you want me to just take all the 4 topics and round them up? Mazi? Hello? Okay, let me start from the very first topic of moment of introspection. About the faithfulness of Biafrans and IPOB towards the movement and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We saw many people took their oath, and I don't know if they really understood the content of the oath they took, because when you talk about taking oath, there are content to that oath, and especially the oath for Biafra restoration, which I also participated in. And in one of the lines of that oath, that you should not do anything against any of your comrades. And today we see a lot of people, fighting their fellow comrade without any cause, just because they feel that things haven't gone the way their own way, that things didn't go the way they want it to go. We've seen a lot of accusation left, right, and center. And some people that make these false accusations are part of the oath members. Fortunately, bearing false witness against their fellow comrade, which is number one sin against the oath. Many people have come up with different narratives to deceive Biafrans, and some of them claim that they took oath. But the beauty part of it is that the oath would fight for itself, because at the end of the day, it is not my duty or anybody's duty to fight for the oath. The oath will fight for itself. But the number one and the most important content of the oath is abiding by the rules and following the leadership, which was laid down by our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who said that we must follow whatever the leadership says before even asking any question. Today we see people asking questions even before obeying command or obeying order. And that is quite unfortunate. For me, it is a personal issue that people have to sort themselves out with. Then going to the issue of the Heroes Day celebration, which is 30th of May, we have remained resilient in that aspect over the years, despite the detention of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Just like our leader, our brother here said, our brother Evangelist said, it was an initiation of our leader, and that is the only way we can prove to the world that even in his absence, that we are still there, that we are still doing what we are supposed to do. Because a lot of people believe that as soon as they kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that the Biafra struggle will be over. And for us to prove them wrong, this activity of remembrance of the Hero Day is some of the activities that we must, honor to make sure that we'll continue to keep the legacy and also remember those who fell fighting for our freedom. We have seen many people lose their lives in the course of this struggle. Apart from the 1960s, even in this new generation, under indigenous people of Biafra, we've seen a lot of our comrades lose their lives fighting for the struggle. So 30th of May gives us the opportunity to honor them and respect them and make them know that we appreciate, because a day will come where we're also going to join them, and those who are behind us would also pay the same respect to us. So it is important that we honor the 30th of May as stipulated by our leader Mazi Nnamdi. And the issue of chain of command for IPOB is something that is sacrosanct. And the moment you disobey the chain of command, we have seen so many people come out with the narrative that IPOB leadership is disobeying Mazi Nnamdi, trying to, divert our people's attention, and we told them that if the leadership disobeys Mazi Nnamdi, then when Mazi Nnamdi is finally free, he should be the one to take care of it. But there is no evidence of such as far as some of us are concerned. These are just propaganda that is being put in place, to deceive our people and make many of our people succumb to the lies of the enemy. Mazi, I think I have to stop here for now until maybe if you allow me to come back.
I will, my beloved. Stop with my brother. Mazi, Judge Money. Judge Money page.
Yes, Mazi.
Talk number topic. You can treat it together with number 3 at the same time. Okay?
Okay, I should take both of them together.
Yeah, the importance of Heroes Day and the need for every Biafran to know the Ipob chain of command and the right channels for information dissemination. It's because of time. Take two of them together.
All right. Thank you very much for more time. I'm grateful, wonderful people of Biafra. We're still on it. It is very, very important for us to acknowledge that, it is only our people who does not understand the meaning of heroes and heroines, because pre the inception of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's initiatives, I believe that so many Biafrans don't understand the meaning of heroes and heroines, and that's why we never remember them until now. Thank God for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So, and you find it out in doing such, you find out it is part of the problem we are encountering as Black people, because most of the time, according to how we are colonized, we were told that our ancestors are devil or they are Satan. We cannot actually remember them. Rather, we will remember the ancestors of the Europeans. So even though, like I said, they might not be perfect, but they are our ancestors. It is through their seed that we are, or through their remnant, we were raised to continue to fight for the dignity of Biafra nation and its sovereignty. So, and it is very, very important that we remember our heroes and heroines. If they were not there, if not because of these our heroes and heroines, I don't believe we will be able to recognize or know that we were independent nation before they came. So it is very important that when we continue to remember them, when we continue to live the legacy of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu before he was kidnapped and extraordinary rendition, as a political activist, because Nigeria does not honor freedom of speech. They do what they want. So it is very, very important that we show Nigeria, just like our comrade said, you show them that the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not stop the instruction or his legacy, because he has given birth to many people who understand, whom he impregnated with a lot of vital wisdom, and those whom he cured of their ignorance. So it is very important for you to know that celebration of our heroes and heroines is very important, because they are still on the other side fighting, because it is from them we were raised. We must celebrate them, and we must show those who want to destroy our consciousness, our minds, not to remember what we're supposed to do. We'll be chasing after shadow. That is the reason why ndị Igbo ji atụ n'inu si na mmadụ amụrụ na ihe ọ na-achọ n'uke enu na ọdụ n'ukan, because there are some laws. If ọbụla nọ n'ụwa nwe law, everything that is in this world, it has its own law, and that law we must actually make sure that we bring it in for something to happen. So our heroes and heroines on the 30th of May, we will recognize them, we will remember them, we will appreciate their work that they have done for us, we will appreciate their resoluteness, and we will also pray that those of them who fought gallantly, uncompromisable, may their spirits continue to guide us and strengthen us as we are embarking upon this mission to finish what they started. So, and while you are doing it, you are also honoring the sacrifice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He is our present hero, and we honor them. It is very, very important. So, coming to the information dissemination in IPOB, it is very, very important for people to understand that the only thing that these people use to actually destroy every group that is very, very formidable, it is through what is called factionalism. They will introduce something that will be behaving like you. You will be thinking that these are the people, my people. And you will be blindly and following them, believing they are doing something good. Just like you have seen what is happening in our struggle. Immediately Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was captured, autopilot emerged. From autopilot, they left those who are the enemy that we focus on. They left them. They started focusing on our people, fighting against our people, fighting, turning brothers against brothers, from the bush to everywhere. They did it just because so many of you does not understand what they are doing, because you don't understand where your information is supposed to be coming from. Yet you know what has been keeping the struggle going under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is command and control, C&C. It is something that made the struggle to continue, where to actually arrive where it has arrived today, rather. So our information comes from Radio Biafra, which is where you are hearing my voice now. Our information comes from there, or our information comes from our media publicity secretary, Emma Powerful. So otherwise, we also have media warriors whom, when this information come by, we share it across the social platforms. So it is very, very important for you not to be confused, because even God said that He is not an author of confusion, which means He does not entertain confused people. We must not be confused. We have one information center. Through Radio Biafra, through our media publication, through media warriors, which those media warriors who are actually committed to the IPOB structure called the DOS, Department of State, because that is the leadership of IPOB, the body of the leadership. That is the legislature of IPOB. If those people cannot be respected, it means Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot be respected. Just like you have seen one of these guy who was speaking, saying he's an autopilot lawyer. And then you ask yourself, who is going to be a lawyer in Nigeria? A lawyer in Nigeria, license issued in Nigeria, and he come in front of Supreme Court of Nigeria, which we know that freedom of speech is not even allowed. Talk more of, making a mockery of the zoo. That a lawyer will come and be saying that I am an autopilot lawyer. We are going to dismantle this zoo called Nigeria. Holding the same zoo called Nigeria license of practice, law license. From there is when I listened to that, I said that these people have actually taken Biafrans for a joke. They have seen you as somebody who does not have sense of humor. You don't have sense, you don't reason. That is the reason why they will tell you they are thinking for you. How can you see something like that, you will believe it? These are criminals. That is the wrong, where you will get your information. Then after that, the criminal, which is the chief infiltrator in Finland, came up to say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sent a message. Why are they not talking about it? But he did not say the message, so-called message he claimed that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sent, so that you will believe he has a lawyer for you. That is giving you wrong information in order to exploit you. Western agenda. Everything they are doing is all about Western agenda. Once a faction is actually created, once they start calling them, these are faction, they know that they will actually get the minds of many gullible people. The reason why Africa is so broke today, the reason why Africa is a third world country, or third world continent, it is because of our gullibility. We have what it takes to be great, but we do not know the value because we are gullible, chasing after paper. And that is the same mistake many of you who derail are chasing after. Once they show you paper money and in million, you will start talking from both sides of your mouth, forgetting what you are here for. Next, you will start selling lies to people. Information dissemination is very, very important for us to understand that our channel is one and only Radio Biafra, enacted by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, where we get our information that is going to get us Biafra. Don't forget that these people were trying to push us to fight, go into a war that we were never prepared for, so that they will call you the aggressor. Britain might give Nigeria, might even give Nigeria a shadow long-range missile to clear us up. And because you are aggressor, they will call you miscreant, aggressor. So that is the agenda of this autopilot. You cannot afford to go to unprepared war. That is what Nigeria government is pushing you. That's why they're delaying Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to see if you will go for unprepared war. We know all the stunts they are pulling. We know all of them.
Conclude, please. We have another one topic. We have to conclude.
All right. So, it is important for you to know
that our information comes from IPOB, Department of State, and the Information Center of IPOB through our Publicity Secretary, our Radio Biafra. Don't forget, IPOB does not have any faction. It is the ones they are portraying to use them to exploit your money, enrich themselves while killing you, reducing your military power. Thank you very much, Biafrans.
Thank you, my comrade. Mazi Alozie, please use 5 minutes and treat number 2 and number 3, please. Because we still have one topic to go. We have to leave there by 6 something. Mazi Alozie, you mute yourself, no?
Okay, Mas, thank you.
Number 2
Thank
and
you
number
so
3
much.
together, please. Yeah.
Okay, so let me start with number 2. But if you are joining us, you are still joining us. This is Radio Biafra, and this is our Tuesday broadcast, and we do it every Tuesday. You tell everybody listening or everybody around you that every Tuesday we are here picking up important topics to discuss. So today I'm going to talk about the importance of Heroes Day celebration. So the Heroes Day is people normally every country, just like people normally say, every country normally celebrate their Heroes Day. Every country. So we Biafrans, we also celebrate our own Heroes Day. And Heroes Day is always important. Most of us don't understand. I love the area Mazi Alozie went. I love the area you went because the area is always, when you don't celebrate the Heroes Day, an area for extra people, then they will come back to haunt you. That's exactly how these things normally go. And most people don't really understand that sometimes, in those days during the Biafran War, a lot of people weren't buried properly. Let me start with the time. Let me start with the time our people fought with Nigeria. There are people that fought with our people that fought in the military. They were soldiers, they were Biafran soldiers, but they died during fighting. They died in the bushes, and when they died, our people did not bury them. They just collected their gun and submitted back there to others and told them to continue moving. Because what they want is survival. What they want is our people to win the war. So they died in the bushes. Nobody gave them burial. Some of them were eaten by wild animals. Some of them were eaten by birds and all those things. They weren't given any burial. There are also, during the program in the north, we know how, most of us did not even understand the program and what happened during the program in the north. In Kanu, many of our people were driven from schools, children driven from school, cut into pieces. Nobody gave them any fitting burial. Most of them ran away, and on the way, they were killed. Some were thrown into Benue River. A lot of atrocities happened. And all these people, none of them were given enough burial. There are also some of our men that were killed during all this attack in Onisha, attack in Headbridge, attack in Emene, attack in Aba, attack in Omaya. All these people, some of them were killed. The Nigerian soldiers that killed them just poured acid on their body. And when they poured this acid on their body, they threw them into many places. Nobody gave them repeating burial. So these people have sacrificed enough for us as as heroes they have sacrificed the ultimate price. So this is the time for us to remember. This is the time for us to conduct some lectures, conduct some solemn moments, light candles for them, do a lot of things for them in order to remember them. So wherever they are going to feel that they are being remembered. And when we do this, we have put their spirit to rest. Because most of us, when we embrace European culture and a lot of things, we think that that all those things that made us different is no more there. We think that the spirits of our ancestors are no more there. These things are there, and they will continue to be there. Whether you are a practicing Jew, whether you are a Christian, whatever you are, you can never run away from your ancestors. They are there. All the things we use, the separate places we observe, all those things can never make you a sinner. It is because we don't understand all this. When we talk about our people, our heroes, some of us will never understand it. And let me say it now. That particular day, that 30th remains a sit at home for every Biafran, because when you sit at home, you will be able to reason and think about what's the effort of these people. And let us not forget. Now, this sit at home is a recognized sit at home given by Ipob leadership. And whenever we put this type of sit at home, Nigerian politicians, Nigerian soldiers, Nigerian government, police, we try to do a lot of things. I am saying this thing for those that we neglect this sit at home. I'm saying this thing for those that we say, let me come out. Listen, IPOB will never come out to tell you, sit at home. Sit at home. They will not do it. Those soldiers that want to blackmail IPOB will come out to do it for you. That's why whenever IPOB say, sit at home, sit at home. Whenever IPOB did not say sit at home, do not say it. Do not say it. Giddy giddy boom, where's it? Because when they come out, when you decide to do one or two things and come out and you are on the road, they come out, the soldiers will open fire on you. Remember, we have trigger-happy policemen. They will just open up. Before you know it, they will announce that while enforcing sit at home, IPOB did this or that. Every Biafran, especially those in Biafra land, should, as a matter of fact, stay at home. Avoid anything that will make the zoo to burn markets. Avoid anything that will make the zoo to kill anybody and say, we don't want to lose any life. We don't want to lose any life. Also, those that are not in Biafra land, you also understand that you are a Biafran. You understand that you are a Biafran. I know that those in Europe and other places, they are already preparing some symposium, a lot of things, in order to show their children there, in order to show people they are living in their country, that they have heroes that stood for them, heroes that did a lot of things for them. Then you that is in other part of the zoo, it is also time. It's also the time for you to recognize that today is the time for you to recognize your heroes. It will not even take anything away from you. To stay back and stay in your house and meditate on these things. Let it be a day you tell your children stories of things that happened in those days. Let it be a day you come to meditate even on your own self. Start thinking about, because these sacrifices, when we look at it, we think that these sacrifices are just little sacrifices. It is never little sacrifices. It is not easy for people to die. It is not easy for people to go to prison. It is not easy for Mazi Alozie to stay there while we are doing our businesses, while many people are many places doing a lot of things. Mazi Alozie has been there for 2 years now. For you, he is also sacrificing. People like Christopher Okibo, he is a writer. He sacrificed. Sacrifice. A lot of them did all these things. So why can't you give a day for them? Why can't you give a day for them? So try as much as you can to sit at home that day, remember the dead, and give them their respect. Now I'm going to also talk about the need for Biafrans to know the Ipob chain of command and the right channels from information dissemination. So this also is important. It's very, very important for every Biafran to know this, because confusion have come from many places. Because let me tell you exactly what happened. Now, if you check the handle of everybody that has been with DOS, the Ipob leadership, you will notice that Facebook will continue to suppress them. Facebook will continue to keep them at bay. If you also watch Twitter, go to Twitter and see the handles of those that are shouting obedience. You will see this thing growing. You will see their handle growing. If they make one post, one tweet, you will see like 20,000 people have already seen it. 50,000 people have already seen it. But say something about IPOB, about Biafra, you will notice that a small persons have seen it. This is what we are fighting. Remember when they said that they will destroy Radio Biafra. Remember when they said this? They said that nobody is listening to Radio Biafra. Do you know what? And Radio Biafra page have died. Do you know what they did? Radio Biafra page is a page that has 600,000 followers. And these 600,000 have remained like that for a lot of years. Yes, what we have more than 70 million Biafrans. We have more than 70 million Biafrans. Yet this thing have not grown since then. What they did was to bring down the reach of that particular page and make sure that nobody sees the page. Unless you search Radio Biafra, you will never see it. This is what they did. In order to give infiltrators the room to say that nobody is now listening to this, so that they will fool you. That's how some of you derailed. That's how some of you started listening to a lot of things, a lot of stories. Why is it that people will tell you, bring you in one place where they are drinking palm wine, and they will be telling you stories? You are the Biafran, you cannot reason. Somebody actually said before that Ojukwu sent people, that we already have soldiers. They are in America, they are in Israel training. Ojukwu sent them in 1960 something. I asked this person, how is it that soldiers Ojukwu sent? You are waiting for these soldiers to go. I asked him, how old are these soldiers when they were sent by Ojukwu to Israel? And he started thinking. I said, tell me now, if they are 15 years when they sent him, imagine how old they will be today. You are still waiting for these people. If there is even anybody sent to that place, you are still waiting for these people to come today to be to fight for you. And they were thinking that they have soldiers. These are the lies of Wazirike told them, telling them that what they call him, Bush will come to Umaya, Bush will come to Okigwe, Bush will come to Olu, this and that, lying up and down. This is the same way they brought infiltrators to keep lying to you, to tell you 150 days will bring you Biafra, to tell you that they are bringing you worship, and you are thinking, to tell you that they are taking over ESM. Do you know what it means? Discipline means to soldiers. Do you know what it means to them? Do you think that they can just push allegiance to anybody? Only a hungry man will push allegiance to non-existent person. So information, every Biafra must know that the channel of information is the DOS. The IPOB press releases. The IPOB media warriors. And let me tell you what you're supposed to know. Any day I stopped, or any media warrior stopped listening, stop taking order from the chain of command, know that person is no more. Don't fight for the person. If it is me, don't fight for me. Because I don't know the reason why you know that this person are no more taking order from the chain of command, and you are defending him. You say, I will continue to defend him because you love him. No. Every Biafran should know when you call off your law, because we are not emotional in this struggle. Any day you see me not taking order from the DOS, or you see me not obeying the DOS, you are not supposed to give me the second thought. Know that this person is no more with you. You move on. You move on. Biafran struggle abroad on no. This is exactly. So know when anything Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it. Anything you have not heard from Radio Biafra is not true. So any IPOB has no way giving you placard, placing it on you, or threatening you on all those things. IPOB have no time for all those things. What IPOB does is they make a press release just like they did about 30X, just like they have been doing. So let me end it here so that I will not take much time. So thank you and God bless you as I wait for another time to speak.
Yeah, Mazi, move to yourself. We will see the second topic, last topic. One that I will be appearing here. Come and break it up for them. Number 2 and number 3.
Okay, ndị be anyị abịakwanụ m ọzọ. This topic number 3, ihe a na-ekwu, number 2, number 3, ihe a na-ekwu bụ this Biafra this Heroes Day celebration. Ihe a na-akọwa bụ ụbọchị anyị ji echeta ụmụnne anyị nwụrụ anwụ n'agha Biafra. Ịma na-asị na ọ bụrụ na ikwu amaghị ibe ezi ya. I really thank God. Ekelere m Chineke otu o si wee nye anyị mmadụ dịka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because ọ bụrụ na ewezuga Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, amaghị m ihe mụ na gị na-abụ ka ala ị na-eme tata. Amaghị m, because ị na-anya ịfụ dat na ọnọdụ ka akpapụrụ anyị nwa akpapụ n'akụkụ. Ọnọdụ ka azị ka akpapụrụ anyị niile akpapụ. Ị na-anya ịfụ dat n'ụwa niile na-echeta ụbọchị ọnwụ ụmụnne ha, ma ndị zoo ha na-eme, ma obodo niile. So nke anyị agaghị apụ iche. Ewezuga mmadụ dịka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu bịa wee kpaziere anyị ya bụ ihe, anyị aka alụghị ịma ebe ihe na-eme anyị isi, because a na-aba anọkọta youth of 30 years agbabiri n'ike nwụọ, nwa 28 years anwụọ, a na-asị gịnị kpatara ọnwụ a, amaghị ihe bụ ya eje. Ọ because of ụmụ ihe anụnwa. Ọ bụrụ na ịma ha akpaziere gị malụ. So ụmụnne anyị nwụrụ anwụ maka this Biafra struggle a, nwere onwe Biafra, maka na mụ na gị na-abụ kịta otu ị nọ na asị gị gụpụta bịa nwụchitere m ọnwụ, ihe ekwe, onweghị onye asị nwụọ na anwụnụ. Mana ndị anụnwa were isi ghọọ mgbọ. A lot of them ka agbagbu. A lot of them pụtara na-ekwu eziokwu, na-asị na mmegbu a na-emewu Biafrans na ọ dịghị mma, agbara ha tọwọ ọha ncha bụ ịnụ ọgụ Biafra. Ma ndị nke nụrụ agha, onwe mgbe a nụrụ agha Biafra, ndị ahụ niile egbuchachichara mgbe ahụ, ọ pụtazie nnọọ ọdụ nnọọ ka ya asị na anyị gbaketara ha niile azụ. Ọ dụzie nnọọ ka ọ na onwezi ihe anyị ji ha wee kpọrọ, maka na o nwere otu mmadụ ga-esi nwụọ, ọ bụrụ na akwaghị onye ahụ ọ na-awa n'afa, eje jube ese ọwa n'afọ, asị na onye dị otu a na-akwaghị akwa, anọ na-enye nsogbu. Ọ that same thing na-eme anyị today. Ya kpatara Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wepụta wee sị dat na ụbọchị dị otu a, dat na-aga na-echeta ụmụnne anyị ndị nke egburu n'ike. Ihe a abụghị azin ọnwụ ndị nwụrụ abụghị ọnwụ chi ha, egburu ha n'ike, ewepụrụ ndụ ha n'ike. So o nwere ihe bụ dat na-egburu mmadụ n'ike, nwee ihe bụ dat na mmadụ nwụrụ ọnwụ chie. So ụdị ndị dị otu anụnwa ka a na-asị gị, maka na nye ya ha pụtasị gị nọrụ n'ụlọ just like that, anọkọta amawaka sit at home 4 days 5 days. Ịjụọ gịnị na-eme ka ihe eji sit at home, onweghị. Why ejizi wee sị anyị sit at home 5 days, asị gị nothing, pụta agbawuo ogo sit at home. So ụmụnne anyị a ndị a nwụrụ n'ike anụnwa, ọnya ka eji wee sị gị na ọ bụrụ na ọnwa agba 30, ọnwa anyị nọ n'ime kịta, ọnwa Mee anụnwa, na ọ bụrụ na ọ gba 30, onye ọbụla nọdụ n'ụlọ ka akwanyere ụdị ndị dị otu a ugwu, ka eruberu ha isi, ka akwanyere ha ugwu, gosikwa ha datụ na ọnwụ ha na-ewute anyị, na otu ha si wee nwụchitere anyị ọnwụ, ka o wee dịrị mụ na gị na-abụ na mma, na ọ dị anyị mma. Because asị mụ na gị na-abụ nwụwa, onweghị onye ji ekwe nwe onye ọbụla ahịrị. So ọnya bụ datị na ha na-ekwu ka onye ọbụla ụbọchị Mee 30, ọnwa agba 30, onye ọbụla nọrụ n'ụlọ. Ọ bụrụ nri ka ị chọrọ isi ụbọchị ahụ isie, nke a bụkwu nke mee gbawa chakịrị nyere ọmama mmiri enu si datịna ya apụta na onwe ihe gbasara Biafra. Anwa afụ gị, onwe ihe gbasara Biafra. Mana nna gị ha nụrụ agha Biafra, mana nne gị na-anụ agha Biafra, mana mgbe a mụrụ nne gị nwa ihe bụ Biafra. Ị pụtazie kịta anụnwa maka na ị na-eneghị anya gị na one politician na-eme enyi, ị mara that na Biafra is nothing to you. ọ bụrụ na ewegodo ala dade sị na ịpụtara mmụọ kutuo gị na-eje bikos ụbọchị ahụ bụ ha nwee ekwuo na ịma na ihe ọbụla ekwuru n'ụwa azin ihe ọbụla ekwuru n'ụwa ekwuo na mmụọ so otu esi wee declare this May 30 na that no ụbọchị anyị je cheta ụmụnne anyị nwụrụ anwụ n'agha Biafra ndị mmụọ ewerugo ha nwa bụ ndị ụmụnne anyị a na-echeta ha eweru asị ụbọchị ha so ọ bụrụ na ịpụta ụbọchị ahụ ihe ọbụla ịfụrụ n'ilo iweru ọ gbasalụghị onye ọbụla maka ọ na-abụ ihe emehụ ndị be anyị anaghị amụrụ akọ ọ bụrụ na ihe emehụ agwa pipụ anaghị amụrụ akọ so ụbọchị ahụ ihe ejidekwa ntị ihe eji sị gị nọrụ n'ụlọ ụbọchị ahụ bụ maka ụmụnne anyị nwụrụ n'ike maka ụmụnne anyị egburu egbu ma ndị nke daazị ma ndị nke anụ ọhịa dọwuru n'ime ọhịa ma ndị nke akwari n'ime moto ma ndị nke atụgburi n'ime mmiri ma ndị nke Nigerian gọọmenti ji egbe wee gbawu ndị dị otu anụnwa ka a na-echeta ụbọchị ahụ ya mere eji sị gị ụbọchị ahụ apụta n'ilo kwanyere ha ugwu ka a sọpụrụ ha ka ha wee makwadat na anyị azị na anyị na-echeta ha ka ha wee kọntinu jisi ike na anụrụ anyị ọgụ anyị na mmụọ maka asịgụ ahapụgo na-agụ n'ụwa ọgụ mmụọ ihe menwe ihe dị na ya ihe ha anụ ọgụ mmadụ na ọgụ mmụọ so ekele ọrụ eke anyị nọ n'elu na kịta na-anụ nke dị ebe a ha nwa na-anụrụ anyị nke ọzọ na mmụọ maka na asị na mmụọ na-akọntrolu ife spiritual control physical ọ ihe a na-ekwu ka ọ bụ den ọzọ dịka ka nwanne tọpik nke ịtọ a na-akọwa dat na ka onye ọbụla rie adụdụ onwe ka ị marụ mgbe ị na-adafu n'ihe gbasara iwu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tiri anyị bikos ị na-anya tata ịfụdat na obodo ọbụla nwere iwu jikọta ha nọ obodo ọbụla nwere chain of command jikọta ha niile ịbata na ọganizeshọn ọbụla ọ bụrụ na enweghị iwu etiri ma na ọganizeshọn ahụ na onye na-aga ọfụma ịmalụ mgbe ibidoro na-agafe malụ mgbe ọ ga-aba adụ ọgọ dị ichighata azụ fọ ndị nke ọ ga-abụ ha na-emefie ịkpọchighata ha azụ ha efilu wedat na ị na-akparị ha ịmalụ mgbe ibido na-aga astray isenata aka na ụfọdụ ihe ị na-eme ọzọ dịka nwanne ịmalụ mgbe mmadụ pụta abịa tụwalụ gị asị bikọs ọ bụ dat niile efolo ndị IPOB na-ege ntị ihe Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kwuru mgbe ni gara aga ị kwesịrị ịma mgbe mmadụ bịara ịghọrị gị mgbe mmadụ pụtara ịtụrụ gị asị mgbe mmadụ bịara ime gị omume mmegharị anya ka e wee ghọrịa gị just like otu ụmụ boys akịta egbu na Anambra steeti ụbọchị a si wee pụta chịkọrọ akwụkwọ na-eke ụnụ ndị niile ha na-eke ụnụ akwụkwọ egbusichago ha otu a ha si wee pụta chịkọrọ akwụkwọ na-eke ọ bụrụ dat na ịbụ onye dobere ntị n'ala bụ onye dobere onwe ofu ebe bụ onye ma ihe a na-akọ ị kwesịrị ịmadat na ụdị ndị dị otu a bụ ndị oshi na ha na-ezu ohi na ọha nwa bụ nsogbu anyị na-enwe ifune mgbe ejidebere Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ebe niile jụrụ oyi ihe niile na-aga n'anya mana ngwa ha dị n'anya fọdat na-ejidere Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ha niile jụọ ọhịa onye ọbụla ju ụzọ na-egwu wayo na-ezuso oshi na-egbusisi ndị mmadụ ụdị ndị dị otu a ọ bụ dat niile esonye n'ihe a na-eme ị kwesịrị ịma na ndị a bụ ndị oshi so ihe a na-agwa ụnụ bụ dat na IPOB ihe ọbụla na-enụhụ na igwe okwu a nji ekwu okwu kịta ebe akịta ya na-anụ onu nna ihe ọbụla akọkọtara akụkọ gbagide gị okwu si gị mee nke a mee nke ọzọ i wee bịa n'igwe okwu a ịnụgaghị ya n'ọnụ anyị ịma dat na ihe ahụ bụ asị ịbịa na social media today enwere lot of anyị niile na-ekwu okwu anyị ka nkọ Nwada Chalugo na-ekwu Prince Darlington na-ekwu enwere lot of people na-ekwu okwu n'ihu akwụkwọ anyị ka nkụ so ọ bụ dat na ịma ha anyị oke bịa na dis channel ebe a kịta ya na-anụ onu m ige ntị ihe ọbụla ị nụrụ ebe a ị na-eme ndị na-ekegodo akwụkwọ ha chịrị akwụkwọ bịakwutego isi ha one ịnụ na ịbịa ha n'ebe a gị ọ bụrụ na asị ọ bụrụ na anyị agwaghago dat na o nwere akwụkwọ ekere ị marụ dat na-asị ka ọ bụ and bifo anyị na-abịa ebe a agwa gị okwu bifo a na-asị gị ogo nọrụ n'ụlọ enye enwenahụ ihe melụnụ enye enwenahụ ihe gbara ọkpụrụkpụ eji maka e wee sị gị ogo nọ ya n'ụlọ ndị IPOB enweghị ike jos ịpụta wakapụ ọnụ sị gị nọrụ n'ụlọ 3 days na anyị chọrọ ka onye ọbụla nọ ya n'ụlọ without ịgwa gị ihe merụ eji wee sị gị nọdụ n'ụlọ donu biko ka ụnụ marụ mgbe a ghọrịbara ụnụ ebe a bụ the only channel ebe IPOB na-abịa agbasa ozi onwe ihe ọbụla a chọrọ ime na be anyị bụ Biafra land ebe a ka a ga-abịa gwa gị ya ihe ọbụla ịnụghị ebe a bụ asị onye ndu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-ekwu ya ekwu kemgbe na-amanya bụ ọkwa sigo ihe ọbụla ịnụghị na redio Biafra ma na-asị ka ọ bụ so donu biko na ụmụnne m ka anyị jikọta ọnụ ka anyị chebe mgbe Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta maka na ọ bụrụ na ọ pụta ihe dị ọkụ ga-ajụ oyi ọnwa agba taatị onye ọbụla nọrụ n'ụlọ ọ bụrụ na ị na-egwa nwanne gị emene dat na nwanne gị ọ na onwe ha ntị ọ na ọma ha ihe ọbụla ị nụrụ kịta na-ekwu jee gwa nwanne gị maka ndị ga-eti ngalụ mmalụ maka na ngalụ mmalụ na-ekpe azụ donu bikonu ihe a bụ ihe m sị ka m gwa ụnụ biko ihe m na-ekwu tata bụ dat na ọ ga-adịrị onye ọbụla na mma fonu m anyụwago onye afọ tata ka agba mbọ fri echi mụnwa na-achịkọtazi bikonu ọ bụrụ na ịnụ ihe ọbụla n'ebe a ịgwa nwanne gị si anya nekwa ihe ndị IPOB kwuru na ha asị dat na ọnwa agba taatị na-eyi anọ n'ụlọ ana ihe mere eji anọ n'ụlọ abụ ka echeta ụmụnne anyị nwụrụ n'ike ndị nke agbawuru ndị nke nwụrụ maka nnwere onwe Biafra n'ụbọchị eji echeta ha ka akwanyere ihe ugwu maka na ọ bụrụ na akwanyere ihe ugwu ọ na-ada emebibi ihe ọ na-ada awaba n'afa so ọ ihe ị ga-agwa ụmụnne gị ndewonu ka emesịanụ
nwaada achọrọ ogo bifo ya fon gị anyụkwara ya pee gwana ụmụnne gị ka ha nwekwa ige na-akpọkọla acha na-akpọ na-emekwa twit taa kwa twit uze ọla ọkwara ha
biko unu madat na o nwere nọmba ewepụtasịrị mgbe niile gara aga wee sị na ọ bụrụ na ọ gbajuo ụdọ ọrụ gị onwe ebe ịfụrụ a na-egbu nwanne anyị onwe ebe ịfụrụ a na-atụnye ụlọ ọkụ onwe ebe ịfụrụ ndị Fulani gọọmenti na-eme mkpamkpa na anaba anyị gụtụtụrụ ekwentị kpọọ nọmba ahụ donu biko kaba na-ahụ na-akpọnya bụ nọmba n'ọdụ oke mkpa onwe ebe ịfụrụ ejidere mmadụ and odoro ya na onye a na-aka ede ọcha ma ọ bụ na ịmaghị ihe onye a merụ iwere fon ozigbo kpọọ nọmba ndị a agwara ọnụ ije n'ihu akwụkwọ dị ebe niile ịbịa na my page ịyafu ebe ahụ na platfọm nkwuchi okwu a kịta m ejekwa na platfọm m tinyere ụnụ dat nọmba ka ụnụ na-akpọ ya onwe ka ihe si wee dị kpọọ nọmba ahụ and tata bụ Tuesday kwa ụbọchị Tuesday ọbụla onye ọbụla na-eje na Twitter jee ebe ahụ na-ede ihe gịnị ka ihe na-ede Fulani government should allow Biafrans to go. Fulani government should allow Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to go. Fulanis should stop killing Biafrans. Fulani hapụ anyị aka ka anyị na they should give us date of referendum. anyị ụbọchị anyị azin ịmago ị na-edegasị ihe ahụ niile ị chọrọ ihe ahụ ị chọrọ n'ime ndụ gị ihe ahụ ị chọrọ ka ọ dị otu azin otu isi ịnakpọ obe nkịta ị na-asị he achọrọ m ka diọkpara njewe obodo oyibo ịmara ihe ahụ ị chọrọ ka diọkpara gị nweta n'obodo oyibo na-ede na that Twitter maka na ebe ahụ bụ ebe mba ụwa niile na-agbakọta ihe ọbụla idere ebe ahụ ụwa niile na-afụ ya ihe ọbụla isi na Fulani na-emego na Naijiria tata ụwa niile na-afụ ya na that Twitter so biko ọnya ka o ji wee dị oke mkpa ịmara ihe ahụ mmegide niile ahụ a na-emegide anyị nwa bụ Biafrans jee na that Twitter na-ede ka anya ụwa niile na-afịa maka na ọkụkọ si na ihe ha ji eti mkpu abụghị ka egbe hapụ ibu nwe kama na ọkụ ụwa nụrụ onye ihe iji ede ihe niile ahụ na Twitter bụ ka ụwa niile fụkwu ihe anyị na-agabiga ọ ya bụ echi ka a hapụ ịta anyị ụta ọnya bụ ihe a na-ekwu donu biko tinye n'ọrụ bikonu unu ndị na-eyuzu nnukwu fonu mebenie bikonu ka anyị maa dat na anyị ọ na-enwere onwe anyị ọ bụcha ka ọ ha nụ m n'ọnụ ngwanụ ka emesịanụ
nwada tenki ịgbadogbo ịgwagwo ndị be ha aghọtago ha anụgwu ya ọ nwekwara jingụl etinyere maka ụwa ndị mba ụwa niile ha ga na-agbọ na-etinyekwana na peji ọnụ ka ọ na-erepit ka a na-akọpị dị nọmba ma Rọshia ma EU ma AU ma Amerịka nọmba niile dị dị a ndewe nwanne anyị ga-afụkwa next week. Thank you. Prince Darlington dike nna ya bịa ka ị pịazie nọmba it is go number 2 gaa number 3 and number 4 and you make your closing remark at the same time. Dike nna ya as in the hot.
Ndewo gene ka nji si na ọ na-eme ihe kwuru ihe kwudebi ya ọkwa ndị Igbo si n'ihe ọbụla a na-eme n'ụwa ọbụla nwaanyị ha soro ya na nwere isi mana nke a nwere isi nwee ma ọdụ. Ndewonu abịakwana m ọzọ ndị ọma nji eme ọnụ ụmụ Igbo ndị nwe m ụmụ Biafra ndị nji eko this number 4 topic m ga-eweli ya mana ka m ga-esi kọwa ya nwere ike iwetu m obere oge and if o kwuru what he says is the need for every Biafran to know the IPOB chain of command and the right channel for information dissemination. Ife nke anụwa na-akọwa. Now, what is chain of command the reason why some of the grammar that they are giving, we are using to, communicate with our people, I like to break it down so that most of the people that are listening to us will understand the meaning of those words. So by the time you begin to explain it to them, by the time you start to, expatiate a little bit or digress a little bit, they will grasp it so tight. They will understand the fact that is buried in that particular word. So chain of command is mentioned here, and it's very, very important that people understand what chain of command means. In a simple definition, chain of command simply doesn't mean much grammar, but let me put it in a way you understand. A system in a military or civil organization by which instructions are passed from one person to another. I repeat, a system in a military or civil organization by which instructions are passed from one person to another. Agagharịa na igwe okwu. Ihe ọ na-akọwa bụ na chain of command na-akọwa ka esi ezi ozi site n'aka ruola aka. Dịka ka ndị Igbo na-ekwu sị na aka nyere nye aka ka aka ji too ogologo. Ha tụkwa n'ilu sị na eriri ma mbụbụ onye kewere ya n'elu. Nya ihe chain of command na-akọwa bụ na nya ka ezi ozi osi n'aka ofu onye bata n'aka onye ọzọ, si n'aka onye nke bata n'aka onye ọzọ, wee bịa luo n'onye ọdụdụ maọbụ onye ikpeazụ ebe ọ bụla ọ nọ, mana ozi a na-esi n'isi were na-agbadata. Ozi a na-esi n'isi were na-agbadata bụ ofu ozi ka ọ na-abụ. Ofu ozi ahụ osi n'isi gagide luo na ngwụcha, onye ọbụla eme gịnị? Eme ya ka esikwu ya aghọta. Ọ ya bụ chain of command. Onweghị onye ga-aghọtafe ibi ya. Onwere onye ga na-aga aka nri, nwanne ya na-aga aka ekpe. Onwere ga na-aga aka ekpe, nwanne ya na-aga aka nri. Onye ọbụla asịsị gawa aka nri, anyị agawa aka nri. Asịsị gawa aka ekpe, anyị agawa aka ekpe. Therefore, what I'm trying to explain here is about chain of command. In a military formation, chain of command is the best, number one law that you must respect as a military man. Once they say eyes right, you see everybody will turn right. If they say eyes left, everybody turn to the left, begin to look at the left. If they say forward march, everybody begin to move. This is simple example of chain of command. I want to use the military formation. Even in our primary school where we are doing march pass, or secondary school where we are doing march pass, chain of command is what is guiding everybody. You may see hundreds, number of people marching. They listen to chain of command. I just want to use it to break it down so that our people will understand what chain of command means. In a march pass, you may have 70 people, you may have 80 people, you may have 100 people. That person in the front line that is leading that march pass is the one that is controlling that chain of command, giving order, and everybody is following it. Without proper chain of command, without people following chain of command, if you say as right, some people will look left, some people will look right. That is no longer chain of command. And when you look at them following chain of command, everything they are doing is in uniform. Have you ever seen Chinese military march? Have you ever seen Israeli military march? Have you ever seen American military march? Once they say move, everybody move. When they say stand, stop, everybody stop. This is chain of command. Because if I don't explain all this before I begin to dabble into the IPOB leadership chain of command, you will not get it right. You will say, no. Chain of command, that is not what it means. But I'm telling you the primary things, the commonest one you can see, and you have also practiced. In the houses where we are coming from, our mothers, our father give the command, our mother pass it to our Diobara pass it to Ada pass it to Onyenkadatro, to the last person, to the youngest one in the family. That is why as you are growing, the children that are growing, coming after you, look up to you because of chain of command. There are some children that they cannot speak, but when they see their father kneel down to pray, their mother kneel down to pray, they will not tell the child to come and kneel down. The child will automatically move, come and kneel down, and do what the parents are doing. That is chain of command in your family. Now I want to bring it back to connect it with what we are doing in IPOB. Chain of command is one of the biggest weapon that we have. That is why Mazi Alozie can say it is one central command, not two, not three. And because of this, a lot of people have fallen by the roadside because they refuse to follow chain of command. A lot of people who think that they have grown bigger than the movement we are all fighting for have fallen. But those that you see that are still listening, following, doing all the needful are those that are following the chain of command. If we have two commands, by now IPOB would have scattered. That is why anytime you see any media warrior fighting against anyone who is trying to be insubordinate or who is trying to divide the IPOB, we fight to the last button. We don't give a damn who you are. We use our last strength to fight you down. You know why? Because the enemies have tried to create a similar command that is fake compared to the command that we are following. The enemies have promised that they are going to create another IPOB inside IPOB. Some of you do not know when they created what they call tripod. They have many names they gave them. And it is not working for them because we are still following chain of command, which is the IPOB leadership. But
remember government in exile too.
I am coming there. So what I'm saying is this: Nnamdi Kanu has been our leader, and he built this movement in a way that even as the enemies are holding him captive in their gulag, as I speak now, that chain of command is what is leading us, in case you don't know. So anybody that wants to go out of that chain of command is automatically trying to be insubordinate. Then the person will go out of the way. For people that are still in the chain of command to continue, we used to have our first Directorate of State leader, Ikechukwu Enyago. He refused to follow chain of command. He was removed. We used to have, what do you call him, Omiomio as the Directorate of State. He refused to follow chain of command, and he was kicked out of the road. Irania was COC, coordinator of all coordinators. He refused. The moment they refused to follow chain of command, they go out of the way. Mazi Alozie was the one who was in charge of Radio Biafra, Trinidad and Tobago. But because they refused to follow chain of command, which says we don't need to name it Radio Biafra International, but Trinidad and Tobago, the moment he insisted with his fellow cohort, Urania and co, then they fell out from the chain of command. What happened? They give way. Now, where is that their radio? That their radio is in the dustbin of history. They couldn't last. Go and check everybody that have fallen out from this struggle, what they have tried to do. If they succeeded, none of them have succeeded. Now, looking at the chain of command in IPOB, there is nothing like government in exile in IPOB. Mazi Alozie have refused, not once, not twice, not three, not four, not 5 times, uncountable times when people brought the idea of Biafra in exile. Go and check Asari Dokubo, Uche Mefo, George Oniberibe, that formed Biafra government, what they call them, government in exile. Did they last? They did not last. Where is Asari Dokubo today? Dancing with Nigerian politicians. Where is George Onibe today? He is nowhere to be found. Where is Uche Mefo today? He is dead. He's dead. What I mean by dead, not that he died in like natural death. That ideology is dead. which was championed by Uchemefo. All the people that have brought the idea of government in exile, that idea died because it's not organic with what we are doing. Now, the Egbelima in Finland have been, pushing himself to be a leader in an organization that he did not form, in an organization that he did not belong to, in an organization that is not even a stakeholder. He want to be the head. He went and carried some criminals and called them ESN because the chain of command says that we have only but one ESN, not two. Then they're going to form his own. I want to tell you that many of those people who have followed Ekberima, so that is fake ESN, that fell out of that are not even in line with what we are doing, are gone today. They are dead today. But the original ESN are still there, fighting to defend Biafra land. What about what did Ekberima say he formed then? Fake, what they call them? Please, Mazoke, remind me. The intelligence department of this movement. What is their name again?
M branch.
Thank you, M branch. God bless you, my brother. M branch. Our M branch is following chain of command. That is to say that every information that is coming to them is coming from one direction. Ebele went to form his own. His fake M branch. Today, where are they? They have gone into oblivion. You cannot hear them again speak. This is what chain of command means. That everybody must follow only but one lane to do what they are asked to do. And that is why when the devil Umahi fumbled, when he posted that he is going to create a parallel IPOB, we were laughing at him because he doesn't know that the foundation of this IPOB was made on a rock which can never be shaken, unshakable ground. And I want them to know that if the people that we are following all these people that are following all these enemies from left, right, and center, claiming that they are still doing IPOB, they are still calling the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If they continue to do that for the next 1 million years, they cannot offer you anything because they don't follow chain of command. They are already out of the structure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu put on the ground. Go and look at the people that have battled Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, call their own radio station, Radio Biafra International, Radio Biafra this, Radio Biafra that. They call it so many different names. But one Radio Biafra that where you're hearing my voice from now still remain the one and the original. That is also part of chain of command. We don't have any government in exile because Mazi Nnamdi, the chain of command have not said so. There is no command that have given us instruction that we are now having another government in exile. None whatsoever. So the importance of chain of command is numerous, but breaking it down for our people to understand that it is only in IPOB, led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which Directorate of State is overseeing every day in day out activity, led by Mazi Alozie in the Directorate of State, can give any command, and we are going to hook it up in chain. When you look at the way chain is, that is how from number 1 to number 2 to number 3 to number 4 to number until the last person, and that is what have sustained this struggle up to this moment. But the enemy tried to put asunder. They tried to create some enemies, some criminals, and put them among us to come and cut that chain, so that there will be no longer one chain of command. But they failed. The chain can never be cut. We are only listening to the only direction, which is Radio Biafra and our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the hand of the enemy. Whatever the people he left on the ground, as our leader says, is what we do. That is why you can never break that chain of command. Because if I begin to tell you what you should do in IPOB without telling you the meaning of chain of command, then I'm not doing it right. So, but now you have no one chain of command means. That is when if you are trying to move out of that chain of command, it is time for you to come back and cue in on that line. Because without that chain of command, we will be scattered. But believe you me, chain of command have done played a great impact in this movement. Now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the fourth and the last and the last topic we are treating today says Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's freedom. Is Nigeria judiciary truly independent? Before I will talk about this, let me just touch one thing I forget to say about chain of command. Radio Biafra is only where we worship and where we listen to and pay and pass information that is now going down to all the media warriors, to all different platforms. Whatever we hear on Radio Biafra, we bring it down to the last person on the ground. That is where you get our information correct. So whatever you hear us, we the media warriors saying, that is because the of us, of we all have said on Radio Biafra. Ima Powerful is our only media head, our only media publicity secretary who speaks, and whatever he says is what the leadership says. Mazi Chikedozie is the leader. So this is how our own chain of command moves. From Mazi Nnamdi to Mazi Chikedozie, from Mazi Chikedozie will pass it through our media publicity secretary, more powerful. From the more powerful, you hear it on Radio Biafra. From Radio Biafra, it goes down to all the people who are broadcasting and those who are writing and those who are sharing. That is it.
Mazi, Biko, hold up, because time is so 7. No, okay.
I'm running up right now. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's freedom is Nigeria judiciary truly independent? Nigeria judiciary is not independent, bro. I must tell you the gospel truth. They are not independent. Nigeria judiciary is already bastardized. It has been bastardized to the extent that even the judiciary itself is crying. Nigeria judiciary is crying that they have killed it completely. How can you tell me that Nigeria judiciary is still what it's supposed to be when a man who have committed no crime was set free by the same judiciary? Then the Attorney General of the same contraption came out to stop that man from being free. It's because the judiciary is dead. If the judiciary is alive, all the lawyers, all the barristers, all the judges will stand up to say, we must uphold this particular judgment from this particular court of appeal. But because they cannot do that, it is dead. So they are not independent. I don't have much to say about it, but the truth remains that they are not independent. And I want to remind each and every one of you that today is our Tweet Tuesday. If you have not tweeted, please go out there and tweet. Because through Twitter, we are writing letters to the international community and it's going to them head to head and they're getting our messages right. Thank you very much. Until we meet sometime again by next week. I remember brought Mazi Alozie Chukwu became a go Biafran Kemba na Biafra and we fen wanine. Ipe Mazi Okwa kazo dia Mazi Soja di meji different. Mazi Okosiwu ekeroro eke.
Thank you, one man. Well spoken. We meet next week again. Judge Money, please, 2 minutes because time has gone. The last topic, I'm not closing the mark. Okay. Well, fearless. Okay, go on.
Okay, Mazi. Thank you. IPOB chain of command and our source of information. That is how we are passing information to our people. Our people must understand that chain of command is even on Radio Biafra. That is where you will see the main chain of command. Whether you are Radio Biafra Motherland, you must root to Radio Biafra London. USA 1, Radio Biafra London. USA 2, Radio Biafra London. Ipob Radio Biafra, it must go to Radio Biafra London. That is the head. Or your channel. Not that you not stand your. That's why when Onibe continue to broadcast with Radio Biafra Extra, he no longer connected to Radio Biafra London, and then Nnamdi Kanu is our leader. No, immediately that one is out. Because our leader warned him from using that Radio Biafra Extra. He continued. Our leader left him. He continued to use it, but the glory left him. Now, coming to IPOB chain of command, information comes from down to up. Order comes from up to down. That is how it gets to us. And our people have to understand this, that if these people, if there is any other people And in short, the highest person that gives chain of command is Nnamdi Kanu. Ask yourself, why is it that that's the people will come and tell you, go to Meme Kanu, go to Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu sent a message to DOS. He sent a message to DOS. Now you understand that there is nothing you can blackmail DOS for Nnamdi Kanu to leave chain of command. They will tell you there is a message he sent to Chike. There is a message he sent to Mapuafu. There is a message he sent to Chinasaworu. Ask them, why can't he send it to them? Because they are sent. Now, you have one of our brothers said, started saying, there is a message Nnamdi sent to the DOS. Why didn't he send it to Eberima? Why didn't he send it to him? But Odida maintains chain of command. He knows he must follow the channel. And that is why our people who are too emotional, they always sell out. If you know how Nnamdi Kanu is working, you will know that he doesn't make such useless mistake. If he gives you money, like he gave Eberima money, he lied to him, he brought an app that will be more powerful than Facebook. He gave him money. Director did not give him money direct. He still followed through people to give you money. So that there will be witness. Most of the times, we don't, if you need witness, we'll give you. Because we follow chain of command from unit to zone. From zone to local government in Biafra land, local government to senatorial, senatorial to state, state to national, national to continental, continental to there. Now, somebody that is a state coordinator will now start fighting national coordinator. Like national did not obey continental rep. Are you mad? You have no business there. It is the duty of continental rep either to report to the HOD or then before you take action on the national. It is not the duty of the state coordinator to say, okay, I will now insult national. He did not obey continental. Is it your business? If Nnamdi Kanu send message that he used to send to leadership, can you filter it and bring out the message? Do you think everybody can filter the message of Nnamdi Kanu? Have you been with him? Can you filter his words? From detention, even coded words, can you filter it? Some of the message you want people to publish, which our leader, there are things, information leadership has here that you did not give to our leader, and he gives some decision. If the thing comes, IPOB leadership will filter it. And now, it is not your duty to fight for Nnamdi Kanu, because he has a means of communicating them, and they have means of communicating him. Now, it is your duty to obey your own instruction given to you at your own point. It is duty of Nnamdi Kanu to punish anybody that disobeys him. Not you. Not you. Chain of command is that you will not jump. Things will happen in the state here. Instead of me sending it to leadership, I will send it to the state coordinator. Though I have contacts, but I will send it to state. If it is something that concerns national, I will send it to national. If something related to state, something that must go to state, if you send it to national, he will direct you to state. If there is something you must tell your local government, if you send it to state, state will turn you back and tell you to go to national and follow local government. That is chain of command. Now, our source of information, Radio Biafra, IPOB publicity and media and publicity secretary. Now, if you come to court, you know that Barrister Joffa is IPOB lead counsel. Now, Professor Ozoko Desan is Nnamdi Kanu's lead counsel. Now you see how it is separated. The very press release you hear from Ejiofor, you don't get it from Ozoko. Do you know why? Ejiofor is talking to you. He's the lead counsel of IPOB, not the lead counsel to Nnamdi Kanu's case. Now you know. Now you can get the message of Nnamdi Kanu from Ejiofor press release, which he sent to IPOB, which Ejiofor represents. Now Ozokome represents Nnamdi Kanu in his case with the federal government. Now you'll get it. Now, through Ejiofor, Nnamdi Kanu continue to tell you that you will continue to abide by your peaceful conduct. It's a message from Nnamdi Kanu. And that is a direct information. Now ask yourself, why is it that Eberima is Then the next day it was announced and they started calling for sit-at-home. Now I asked them, what about the court we went to yesterday? We went to Federal High Court Abuja on our suit about the matters, or what is it, matters arising over the extraordinary edition of Nnamdi, damages, and the matters arising. So that is why we are. Then why didn't they get information and call for sit-at-home yesterday? Is it not through the press release of a Joffa that you got the information that there was a court yesterday? But these are people that told you they can give you information. And I asked them, why are they focusing on information from Nnamdi Kanu when they have vowed that they will not take instruction from anybody in DSS? Why are they still interested? Then the same way they debunked, why are they still interested? That is what we are telling you. Then to free Nnamdi Kanu on the Nigerian judiciary. Nigerian judiciary is compromised, Mazi. They are not independent. They are not competent. Do you know why? This case of Nnamdi Kanu has been severally discharged. Justice Ademola of the Federal High Court discharged Nnamdi Kanu 20th of December 2015. Discharged unconditionally. He was not allowed to go. Justice Donsolo discharged Nnamdi Kanu 2016. He was not allowed to go. Bintanyako granted Nnamdi Kanu bail. They did not allow him to enjoy his bail. Then, current one now, what is it called? Omar Yafadi said that he did not jump bail. He escaped later as a attempt. Did they obey? The answer is no. Then, UN gave order that Nnamdi Kanu should release immediately. Did they obey? The answer is no. Appeal Court Nigeria, Abuja, decided Nnamdi Kanu condemned the way he was brought in here. Nigeria should pay him damages, a compensation. Nigeria, he discharged him and acquitted him. He prohibits him from standing any trial. Do they obey? The answer is no. Then, Nigerian government also filed a self-execution application against a ruling of Appeal Court without obeying the order of an answer is no. Then, Nigerian government also filed a self-execution application against a ruling of Appeal Court without obeying the order of Appeal Court. Self-execution application against a ruling of Appeal Court without obeying the order of Appeal Court is postponed. Why are you postponing it to 4 months? What is more important in Nigeria than the issue of Nnamdi Kanu? Inauguration is useless to compare with the issue of Nnamdi Kanu. The case of Nnamdi Kanu should be handled weekly as it stands. But Nigeria is claiming that they want to pretend. But I still want to remind them here that they have a wound, not wound. They have wounds on their body. And anybody that has even a single wound does not sleep like a baby. Whenever you are sleeping, you remember the wound. Some of our people that have been moved emotionally, they thought that our leaders' issue can be forgotten. Remember when you have a boy on your body? Do you sleep anyhow?
Of course it is. That is why at the going down of the sun and in the morning we will remember them. 67 to 1970. We will remember them. And do not forget, even after this program, you're going to pray over and over Psalm number 1. Tomorrow we pray Psalm number 2 for 150 days. Elohim should bear us witness. People have been saying that Fulani people invaded Ebonyi State. The killings took place in Benue State, actually, but it is our people, Izi people, that should have been in Ebonyi State. But Nigeria made them northern Nigerians. So when a Janjaweed is talking from Sokoto, he is also claiming our people, Izi people of Ebonyi State, that they carved into Benue State. I hope you're paying attention. For those who don't understand why we are fighting this very war to liberate our land. Our people are part of the north. So when they say the northern Nigeria, there are Igbo people who are northern Nigerians. Can you believe such rubbish? Do you see why I had no respect for Nyawodo? He was a learned man. He went to school. He can speak very fine grammar. And I said to him, How can you be your Hanese President General and there are Igbo people in as part of northern Nigeria? How is that possible? In Kogi and in Benue State, how is that possible? If I am to be the Hanese President General tomorrow, heaven forbid, of course, I will make sure that every Igbo person comes under one umbrella until you say you're not Igbo. Easy people are in Benue State and are being massacred. The name of the community is Ubo Enyim Obete in Ado local government area of Benue State, not in our own Ebonyi State. These are our people that they carved into such I sometimes I wonder with our people, such level of injustice, how can you allow it to just pass and do nothing about it? Our people are being killed. Although the place is only accessible through Obala town of a Ebonyi local government area, but the people who are being killed, they said they removed our app from where? It's no longer on Play Store. Britain is working overtime. They said that IPOB Community Radio app is no longer on the Play Store. Of course, it won't be. It's Britain, they have money. How much do they have? They went to Google. Is it not Google that owns Play Store? Go to Google now and write in Nnamdi Kanu on the search engine on Google and see the news you will get to try to poison the mind and the hearts of the world. Now go to DuckDuckGo, you know that search engine. Go to Bing, another search engine. Go to Firefox, go and type in Nnamdi Kanu. Compare the results, you will see. Everything on Google is bad news to portray me as a terrorist, to portray me as a killer. Because Fulani, they are controlled by El Rufai. They have over $30 billion war chest to keep Nigeria one and to be milking all of you. The Chukwu Kikadiam is fighting for us. And they can never win. They've removed it from Play Store. I'm not surprised. This was what I want people to understand, that these things we're encountering today was exactly what they did between 67 and 70. Before Britain kills you with their Fulani slaves, they will first demonize you. That's their classic. I read in Britain, so I know what I'm talking about. I know them very well. They will first demonize you. That's what they do. Very clever. A very clever move. They will first demonize. They will use the media. They will demonize you. They will demonize you. They will demonize you. So that when they come to kill you, nobody will be asking after you. Very clever plan. And that's what they're doing now. Do you know how I knew this? You know, some of you just go through history, you don't do your research. I do research. You know, when they kept calling Ojukwu secessionist, you did this, you did that. I kept wondering. When it occurred to me that this is how Britain operates, I went back to Aburi conference to go and do my research. It was doing the research that it occurred to me that Ojukwu did not actually start the war. It was Nigeria that started the war by firing the first shot at a place called Gekem. If I'm not mistaken, do you understand? Ojukwu went to Aburi to go and negotiate restructuring. Now listen carefully. It was the same Britain that said no to restructuring, because Britain was afraid that with restructured Nigeria, if you take Nigeria back to the regions, the likes of Dr. Michael Obaram and Wolowo and all the rest of them will continue to grow the economy of the South, because as at 1964, 1965, 1966, Biafra land, the East, had the largest and the fastest growing economy in the whole world. Dr. Michael Obaram, may your soul rest in the bosom of the Most High. Dr. Michael Obaram had the fastest growing economy in the whole world. He was growing the economy of Biafra at the rate of 40% every blessed year. Britain wanted to stop it. Are you listening to me? Britain wanted to stop it. That was the reason for the war. Britain went and convinced Nzog, convinced a few other people that things are not working very well in Nigeria, that there must be a coup. Britain, MI5 engineered the coup, claiming that if they overthrow Tafawa Balewa, they will appoint Awolowo as the head of state. Are you following me? That was how we ended up in this trap today. Everything that happens in the zoo, they look for an Igbo man to blame. That's what they do. It was Britain that inspired the coup. A coup of officers from all over Nigeria. They got together, sacked. But some of what they did not know was the target of Britain was Biafra. Not Nigeria. Their target is to stop the economic miracle of Dr. Michael Okpara. Here is a black race doing something that other black people cannot do. Here is a black race with a cement factory, ceramic factory. They had everything. They had Niger steel. They had everything. We must stop them. That was the reason for the war. If you don't know, let me tell you now. That was why they had a coup. That was the reason why. Thank you very much for correcting us. They said that Radio Biafra app is still there. Please do not bring us fake information. Please, I beg of you. Are you following what I'm preaching to you this morning of the 31st when Biafra land is under lockdown? Are you listening to me? Britain demonized to kill. Once the coup finished, they now went to Fulani and told Fulani, the person that killed your revered leader, Ahmadu Bello, is an Igbo man, no longer Niger Delta. Do you see how they flow? No longer Niger Delta or South or Midwest. Is an Igbo man that led the coup, Zogo. Therefore, pour out your anger on Igbo people in the north. They killed 3,000 officers. Everything is in three. We fought the war for 3 years. They killed 3,000 Igbo officers, I wouldn't say just say Igbo, the entire eastern officers in the north. During the initial program in Kanu, they killed 30,000 people. At the end of the program in the north, they had killed 300,000 people. Are you following me? All Britain wanted was to remove Dr. Michael Okpara from power in the east, because the eastern economy was doing so well. Understand this very clearly. And they succeeded. That is why our people should be very, very, and what you do with very carefully, please. You must understand this very, very carefully, because our people don't quite understand what is going on or what these vagabonds have in store for them. Are you following me this morning? Are you following me this morning? We are remembering our heroes, so I have to tell you, I have to put everything into context. Everything. Everything into context so you understand it very clearly. Britain wanted to destroy Biafra, that's all. And for them to destroy Biafra, they couldn't come straight maybe to bomb the house where Dr. Michael Okpara was living. They couldn't do anything. Everywhere, in every parastatal, we were there. That is something that they realized, and they had to stop us. They tried and they tried and they tried and they tried until they succeeded. They convinced Nzobo, you must have a coup. Can't you see how the man is talking? He came here, he was talking only about the north. He didn't talk about you. You people must do something. And they went and they did a coup. Britain now stood on that very coup to plot our elimination as a race. What Britain had in mind was the extermination of the Igbo race, to exterminate us from the face of the earth. But God intervened, and now they're trying it again. That was why they killed Gulag in Owerri. Why do you think they killed him in Owerri? People, you see, I keep saying to journalists in Nigeria, you people are part and parcel of the problem. After politicians, the next set of vermin you have in Nigeria are the journalists. You know, as soon as Katrina Line said she was going on leave, my mind told me that something could be fishy. Something horrible is about to happen. And it has happened. It happened, you know what, didn't it? The same way with 1966. That's how they operate. Demonize to kill. Before they kill you, they first of all demonize you. Do you know what they did? Their so-called presidency, which is Garba Shehu and El Rufai now, that the ones running it, I'm going to lay a curse on them. I'm praying before I lay a curse on Garba Shehu. Nobody hears about their vice president, Yemi Oshibanjo. No, it's Garba Shehu we're listening to. Zoo animals that have no, they have no brain. This UG. They sent out a tweet. They suggesting that Gulag was killed by IPOB and ESN in Owerri. Listen, that's how they go. They exactly what they did with Nzobo. But think that Nzobo fell for it. We cannot fall for such gimmick. This pathetic Nigeria president, so to speak, which is Garba Shehu and El Rufai, said that Gulag was killed by people who are determined to undermine the unity and territorial integrity of Nigeria, which means IPOB. That's what they're saying, a whole presidency of Nigeria. Now, Gulag was killed. Was it on Sunday morning or was it Saturday evening? I don't quite know. How can you, in a matter of hours, you have now decided to tell the world that you know those that killed him? Exactly what Tinubu did in Lagos. IPOB is planning to bomb. IPOB bombed. Exactly because what Katuna Lang said to them is, you must focus on demonization. You people don't read between the lines, but I do. When that demon, that devil that works for MI5, Katuna Lang, she was the one that was against Robert Mugabe. All the time that Britain had issues with the freedom fighter Robert Mugabe, do you know who was in Harare? Katuna Lang, the same woman. Anywhere she goes to, trouble goes with her. Anywhere she goes to, death must come. That's how she operates. Do you know that this man went to Iguacha to go and see Wike, that prodigal son, that idiot? He said, from what I'm hearing, it is serious. The security agencies. The woman never talked about the massacre of innocent people inside Obigbo. The reason why Biafra genocide has not been recognized the world over is because of the United Kingdom government, the British government, because if you investigate that very genocide, they will be implicated. The reason why the Nigerian army believe unit can come today and decide to carpet bomb the whole of Biafra land, nothing will happen, despite having an idiot like Osuji in ICC, is because Britain calls the shots. They will decide which cases these people hear and do not hear. Because if you are a low-ranking officer at ICC, I've been to ICC before, and you raise the issue of Biafra, you'll be sacked. Your manager will call you into the office and pay you to lose your job. You people don't understand that we have very powerful enemies. That is why you must be well disciplined. If you want Biafra, which I know we all want, believe you me, we have to be disciplined. From the men in the bush to the average child on the road, there must be discipline. Without discipline, our enemies will keep undermining us. Do you know when Katuna Lang said she was going on holidays, I knew something was wrong? So it didn't shock me when I heard yesterday that, was it 2 days ago, that Gulag was shot in Owerri. Ask yourself this question: why would IPOB want to kill Gulag? Who is he? Do you know what the papers in Nigeria have been writing, even including Sahara reporters, of all people? Premium Times, Daily Toast. They said Nnamdi Kanu issued a sit-at-home order starting from Friday, the 28th. Do you see how they lie? Do you see how journalists, how black people, you people are evil? Do you see how black people are that I said that the sit-at-home will start on Friday, the 28th? Go to Premium Times, Fulani newspaper, you will see it there. Go to Sahara Reporters, you will see it there. That it is because of the sit-at-home order. Do you see how they planned it? God exposed them. They wanted to kill this man on a Sunday, so to speak. I think he was killed yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Do you know that they wanted to kill this man on the day of the sit-at-home, not knowing that Chukwuka Abiyama is merciful? I shifted it to today being Monday. Do you see how it works? They want, can you imagine if they had any sense? Do you see how God works? If they had any sense at all in their brain, they would have waited to kill him today. He was assassinated by Monguno, El Rufai, Garba Shehu. The person that planned this assassination and cemented it is the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Catriona Lang. They planned to kill him in Owerri, of all places. They planned to kill him during our celebration or remembrance of our heroes. So they will blame it on IPOB and then start killing Igbo people in the north. It's a very simple game plan. Very, very neat and clean. But you know, as they say where we come from, please, I don't know who's going to interpret, not right. Because our hands are clean. This man told us about his killer before they killed him. And I'm going to play his voice for you. After playing his voice, I want the wife of Gulak, Ahmed Gulak, to demand the telephone records of the husband. After all, the record conversations in the zoo. Madam, go and look. Ask MTN, your husband has about 3 phones. He has about 3 phones. Yes? About 3 phones. Ask all the networks he's using to give you his phone records and his text messages. There you will see the killers of your husband. It is not IPOB. Let me tell you what the man said before they killed him. The reason why they killed him, to tell you how evil they are. The reason why I know that Britain is behind this is the way they play. I know they must demonize you. To kill you, they first demonize you. That's how they do. It was this same woman, Katina Lang, that demonized Robert Mugabe. Demonized him before the world. The same woman. They sent him to come and do this. That was why they formed BBC Igbo. Once they gave BBC Igbo, the Katina Lang came to work hand in hand. But they refused, I wouldn't say refused, they failed to understand that our people are naturally intelligent. Biafran people are by nature very intelligent. They can tell when they're trying to deceive them. Let me play you the voice of the man, Ahmed Gulak, that they killed. And in this very clip of his, you will hear the name of his killer that they want to pin Nnamdi Kanu. But I pray 7 times every day. This God I worship, if he cannot protect me, then what am I doing? What is he doing as God? They got the dates wrong. If they had killed him today, they would have blamed it on me. But they got the dates wrong. And they never knew that this video would come out. This is the reason why you must work very hard to ensure the disintegration of Nigeria. Nigeria is an evil enclave. Let's listen to the man that they killed. I wanted to blame it on Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. Let's listen to him.
I want to say what I have been saying over time. Mr. President, remove, arrest, prosecute Major General Ali Munguno, your national security advisor.
Arrest them. So this is this is Ahmed Gulak asking the so-called president to do something. To do what? What are you asking the president to do, please? The man they killed in Owerri, blaming Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB, ESN. The man that they themselves killed. That is the name of the man that killed him. He's about to mention. Listen.
Mr. President, remove, arrest, prosecute Major General Ali Munguno, National Security Advisor. He is corrupt. He is clueless. He don't have the interests of Nigeria and Nigerians at heart. And that Munguno is a hypocrite.
Yes.
If he is the NSC,
Yes.
And he think he have available power within him. Let him arrest me. He is corrupt. He's a thief. He's a problem to the security of this country.
Thank you.
If people are afraid, I'm not afraid.
I'm not afraid. Gulag. He said he's not afraid.
Munguno is only busy stealing the monies.
They killed him because he accused Monguno, the National Security Advisor of Nigeria, of corruption. He said, I am not afraid of you. I don't care what you're going to do. This man called Gulag did not even trust Hope Uzodinma, the man he put in power in Imo State. He did not trust him. That was why he left his hotel without telling any security operative, because he felt that Monguno was on his trail. That was why there was no siren. He took a simple taxi because he feared for his life. Is it that simple? It's not common sense. If a high-ranking APC official can visit a place and refuse every security protocol, it's because he is afraid or in fear of his own life. Have we ever had any encounter with Gulag to make him be fearful of his life? No, is the answer. The person that killed him is here. The person that killed him, he has mentioned his name. But Premium Times, Sahara Reporters, Punch newspaper, Daily Post, these are evil black people writing rubbish. Evil men and women claiming they are journalists. Evil people. The man mentioned his killer. Told you who killed him. But you are so determined because of you want to serve your British masters. You are so determined to pin it on IPOB. You people are evil. Oh my God. I want our Hausa service to translate this very broadcast into Hausa language and play it for Hausa people. We don't know who this man is. He's inconsequential. He's a nobody to us. Intellectually, he's not a force to be reckoned with. I never mentioned his name before because I don't know who he is. But you see, do you see how God will always save us if our hands are clean? He will always come. Do you see how God, in his infinite mercy, told these murderers to kill Ahmed Gulag on a Sunday? Do you see how it works? Our sit-at-home lockdown is today. That's the only thing that saved us. And the existence of this video, where he told them who killed him. But every newspaper editor in Nigeria, including Vanguard, they have collected money. Do you see why God hates black people? God hates because black people are wicked and evil. Look at your journalists writing, look at your journalists aiding and abetting lies and evil. This man made a video and told them to kill him. IPOB. Let us listen once again to what he has to say for the last time, so that when you're reading all those junk, you know what to tell them. Do you see how they want to incriminate us and tag us bad people? If you go to Google now, type in Nnamdi, you will see there that I killed Ahmed Gulag. They are all in it together. They are all co-conspirators, all of them. All of them. Listen. He prayed.
I want to say what I have been saying over time. Mr. President, remove, arrest, prosecute Major General Ali Munguno.
That's the man that killed him. Ali Munguno is the man that killed Ahmed Gulag. Simple and short. Why is it that Nigerian journalists are trying to pin it on IPOB? Why? I'm asking them. Yoruba journalists, why are you people this evil? What type of demon created you people? You have no soul and you have no conscience. Oh God, let's continue listening.
Your national security advisor. He is corrupt. He is clueless. He don't have the interests of Nigeria and Nigerians at heart. And that Munguno is a hypocrite. If he is the NSC and he think he have available power within him, let him arrest me. He is corrupt, he's a thief, is a problem to the security of this country. If people are afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm only afraid of God.
He is saying because he knows nobody can say that I am not afraid if his life is not in danger. Nobody can say that. But that's what he said. Let's continue listening.
Because Munguno is only busy stealing the monies meant to protect us. That is it. And the better for you, Mr. President, remove Major General Munguno. Is the most useless NSA ever produced in the history of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Are you listening? Now, they used Hope Uzodinma to kill him. Hope Uzodinma was the one that lured him to Owerri. Hope Uzodinma, like one more. They used him to lure this man to Owerri. This man was afraid of his life. That was why he refused the police escort. He refused the army escort. He used ordinary taxi. He knew his life was in danger. That is where they want to blame IPOB and ESN. Do you see how evil these people are? How evil they are. But we must continue. We must continue. Because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. This is the same gulag that Okorocha offered money to put his son-in-law, Uche Nwosu, in Ikonso house, the government house in Owerri. The same gulag. All of a sudden, it's IPOB. They chose to assassinate him. They wanted to kill two birds with one stone. We can kill him and also rape IPOB because they could have killed him in the north. They could have used ISIS to kill him. Of which Ali Munguno is a staunch member of, the National Security Advisor of Nigeria. These are people stealing money now. These are the people stealing money. I was told that some parts of Enugu are not complying. Maybe Enugu doesn't deserve to be the capital of anything in this life. Enugu people, you don't deserve to be. How you became the capital of Biafra, I don't even know. Very disgraceful. Very, very disgraceful. No wonder some of you were going to school in Enugu when we were still fighting a war in 1969 and 1970. You were going to school in Enugu. I want Enugu to be locked down immediately. I want Enugu locked down. It is an order. I want Enugu to be locked down. The city itself to be locked down immediately. And the Awusa to remain and the Janjaweed to remain useless people. Lock Enugu down immediately, I said. That is why Fulani can come and kill you at also one, kill you at a Nimbo. You do nothing. You do nothing. Anyway, we'll visit Enugu very soon, and they will see. They will see. The whole Gulag subterfuge is something we Biafrans are used to. Britain wanted to stop Biafra, wanted to stop Dr. Michael up, and all they did was to get involved and a few people to do a coup. At the end of the day, at the end of that process, we had lost 5 million people and counting. That's how they operate. So when they kill Gulag, then Igbos in the north will be massacred. But thankfully, Hausa people have said they are no longer interested in doing the bidding of the Fulani Janjaweed. That's why there's been no killings all this while. Now the Hausa people understand that I am Nnamdi Kanu, I'm also fighting for them. They understand it very clearly. For them to be free from the yoke of Fulani Janjaweedism. They understand it very clearly. The time where you can come with your lies and get away with it is long gone. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. Don't worry, my people. That thing Enugu is asking for, they will get it. They will get it. But of course, it's some of the Enugu is on lockdown. It's the army that is perambulating with Fulani people on motorbike. Enugu is on lockdown. But they'll be dealt with all the same. They will be dealt with. Anywhere that this very order is being flouted today in our land, that place will be dealt with. I assure you. I assure you. There is something I want to point out this very day. The North have issued a statement which I welcome wholeheartedly. Enugu is on lockdown. People should stop lying. You know me, I speak the truth always. They say that Enugu is on lockdown. Enugu is on lockdown. And there was abduction of students yesterday at Imo State University. I hope the Fulefus, you're listening. The army went to a hostel to go and abduct people. I hope you are all listening and following. Tomorrow night you start talking rubbish. They went to a hostel and I want that school to vacate. They must leave the school. Because if you're in school, you know where they're going to abduct you. Fruto, College of Agriculture, all of them. You must leave away. Go back to your parents' homes, please. Or else the army will come there to abduct you. Fulani Janjaweed people, they have said something today very, very critical. They said that we don't want to coalition of northern groups. We can no longer continue to coexist with people of Igbo, especially. Hallelujah. Chineke, in fact, I'm kneeling down now. Hallelujah. Who wants to coexist with you? Janjaweed, who wants to live with you? Why? Because of the death of Gulag. Exactly what they did in 1966. It is a fellow Fulani Janjaweed that killed him. Now they want to blame Igbo people for it. Enugu is in lockdown. I know that Eket is not complying. Enugu is on lockdown. Videos is on Facebook. Because I have to speak the truth. If anywhere is not on lockdown, I have to say it. I don't have time to pepper over to try to cover up our foolishness and idiocy. I have no time for that rubbish. I will tell you the truth. If Enugu is not complying, I will tell you Enugu is not complying. But an overwhelming number of people are confirming that Enugu is on lockdown. It's only a few Janjaweed they hired, those few shiners to be moving about to give the impression that the place is not everywhere. Of course, Anambra will always comply. Anambra will always comply. They are the head now. They are the first son, so they have to comply. They have no choice. They have to comply. Maybe the capital of Igbo nation should maybe not even where move to Anambra, to be honest with you. Because in the new Biafra, we're going to have an independent Igbo nation, independent Ijaw nation. Ibibia will be independent. If it could be, everybody will be independent, autonomous, so to speak. The capital of an autonomous Igbo nation maybe should be somewhere in Anambra State after all. Maybe we'll be making mistakes all this while. They're trying to take it somewhere else. It should be somewhere in Anambra. Because Anambra is the only place, anytime there is a sit at home or lockdown, entire Anambra will be locked down. Ada will comply, but Omaiha will be shaky. Very stupid people. You know, hey, and I didn't believe in a woman, useless to the core. Useless to the core. Maybe we should go back to our origin, which is Anambra State. Maybe Anambra should host the capital of a new Igbo nation. I'm telling you the truth. Because they always comply. The only governor to build the cenotaph is from Anambra. The one we built in Enugu was knocked down by criminal elements. I don't know what's wrong with Enugu. Okay, what is wrong with you people, self? What is it your years? Enugu was the place where they elected a Hausa man as the mayor 2 times in Enugu. God forbid. God forbid. This coalition of northern groups, CNG, on Sunday said the North can no longer continue to coexist with people of Igbo extraction in Nigeria. CNG said the assassination of Ahmed Gulak, a former aide to Jonathan in Imo State, was an indication that the North can no longer coexist with the South. Look at it. But the man told you that it's you Northerners that killed him. He came to Owerri. Those are the men invited him to Owerri. How can we know where he stays? Who is he to start with? Is he an important man? He's not even important. Why should we want to kill him? We are fighting for freedom, not killing people. Only in the zoo that self-determination is a crime. People who did not go to school. They say that Enugu is on lockdown, though. We shall see. Enugu is complying. We shall see. Aguilera is in lockdown. Imo State is under chain. Lock and key. Lock and key. Obo, of course, Imo State is on lockdown. His own one I want to hear about, stupid set of people. His own one I want to hear about, please, because they're very useless. I want to hear about one here, please. Go to Instagram and tell me what is happening in Omwaya. I want to know, because they are known for their very, very stupid Omwaya, very useless. Useless to the core. There's a song I used to listen to when I was small after the war. They used to mention places where they had filling station. The musician mentioned Omwaya. Somebody at the background said, "Who can I lie?" Omwaya has been stupid from day one. I want to know what's happening in Omwaya today. Very, very useless. Useless. What is under lock and key? Enugu is complying, but must be checked. Yes, I want men. Of course, Igbo will comply. The heart of Igbo land. Will comply. Enugu all the time. I don't know what's wrong with you people. You and Omwaya. That your madness will be cured in the coming weeks and days. People are useless. We are live and we are direct, and the whole world is listening. The whole world is listening. I want to read for some of you that believe in Niger Delta South, because yesterday during the get together, I must also commend the World Igbo Congress. They are doing fantastically well. Fantastically well. Fantastically well. Very, very important, please. They say it's in lockdown. That's where I come from. It's very, very useless. Useless set of people. Useless to the core. The money they don't even have. They're running. I want to go to the market and trade. The money they don't even have. Do something to make your life better. They will not do it. Nsoka, of course, Nsoka will comply. They are learned people there. They will comply. It's the Enugu city itself that I'm more worried about. Not any other place. They said Omwaya is on lockdown. Complete, not 12 o'clock, you start moving about, Not 12 o'clock, you start moving about. Complete lockdown, I said, until 6 p.m. Let me try and check. Oh, complete lockdown. Omwaya is on lockdown. Yes, I can say it. Omwaya is on lockdown. Omwaya, my village, is on lockdown. It's on complete lockdown. I can see it everywhere. Till 6 p.m. I said. You know, some of you, it's 4 o'clock. Let's come out and see what is going on. And the stupidity. We must be very, very disciplined. I saw a video, I don't know if it is correct, and I know that our men are listening. I want them to listen very, very carefully. If we are disciplined, we can defeat any army in the world. Discipline is the key. I saw a video, you know me, I don't hide anything, about people dragging bags of onions from a trailer. If we get the name of the owner of those goods that some people were vandalizing, Ipob will pay them the value of a trailer load of onions. I will pay it. We are not doing what we are doing to become lawless or uncontrolled. You know me, I don't condone any act of criminality. I cannot condone it. If you know the name of the person that owns the trailer of onions that was vandalized, bring it to my attention and we will pay them back in full. That nonsense cannot happen again. I've told people before, places of worship is out of bounds. Banks you cannot touch. You cannot steal anything belonging to anybody. You cannot. If you steal something belonging to somebody, be it a bag of onions or tomatoes or yam or whatever it is, regardless of who the owner is, I don't care who the owner is. If you steal anything in the course of this movement, people are going to die as a result of it. You cannot steal one thing, but instead, if you're hungry, if you go into the nearest house, they will feed you. That scene that I saw of a trailer being vandalized carrying onions is a disgrace to our struggle. And I'm going to find those who are responsible for that rubbish and will be dealt with. And I want the name of the man that owns those onions. They will be refunded in full by tomorrow morning. We don't engage in lawlessness. If after the investigations we discover it was the zoo police, you know, that's what they're doing now. The army disguising as police and terrorists disguising as police to do something, then we shall find out and we will know. I don't want any merchant. I don't want any merchant coming from the north to be touched. Never. Don't touch him. Don't touch his goods. No matter what, you don't do it. You don't try that rubbish. I said you don't try it. We are IPOB. We don't try such nonsense. Nobody. If you know the name of the man or the driver of that trailer, you get it. IPOB will refund the full cost of a trailer load of onions. We will pay it tomorrow morning. And I hate criminality. I can't stand it. I said before, no banks should be touched. No church. No mosque. No business person should be touched. No business person should be touched. None should be touched. We know who our enemies are. Not these people struggling to feed their families. What type of nonsense is that? We cannot touch people who have done nothing to us. That is not how we roll. Do not touch people doing their legitimate businesses regardless of where they come from. You cannot touch them. Please. So when something happens, we can investigate very quickly and find out. If not that we know who we are, do you think we would have found out that it was Monguno and Britain that killed Ahmed Gulak, you know what, to make it appear as if it is IPOB, so they can start killing our people? You don't understand that? We cannot give our enemies room to demonize what we are doing. That is why we cannot condone any criminal act. We cannot. And by tomorrow we are going to repay a full lorry load of onions. Money we could have used to do more important things. We are not going to spend compensating the owner of those onions that some fools vandalized. My goodness. There is something that my brother said at Tempulo that I want to read out for people of South, and Niger Delta to understand very clearly. I want to quote him verbatim what he said. The states that make up Niger Delta and why they so-called anybody. If you agitate, if you say I want an Ijaw nation, I can understand that. And I respect it, because after all, in the new Biafra, Ijaw is going to be it's going to be an autonomous nation anyway, with their own flag, national anthem, and everything. If you say I'm agitating for a BBO nation, and I can understand that. But anytime you say I'm agitating for Niger Delta, then you need to explain this to me, please. I'm going to read what our brother said, Tompolo. I have not heard from him in a long time. He now gave a statement, and I welcome it, of course. Now, he said, and I quote what Tompolo said: the continuous running of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, by a sole administrator at the instance of the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Akpabio, is undemocratic and anti-development, hence unacceptable to the people of the region. The people I continue to, I said I'm quoting him verbatim. What I'm reading now is what Tompolo said. The people of the region are averse to a one-man show in a commission that is supposed to attend to the developmental needs of 9 states, namely Abia, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, Imo, Ondo, and Rivers. This is from our dear brother, government, Tompolo. He has listed for you the states that make up Niger Delta. And in that Niger Delta, Imo, Abia, and also a Yoruba state, which is Ondo. So what are you agitating for? Telling me you're Niger Delta Republic. This is Tompolo, a man that I can actually listen to, not the rest of the idiots. I can listen to this to Tompolo. Tompolo listed the 9 states that that make up Niger Delta. And there you have Imo State. You have Abia, where I come from. So I'm also a Niger Deltan. Now do you see the foolishness of the argument? I'm talking about those who that appeared on a program yesterday talking nonsense about Niger Delta struggle. I am also in that very struggle. Because according to Tompolo, here, quoted by Guardian newspaper, is here. Niger Delta is made up of Abia, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, Imo, Ondo, and Rivers. That is why to be consistent sometimes is very, very important. Very, very important. Oh, thank you very much. The Onions video was during NSAS. It's not recent. People should stop putting us into trouble for no reason, please. They said the Onions incident is from end SARS, not now. If it's from now, whichever Alhaji that owns it would have received a refund tomorrow morning. The full cost of the whole trailer would have been paid tomorrow morning. I'll give the order for it to be paid. Niger Delta people. I'm not saying Niger Delta, no. We Niger Delta people. You believe the warrior. Stupidity is a disease. A disease. Look at you, Water. Look at Imo River. We Niger Delta people, including myself from Isama Faruqi Beku. You know why? Not minding our previous stupidity when it comes to the issue of Biafra. I'm also a Niger Delta. Government said it here, Tompolo. A brother and a friend that I like very much. He's here. Because during the Avengers time, this Tompolo, I'm reading his words today, went to a meeting and gave them the order that the release of Nnamdi Kanu from detention is the #1 demand of Niger Delta Avengers. #1. How can I forget them? That is why I fight for all of us to be free. I fight and I struggle. Anytime I remember what Niger Delta Avengers did, what our brothers did on the high seas, for me, I say we must be, let us get Biafra first, then everybody can go their way if you want. I'm telling you the truth. But we must all be free. The #1 demand of Niger Delta Avengers, when a ship was hijacked, everything that they were doing was the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I will never forget. Sometimes I speak in a manner that most of them may misunderstand, but in my heart, every blessed day, I pray for our people from the southern part of Biafra. Let me tell you remind you once again about it. If you are from these states, you are a Niger Delta. Abia, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, Imo, Ondo, and Rivers, including those in Auchi. Do you know about longitude and latitude, the lines on the imaginary lines we have on the face of the earth to pinpoint where you are? You know your GPS. That's what it uses, the coordinates it uses to find out where you are. Look at where Auchi is. Auchi is a Muslim enclave in Edo. Look at where Okwa is. Auchi is in Niger Delta. Auchi in Ondo. That is why the use of states to try to describe or to try to determine the socio-economic composition of a people is blatantly flawed. That is why there has to be a return to the regions. For those of you who are arguing for restructuring, go back to your regions and you see development. That was why Britain destroyed the regions to create states, knowing that states are not viable and can never be viable. I wish him well, my dear brother Tompolo. Okay, see, as you said, you can proscribe an individual, you can proscribe a group, you can proscribe an organization, but it is difficult to proscribe an ideology. For once, he has spoken as a lecturer. that he is. So, okay, Zibaz, how long have you known this? That we are undefeatable. What we are pursuing, you cannot defeat us. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Those of you who are on Instagram, please. On Instagram, please. I need confirmation of where we have compliance and where people are messing up. So we know those we are going to treat. Of course, Auchi is in Edo State. Look at where Auchi is. It's part of Niger Delta. Isn't that crazy? Somebody in Obaru is not Niger Delta. Look at where Auchi is. Look at your map. Auchi is more like north, isn't it? It's more like north. I don't know what they did. Somebody's asking why can't Niger Delta Avengers resume their job? It's because they listen to politicians. Once you listen to a politician, you're gone. Once you listen to them, you are finished. You are finished. Our people must be guarded and disciplined at all times, please. No criminality or ill discipline will be tolerated. If you attack any business or goods belonging, I don't know if I say it now, people start burning their businesses down, asking for compensation from IPOB. I don't know, I'm not going to go any further. You must know that the zoo you are in, they are very good when it comes to propaganda. Please, very, very good. We cannot afford to give them any space or room to portray us in a bad light. Please, we must be very, very careful. We must not give our enemies any reason whatsoever to tarnish our image. Fulani terrorists in the bushes and those in uniform are our main targets. You must understand this very carefully. If this gulag thing doesn't work, they will bring somebody else to kill, to blame it on IPOB. Actually, they will burn our markets in Lagos. They burnt Ladikbo. Was it yesterday they burnt Ladikbo? Because I exposed Alaba, they now went to Ladikbo. It's Tinubu that is doing it. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the one doing it. Any day we retaliate now, people will start talking rubbish. Now that Tinubu is busy burning down Igbo markets in Lagos, nobody will talk. Please, very, very important. There is a video in circulation. One idiot trained by the zoo police to claim he was part of ESN before. We must be very, very careful. I don't believe in mentioning names, but something came up. We had somebody before that put the lives of our people in danger. His name is Uche Lionheart. Anywhere you see him, you should arrest him and hand him over to the nearest ESN command. He was a deep mole within our structures and is directly responsible for the deaths of very many gallant fighters within us. He was an informant for the zoo security agency for some time now. Wherever you see him, arrest him and hand him over to the nearest ESN command. His name is Uche. He was formerly one of my bodyguards. They call him Lionheart. He moved from Obibo into Imo State. He is working for the zoo. He was the one that compromised our structures in Iguacha. The same thing he tried to do in Imo State. We are investigating if he had a hand in the death of Ikonso in terms of giving away his movement. His name is Uche Lionheart. If you find him, you know what to do. He's a traitor. He is a traitor. Very, very important. Of course, Onisha will comply. If you have been dealing with him, Uche or Lionheart, if he's been sending you videos before, you are part of the problem also. Anybody who contacts him, Chineke Namerega Bere, because you are a dead animal walking. He is evil. He is evil. Uche, his name is Lionheart, is evil. He is working for the zoo. He is working for the zoo. He is an enemy. Because of him, we have lost very many people. He is the one that will tell the zoo police where to find our people. He is the one. You send him on an errand, he will set the people up. And that is what he does all. I'm gone. Be very, very careful, please. And I want his pictures everywhere, circulated everywhere. So you know who you're dealing with. He is evil. And you know me, I don't hide anything. If you are within our structures in ESN and you work for the zoo, I will come live on air. I will expose you. I will put your pictures everywhere. Those of them in America that were contacting him before, do you see what you have done? That was why I said nobody from abroad should contact our men on the ground. That was what I said. Now you can see the reason why. Now you can see the reason why. He is evil. Very, very evil. And everybody who's ever dealt with him, you are also a suspect. Right now, because I can't trust you. Uche was a mole and a traitor within our midst. And he's finished. And on that note, we have come to the end of our program this very morning. We must be very, very careful. I want this very lockdown. Sometimes I don't want very strict enforcement of lockdown because I want to see how many of our people are into what we are doing. How many of them willingly accept what we are doing. But all the same, I thank you all this very morning for listening. Do not forget what Biafra means to us. Do not forget the sacrifices of those who went before us. And for their sake, we are going to get Biafra. Chukwu Kikabiama will give us Biafra. From me, from here, with all the love in my heart, this very day, it is. Good morning. Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are. On the face of this very planet, once again, we welcome you to another live, interactive, and enlightening edition of Radio Biafra presentation this very day, the first day of June in the year of our Most High Elohim 2021. The time now is 5 minutes past the top of the hour, wherever you are, 5 minutes past 7 p.m. in the hallowed, sacred, and blessed land of Biafra. The day after our historic and unprecedented lockdown of Biafra land. The day yesterday, that sent a very clear and unmistakable message to our enemies that our people have arrived finally. And our destination is Biafra sovereignty. And as we have embarked upon this very journey, we are dragging other ethnic nationalities with us in order for them to be free as well, not just us. We desire freedom for everybody, not just for Biafrans, but for every component unit in that damnable zoological republic created by a white man for the habitation of animals. We are live and we are direct, and the whole world is bearing us witness. And this evening, as always, I must remind each and every one of you to inform those around you. You must send these links to the ends of this very world, that others may also participate. We are live on a multitude of platforms. We are on satellite, we are on FM in Biafra land and some parts of Nigeria. We are also live on Twitter, on my handle. We are live on Instagram. A lot of you are on Instagram already and watching. I welcome each and every one of you. We are on Radio Biafra app. We are on University of Radio Biafra. We are on Biafra Television. Oh, Canada is too much. We are on Biafra Television. We are on Sweet Radio. We are on Radio Garden. We are on Tuning. We are on Radio Biafra app itself. We are on YouTube as well. If you want to listen to us, you should and ought to be able to do so. Because as I can assure you right now, if you call any politician of importance that you know, they will tell you he's in a meeting or she is in a meeting. Because everybody is listening to us live. Every government of the world is listening, because here they know they get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. There is now a very clear and unmistakable understanding that we are whiter than white and whiter than snow, that our people listen to us. Anything we say is what our people will do. It is now very clear. Therefore, this evening I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to all of you. Not just Biafrans, not just the members of this very noble family, but all lovers of freedom all over the world. Those who are wishing us well, we also wish them well. Those that wish us evil, we also wish them twice the evil that they're wishing us. My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth, as was clearly demonstrated yesterday without any shred of any doubt. It was made very clear yesterday how formidable and how mighty this noble family is. But of course, by the grace of God Almighty in heaven, unto whom every glory and honor belongs to, it is not us that is doing what we are doing, but Elohim in heaven that determined that we should come. I welcome each and every one of you. We are here to preach the gospel of hope, the gospel of redemption, the gospel of restoration, the gospel of renewal, the gospel of liberation. That those who are unfortunately trapped in the zoological republic may be set free without fear nor favor. Here we preach the truth. If you do well, we praise you. You mess around, we shred you. That's who we are. We are not going back. We only move forward because for us, there is no retreat. There is no surrender. It doesn't matter what comes out of the mouth of the Janjaweed. It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter what they write. It doesn't matter who they collude with. They can go and get all the useless, idiotic, gutter Yoruba media. It doesn't mean anything to us. You can write whatever junk you like. It's entirely your business. It has nothing to do with us. Because our hands are clean. And we are marching on relentlessly and resolutely towards this very glorious land flowing with milk and honey, the land of Biafra, the only place in the world where within a proximity of only 60 kilometers, you will see natural gas and oil forming side by side with coal, side by side with white and black marble, side by side with gold, side by side with diamond, for goodness sake. Everything that man can ever desire is in the land of Biafra. That is why the Janjaweed are so desperate to lay their hands on it for their masters, the British. But we have come to do the very right thing, and this evening we shall preach this very gospel as we have been mandated to preach. But first of all, we are going to pray. And as I told you yesterday, today we are going to pray Psalm number 2. We are going to pray for the next 150 days. I want to let our people understand that Chukwu Kikadiama is with us. Before the end of this very prayer session, you will see the manifestation of the goodness of the Most High upon the lives of his children. So that when Biafra comes, you will know who to give glory and honor to. That's what I'm saying to you. Just do as I ask you to do, and you see what will happen. Today we are going to, yesterday we prayed Psalm 1. Today is going to be the book of David, number 2. Today we are going to pray for the whole world to know. And I will try to be as brief as possible this very evening, because I want some of you to speak. Yesterday was our sit at home. I want those that participated, especially those who are at home, to call us later on during this very program to tell us about their experience yesterday back home and what, I love to hear what our enemies are saying. They are filled with shame. Those people that will normally come out, we are directing them not to sit at home. Today they are covered with shame because they can't do it. Even they themselves, they obeyed to sit at home. Mandia Ramad people obeyed. It was only 2 unknown goats that I saw somewhere, which of course I tweeted 2 unknown goats. And I'm sure justice was done in the end because they ended up as a kwabi on somebody's plate. This evening we must pray, and pray we shall. Psalm number 2, please. We are going to the book of Psalm in the Torah, chapter 2. And it is for the Fulani Janjaweed. This is what, you see, that is why Elohim said we should read Psalm from, every day we pray with one Psalm. Today we're going to pray with Psalm number 2. And isn't it very, very funny? It is the day they claim that whoever is wearing the hyper reality mask of the dead Buhari issued a statement through, of course, surprise, surprise, Femi Adesina. He can no longer address people live, and you're so idiotic you don't know the fool is dead somewhere in Saudi Arabia. They're playing with your brains, but you cannot say, of course, you're black people. What do you know? This is your G. Let us pray to the Most High in heaven. I will pray in English language that the whole world may understand the importance and the essence of this very gospel that we have been mandated to preach to the sons of men. Why do nations rage and the people imagine a vain thing? Fulani Janjaweed and their Yoruba friends, some of them like Tinubu. The kings of the earth set themselves and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord Almighty in heaven and against his anointing, Ipob, saying to themselves, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. The same thing that the Fulani Janjaweed was saying this morning. I want people to understand that everything we do, we are guided in the spiritual realm to do that which is right. Today we are reading and praying to Elohim with Psalm number 2, the Psalm of David. And rather, very fortuitously, it is the same day that the Fulani Janjaweed is saying exactly what David was lamenting about in the book of Psalms. We said it yesterday. I did not know they were going to make these comments today. But Elohim that we are praying to this evening, the Alpha and the Omega, Ancient of Days, the Ancient of the Ancients. We are praying on today the prayer of your servant. On the same day that what we are lamenting about with David in Psalm 2, chapter 2. Isn't this our God marvelous? Are you not great? Go and listen to what their coalition said earlier today. Go and go through what they claim their so-called president issued. Of course, is Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed from Niger Republic, wearing the mask because Jubilee ran away. And when I was making this proclamation yesterday, I never knew that events would turn out the way it did today. But it is here. Why do nations rage and the people imagine a vain thing? The vain thing here being that they are planning to crush Biafra, which is uncrushable. The kings of the earth and the rulers of the world, Britain, Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate, you people are holding meetings together, according to the servant of God, David, against the children of God. Psalm number 2. When I asked you to read the Psalm with us and pray it every day, I never knew this was going to happen. You people are holding your meetings together saying, let us destroy Biafra and cast asunder the works of Ipob. And now, the God that I worship, that gives me every revelation before mortals can see it, is in high heavens. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh, and the Lord shall have all of you in derision. The host of heaven shall rise against all of you. It is a divine proclamation. That is why the zoo can no longer be salvaged. It is impossible. So says the Lord of hosts. For gathering against his children, Nigeria will be destroyed. beyond redemption. Beyond redemption. That is the word of God upon which I stand to preach this very gospel this evening. Elohim shall hold all of you in contempt and in derision. The God that we bow before shall destroy all of you that plan and plot against Biafra and Ipob. Then shall Elohim speak unto them in his wrath, and so shall the displeasure of the Creator of the heavens and the earth be made manifest in the lives of everybody who rises up against Biafra. And yet I have set my king upon Zion, my holy hill. I will declare the decree the Lord has said unto me. You are my son. This day have I begotten thee. Are you listening? That we are the children of the Almighty in heaven. And ask of me anything you want, and I shall give it unto thee for thine inheritance. And we, Biafrans, this night, this evening, morning, and noon, we are asking for that which you promised us, which is freedom. Nothing more, nothing less. We don't want the lands of any other people. We do not want what doesn't belong to us. All we are asking for is freedom, not just for Biafrans, but freedom for every oppressed ethnic nationality in the damnable zoological republic. You said that Eastern Security Network is going to break them with a rod of iron. And we are going to cut them into pieces like a broken potter's vessel. And now, according to David, a servant of God, we must now be very, very wise and disciplined. And we are warning every political leader and every judge upon the face of this very earth, because we come to serve the Lord our God with fear, and our rejoicing will be with trembling. When we say we are whiter than white and whiter than snow, is because we worship our Lord God Almighty in heaven, Elohim, with purity of heart. If we Biafrans are not disciplined, if our hands and our hearts are not clean, God will be angry with us the way he is angry with us today. And we shall perish the way we perished between 67 and 1970. If we do not keep our hands clean and stay away from every form of criminality, the wrath and anger of God will be upon us, his children. And blessed shall be the children of God, all those that put their trust in him, as we have done from day one. All this we pray, we ask for, in the name above every other name, now and forevermore. He said, we have come to preach this very gospel. I am sure you have your pen and your paper ready, because we must say that for which we have been born. First of all, I want to commend Biafrans all over the world. Biafrans, not just Ipob family members, but Biafrans all over the world, on a resoundingly successful lockdown of Biafra land. Even those in Igbo running their mouth, like a woman that just had miscarriage. Like Wike, people talking rubbish all the time. Igbo was on lockdown. The banks did not open. The markets did not open. Rather very sadly and idiotically, Channels TV ran to the fool, Mrs. Tambuwal. I was interviewing, he was ranting his usual rubbish. You know, when you take too much Hennessy and cocaine, a fellow man climb you with your face, if pushing your head inside the pillow, you lose every sense of reasoning and perspective. That is what is happening to me. Pillow. Jide your backside now like me. You lose every sense. I say, man. I want to ask you a question. Was OB on lockdown yesterday? Yes or no? And I want Channels TV to listen very carefully because they are foolish. Very foolish. They claim they are practicing journalism. What they are doing, I have no idea. Channels TV, I know all of you are listening. Everybody listens to Radio Biafra, of course you do. I want to ask you a question. Was Obibo on lockdown yesterday or not? And where is Obibo? It's in River State. Is that not correct? Is your village Obibo on lockdown or not? Your village was on lockdown yesterday. Let me put it this way very simply. All the upland of River State, was it on lockdown yesterday or not? Ask any banker you know in Iguacha for the benefit of those who do not know where Iguacha is. It is called Port Harcourt in River State. Ask any banker in Port Harcourt yesterday, did you open for business? Why did you not open for business? Because an order was given. You must stay at home. And that order was obeyed. The idiot came on television. He can't even sit properly like a man because he's the guys who walk a lion. He cannot sit properly. His bottom cannot sit properly. He sits like a woman. Watch him. This is Tambuwal. You're talking rubbish on Channels to let your husband know, oh, darling, I'm here. I'm still fighting the cause. I'm not Igbo. You want to please Fulani? River State was on lockdown yesterday. When the media of the zoo were reporting it, they never mentioned the fact. Let me not say the whole of River State. Let me try to be as objective as I can be. Parts of River State was on lockdown, true or false. Let us go to Delta. I know that Warri disappointed yesterday because our radio there is not working. It has not been working for a while now. Our relay station, we are going to fix it. Let me also ask Nigerian media journalists, all of you, was Ahaba on lockdown yesterday or not? The white man named it Asaba. The name is Ahaba. Was Ahaba on lockdown yesterday or not? Where is Ahaba? In your so-called Niger Delta South and all that rubbish. The capital city of Delta State was on lockdown. Why? Because of a very simple instruction: sit at home. Honor our heroes, and they did. That is why this very evening, having recorded 100% compliance, I salute every Biafran. I can assure you that the spirit of those that served you between 67 and 70 will be rejoicing. Our eternal leader, Nnamdi will be very happy. Ikonso will be very happy. I'm sure by now he would have gone back to dealing with Ibrahim Atahiru. I commend all of you. You were exceptional yesterday. And I must say, and the governors as well. When I say the governors, I know those I'm talking about. Ifeanyi Okowa. I'm talking about Ifeanyi Okowa of Delta State. I'm talking about Ubiano that led the way by building a cenotaph, commendable. In fact, I wouldn't expect anything less because he is from the taproot of Biafra, of Igbo land itself. He is the son, a direct descendant of Eri. So I'm sure he did the right thing. I'm not going to call John Lion Mama. If he does, if he makes one wrong move, I shred him. But when you do something right, of course, I'll commend you. We are very objective here. I want to also remember the speech the interview that Ibazu gave to Channels Television, very commendable, I must say. And also the vibes we were getting from the governor of Enugu State, highly commendable. And the surprising, surprise of all is there for Mahi. He behaved like a man eventually. He behaved like a man, and I must commend him as well. They did very well. And may they continue along that line. I didn't mention the Sarakin Fulani of Imo because he's not a governor. He is an administrator for Fulani people. I cannot mention him. He came out to challenge us openly to say, this lockdown will not hold in Imo State. A 419 that our culture abhors. Do you know that in our culture in those days, if there is any whiff of criminality in your family, nobody will allow their daughter to be married into your family, and your daughters will not be married to anybody else. Are you aware of that in the olden days? All of you now celebrate criminality. You celebrate evil. I look at you and I laugh. In the olden days, it's called hearing to go and ask questions. When you want to marry a girl or a girl wants to get married to a man, they send people to go and ask questions about the family. Therefore, you know the first question they ask? Aburon is Roshi. Does this lineage have criminals in them? Because we don't want our daughter to go somewhere and be giving birth to criminals. All of you celebrate 419 as these days. I look at you and I laugh at you. In the time of the ancients, once there is, a whiff of a word that this family that they give birth to thieves, believe you me, all of that name, that lineage will die a natural death. Because nobody will agree to marry into that family. And nobody will come there to take their daughters. That's how we are as a people. And X419, a murderer and a killer, was installed in Imo State, and he had the temerity. Nobody told him about what has gone before. Now you don't come outside to challenge the will of God. Everything IPOB does is the will of God Almighty in heaven. That is why we pray the way we do. That is why we comport ourselves the way we do. That is why we are whiter than white and whiter than snow. That is why we are without blemish. Insofar as the restoration of Biafra is concerned, without blemish, I'm telling you. That is why everything I say comes to pass. That is why everything that IPOB touches turns into gold. That is we are unstoppable. That's why, despite the fact that politicians do not support us, despite the fact that all the so-called money bags do not support us, today we are the largest, most potent mass movement anywhere on earth. We are formidable. IPOB. IPOB is a spirit. When you provoke us, we turn into monsters. But in the main, we are peace-loving people. Because we are the children of God Almighty in heaven. Without God, how can we be where we are today? I ask you. With nothing. That today we give a command and the whole world stands still. Do you think it is us that is doing it? It is God Almighty in heaven, using us as instruments to make the manifestation of His will upon the lives of His children a reality in their time. That's exactly what we are doing. IPOB is a monster, I'm telling you. I commend all of you. All of you, I commend each and every one of you. Each and every one of you. We are doing that which is right before God Almighty in heaven and the sons of men on this very earth. There was the only people that actually did something decent. The decent coverage was by Vanguard newspaper. I think it's one correspondent who wrote it. It's called, what's his name again? I think a lot of them put this very piece together. Very many of them. I think Vincent Ujuma, the Festus Ahon, Chidi Wapara, Chinonso Alozie, Gochukwu, Steve Oko is there, Ikechukwu, Odu Chinedu, Adon, all of them, Chimobi Wiwu, Wabwezi Okonkwo, they went out onto the streets to ask questions. Because in the morning of this very this historic lockdown, not sit at home, lockdown of Biafra land yesterday, they sought permission to say, please, if you move about, we said to them, as long as you're a journalist, nothing is going to happen to you. Go and ask questions. And they did. They did. Let me give you a few headlines as to what Biafrans did yesterday. The zoo is still in a shock. That was why some people hurriedly were putting their propaganda together. 4 ESN operatives killed, arms recovered, all these idiots. Even some fools used the name of Professor Kintoye to be writing rubbish, thinking I will respond to it. I know that's what Tinubu is doing. Tinubu, that's the way they operate. They think they can use the media to hoodwink and bamboozle all of us. They don't know we're in a media age, and this generation is very, very savvy. They can discern, they can understand, they can interpret. Socio-economic activities paralyzed in Enugu, Ebonyi, Anambra, Abia, Asaba, and Rivers. Which are you listening? You know, sometimes I wonder what Yoruba journalists gain by being mischievous and evil. There are some professions that doesn't actually suit black people. Any profession in this life that requires you to use your conscience to work for the benefit of humanity, a black person should not be occupying that position. I will enumerate later on. For the first time, the streets were empty. Umuahia, where I come from, is known for their stupidity and idiocy. Arguably one of the most un-Biafran and idiotic set of people on the face of this very earth. The Ibeku that I come from, very foolish. Most of you don't know that Agui Ironsi is an Ibeku man, is from my clan. Do you know that? Do you know that the first general in the history of Nigeria, if not the whole of Africa, I mean, battlefield general, not quota general. The person, the people that gave Ironsi his generalship were white people, not blacks. White. Oyibo. Ironsi was a battlefield general, not quota general. Agree. The first general, the first indigenous commander of the Nigerian army is from Ibeku. My clan, my village, or should I say my mother's village in Duma. It's from Omwana. Ibeku. We produced the first military head of state, the first general ever, battlefield general, even general before the zoo became an independent flag, independent enclave of the British. And that Ibeku, if you ask them to sit at home, they'll be talking rubbish. That is why they were ignored. History forgot about them. It's my land, yes. History forgot about them completely. Because of their idiocy and stupidity. Umuahia is the land that produced Dr. Michael Okpara. The same way Umuahia produced Ironsi, Umuahia produced Dr. Michael Okpara. The man, according to Harvard Review, not black newspaper or magazine, according to Harvard Review, the fastest growing economy in the world, the man that made it possible. It was Okpara's miracle, economic miracle, that frightened Britain. That was why they organized the first coup, so that they can slaughter us. That man is from Umuahia. The only black man in the history of the world to grow the economy of his region faster than any other economy in the world, including USA, including Britain, including Japan, everybody else. Number one in the world is from Omai. Yet if you ask Omai, they don't even know who they are. That's why they are foolish. But I think yesterday they came back to their senses, and I commend them. Of course, Abba is always there. Abba and Onisha, how can I forget? Abba and Onisha. I salute them immensely. And they say better late than never. Enugu did very well, and I commend them. Ipob, of course, was there too. Enugu did except people were lamenting after my program yesterday morning. People started calling and lamenting. Some were calling my lawyers and lamenting and saying, "How can you say this thing about Enugu? Enugu is complying." All we want is total compliance everywhere, because Biafra doesn't belong to me. I'm only preaching the gospel that heaven asked me to preach. Biafra is your own. You are fighting for a better future for your children, away from the horrible torment of Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate. Biafra is yours. It doesn't belong to me. When we ask you to sit at home, you must comply. It's for your own good and the good of your children. Today, haven't you heard that the whole world is reverberating to the success that was recorded? We are the very best of the best. And I must commend Governor Obiano for building the cenotaph. He built it last year. I think it was last year he built it, but this year, our people, Biafrans, everything takes time. Everything takes time. I'm sure in the next 2 or 3 years, if this tradition continues, the whole world, only then will the world recognize that there was genocide against us. So you don't know that? If you don't say you're somewhere, nobody will quote you that you're there. We cannot be going around and saying to the world, a great injustice was done to Biafra, or Semena, when you yourself, you're not doing anything about it. Days like yesterday is what will bring to the fore the level of injustice and mayhem visited upon Biafran people. Only then will the world consider Biafra genocide as being worthy to be mentioned in the book of those that have been killed unjustly in the history of man. I said it yesterday, and I want to say it again today, that I'm commending Governor Willie Obiano, Ugwuanyi, Ikpeazu, Umahi, and Okowa of Delta State. Very, very critical. That I commend them because of the role that they played. Everybody got together and made sure that this happened. Imo State was not locked down. Thank you, my dear brother. It was chained. I can Imo State chained. Imo State was chained. That whole way was chained. No army, no police, nobody, no bagger there to move. On that chain. Lock and key. Over a municipality, on that chain. They couldn't come out. I don't care why they did what they did, even if it, after all, man's daily existence is politics itself. I don't care why the governors decided to change their minds, but we welcome it all the same. If they do the right thing, of course, we will commend them. We sat at home, and I commend each and every one of you. Nobody should give any time to that idiot. He now owns Channels TV. Every 2 days, he will appear on channels. He will pay them money, and they'll be writing rubbish about him. He was ranting as usual. After snorting cocaine and drinking Hennessy, his vocal cords all gone. A lawyer who doesn't know the meaning of the rule of law. But talking like somebody who maybe, anything is possible these days. You know that men can become pregnant. Are you aware of that? You know that men can become pregnant these days. Go and search for it. I won't say Google it. I will say go and search for it. Maybe use Bing search engine. Don't use Google, because they've been bought over by the zoo as well. Go and search and you'll see it. Men can become pregnant. Maybe Wike had a miscarriage. Anyway, I know that love is very strong. His love for Tambuwal, outweighs his identity and ethnicity. That is why he's always ranting and talking like a fool, who cannot, a man who sits on a chair like a woman. Oh dear me. I've said it before that any profession that requires men to fall back on their conscience when making decisions is not for black people. Why am I saying what I'm saying? In the zoo, before you can pass your exams, the lecturer must sleep with you. Is that not correct? Am I correct? Or you have to pay them bribe? Is that not correct? Is that not correct? It is only in Africa that pastors own private jets. The Pope, who is the richest religious figure in the world, has no jet. Africa houses the poorest countries in the world, but their pastors, they have private jets. An anomaly. They call it blessing. Any profession that requires men to use their conscience is not for black people. How about judges in a law court? In the zoo, they have two judgments. If you bring brown envelope, they give you a favorable judgment. That's what they do. Isn't it? Black people. How about journalism? Apart from Dele Giwa and a few other bright people, maybe now Dele Momodu, because he has seen the light, has seen the truth. Apart from Dele Giwa and now another Dele Momodu, maybe, if he can keep it up and continue to be consistent. The rest are they journalists? Maybe once in a while. Or should I let me focus on the editors, not the journalists themselves, the editors. What you have in this is journalism. Channels TV was interviewing Wike live. Channels TV is aware that Iguacha was on lockdown. They saw the pictures and they saw the videos. Instead of to ask the man, how come parts of River State was on lockdown? He said, I said, we are not part of them. IPOB cannot come here and tell us what to do. But I did. And they listened to me. They didn't listen to you. They didn't listen to you. Did they? You want me to send you the pictures and the videos? Please, people should send it on Twitter and tag him so he can see it. Pictures and videos of Iguacha, especially that idiot that went to a bank asking for the bank to open. And the bank said that we cannot open. There is an order, a sit at home. Send that video to Weekend to Channels TV. You know what I'm going there. Not you think if you appear so many times on Channels TV to impress your lover, wow, somehow they will believe you? Is that what you think? During referendum, you are talking like a drunken fool. During referendum, you only have one vote. Me, Nnamdi Kanu, only one single vote. Do you want Biafra to be free or do you want to remain in Nigeria? Simple. That day you cast your vote. Only one vote you will cast. You little demon. Idiots like you. After maybe 2 years, you come down there. Then it goes in here, if we don't get you before then. I say it out in the open. I don't hide it. You went, that as I've been saying, I want to go to Hague. I want to be tried in a law court anywhere in the world where all the facts about the zoo, all the nonsense you fools have been doing will be brought to public knowledge. That day, the whole world will know what you've been up to. Mad people. Remember there was a time even African referees were not allowed to referee any match because they are corrupt. As black people for you. I don't want to spend time educating Channels TV and the wannabe Hitler Wike on how Rivers was created, but I'll just touch upon it very briefly. Wike, I want you to understand that River State, go to Wikipedia. After River State, you will see a bracket. Inside it is Igbo, IGBO, for information. Maybe tomorrow you pay them to change it. Oh, dear me. You were created in 1967. 27th of May, 1967, you were created. Remember what I told people about Children's Day, 27th of May. Some of you don't know this, but I will teach you. Children's Day that you are celebrating coincides with the day that River State was created. That was the day that the Eastern Consultative Assembly gave Ojukwu the mandate to declare Biafra. That same day, the British intelligence got wind of it through BBC correspondent in Enugu. And Britain called Gowon and told Gowon what was happening and gave Gowon this advice. That they themselves, being the British, the best way they have used over the centuries to conquer people is by dividing them. Divide them first, then you go and conquer them. Divide and rule. And go on that same 27 children, as I told you, the reason why they call it Children's Day. People don't know how important 27th of May is. It was on that same day as they were deliberating that River State was created. That same day. Are you following? People didn't actually go to school, writing rubbish and talking nonsense about the Constitution and all that rubbish. I look at them and I laugh because they are not educated. They didn't go to school. I went to Government College, University of Nigeria and Sugar. Of course, SBS, Iwacha, School of Basic Studies in Port Harcourt. I went to London Metropolitan University. We are well read. We are well read. We know what we're talking about. On that 27th of May, as British intelligence MI5 got wind of the fact that the Eastern Consultative Assembly had granted Ojukwu the right to proclaim Biafra on the 27th, they told Gowon to divide Biafra. That same day, a River State was created. Weak, are you listening? Because you don't know history. You're a fool. You know. This Rivers, I'm a Rivers man. Rivers man. How old are you? You're just like those shouting one Nigeria every blessed day. Idiotic, moronic set of people. A man is 80-something years old, older than Nigeria by over 20-something years. And I'm asking you, before you became a Nigerian, who were you? They cannot answer. That is one thing I hold against Nigerians. And I will keep on holding it until their shame will sink into them. Wike, I'm asking you. How old were you in 1967? Wike, I'm asking you. That was when your rivers was created. And you proceeded to go and start stealing properties belonging to your brothers. Because you don't want the land to kill you. That's why you said you are no longer Igbo. Idiot like you. If some of you have been following the news lately, you will see that they said it has passed the second reading or third reading, their restructuring bill. In that restructuring bill, they are now proposing to create a new state called Anioma State with the capital in Ahaba, which some of you call Asaba, of course, because you're ignorant, you're all products of colonial rule anyway. And they plan to add it into Southeast. Ahaba, Delta State, Anioma, but not River State. Because Fulani is very lazy. They need to do to the rest of you what they did to Ogoni people. Then your eyes will open. By the time they'll be dealing with you, you'll be shouting and nobody will listen to you. Allow me to keep misleading all of you, like the idiots that some of you are. We used to have the same problem everywhere around Biafra land until we said no, enough is enough. We can go on, created you, Rivers, 27th of May, 1967, the same day that the lives of Franco Pigo from Okrika, for your information, and a German was in Enugu advising Ojukwu. That same period, that same day, that same 27th, Ojukwu said, what shall we call this our new nation? After they had passed the resolution. And a German, I'm saying this because I've done some Niger Delta, I'm a nation, other rubbish. I want you to listen to me very carefully. And a German rose up, Chief Franco Pigo, and said, the name of our new nation shall be Biafra. And Ojukwu asked him, why Biafra? Because Ojukwu himself, even a historian, an Oxford-trained historian, did not know. Franco Pigo whispered to him, not in here, I will tell you later. what Biafra means. Do you know how God works? Ojukwu did not quibble. He did not argue. If Ojukwu wanted to dominate other people, if Igbos had wanted to dominate other people, he would have just said, this new nation shall be called Igbo nation, isn't it? But you see, these people, I don't know. They said that the zoo army is in Abao. They're looking for trouble. When they get it done, they start complaining. Nigerian army is now in Abba, perambulating and patrolling, looking for who to kill. When the angels find them now and send them to God for judgment, you start writing rubbish. Now they are patrolling inside Abba, you cannot ask them to go back to the barracks and sit down. Because something is happening. As I was saying before, those zoo vermins interrupted my train of thought. That same 27th of May, 1967. That day is very, very critical, I'm telling you. As Frank Opigo, I'm a John man, was telling Ojukwu, later on I will tell you why I recommended that the name should be Biafra. And the Holy Spirit was upon Ojukwu. God was, angels from heaven were ministering to him, telling him, listen to Frank Opigo. And as soon as Chief Opigo finished, Ojukwu said the name shall be Biafra. If Ojukwu had domineering tendencies, if the Igbos wanted to lord it over every other person, to conquer them, I think Ojukwu should have insisted on the place answering Igbo nation, isn't it? That's pure common sense, as the Fulanis are doing to the Hausa people up north. Isn't it? Of course, Ahaba is the name. Ahaba, Asaba is Ahaba. The name is Ahaba. Go there. If you go to Asaba tomorrow morning, you see the name there, Ahaba. Go and ask the traditional ruler. The Asaba of Asaba. Go and ask him, what is your name? He tell you that. If you go to his palace, he wrote Ahaba. That's the name. Like Ahabi Meni. Who doesn't know that? Is it all this nonsense, these corrupt, useless Yoruba journalists are writing every day that you're reading? That's why people who are born in Lagos sometimes, to be honest with you, I don't quite see them as normal people, to be honest with you. I'm being honest too. All these people that grew up in Lagos and Kanu, all these places, they know nothing in their brain. They are the ones that will insist. The name is Asaba. It's Ahaba. Go there to Ahaba, you will see it. As you have Ahabi Meni. Common sense they don't have, they claim they're educated. I went to school. I have PhD. Do you know who I am? Whereas your brain is empty. You know nothing, absolutely nothing. Ojukwu adopted the name Biafra. As Ojukwu was giving us the name Biafra, christening us Biafra, according to the advice of Chief Frank Opigo, one idiot or somewhere called Go On is saying, I'm going to divide you. I'm going to create Cross River, and I'm going to create Ogoja State, and I'm also going to create River State. True or false? We can. I throw like you. What do you know? You go on channels and you're talking like somebody that fell from a Pamata that fell from palm tree. I throw like you claim you're a lawyer, you know nothing. Absolutely nothing. Your brain is empty. Absolutely empty. That is why a fellow man like Tambuwa will useless your backside because you're an idiot. You're a complete fool. You know nothing. I feel sorry for those you are deceiving. Poor students. You raised in the zoo. You go to NYAC. Your brain is empty. You know nothing. Absolutely nothing. You don't know your history. You don't even know the history of your own village. We should start by asking, what is the history of my village? I know where we come from. My village. I kept asking my father before he passed. I kept asking him, tell me the history of Isama Faruku, and he told me. The soldiers are molesting people. Katrina Lang, where you're having your holiday, I hope you're listening. Channels TV, Yoruba journalists, I hope you're listening. That soldiers, Nigerian soldiers are in Aban right now molesting people. I hope you can hear it. When there is equal response now, you start writing your junk. That's why I said that a black man should not be a journalist. We lack conscience. Black people do not have conscience. That is why you give chieftaincy titles to people who are doing 419. People like Hope Uzadimma can come and become a governor of a state. In the olden days, people like him will be exiled or sold into slavery because he's a thief. 419 for now. River State was created. In fact, I want to direct now, Wike, you claim you're a lawyer, and also Channels TV. Somebody should also email Channels TV as many as possible the Willing Commission report of 1958. Because I don't know, is there anything wrong with your brain cells? You people, you animals in the zoo animals calling themselves Nigerians. Is there anything, are you sure your brain is not made of sawdust? Is there something in your brain that is stopping you from reasoning? I want somebody to send this very report, the Willing Commission report, to every idiot that calls him or herself a Niger Deltan. Send it to them. Send it to them because the idiocy is becoming too much. This foolishness can no longer be tolerated. Send it to them. Ikwere, Eche, Ekpeye, Opobu, Ibani, which is born today, Orata, you know what I know? It's also in Ikwere land. They say they are not, we are from Benin, near the upper of palace, near his palace. Chai. Who did this thing to you people? Who did, I can understand. I know that black people by nature are very stupid. But it seems to me there are layers of stupidity. All these Niger Delta South people, it seems your own stupidity isn't comparable. I'm telling you. God forbid. Oh, no wonder the Sultan can come to Bayelsa and own over 30 oil wells. Now you understand it, don't you? No wonder. No wonder Danjuma owns, is it 15 oil wells? No wonder your land can be polluted and you can't do nothing about it. Absolutely nothing. What can you do? Nothing. You lament, you cry, and nobody listens. And they float NDDC. And their budget is maybe $1 million, and all of you are scrambling for $1 million. Whereas the Sultan of Sokoto preaching unity and one Nigeria is because of his oil wells in Bayelsa. And you're telling me you went to school. You're telling me you can reason. You are telling me you can think properly. Do you understand it? Do you understand it? Ikwereche Ekpeye, Upobo, Ibani, which they call Boni, Orata, or Ban, Ndoke are all indigenous Igbo extraction in River State. It is called Rivers Igbo. I want you to go to Wikipedia now and type in River State on Wikipedia. You will see it. River State, the first bracket is Igbo, IGBO. People may wonder, why am I preaching this all the time? Because I grew up in the village. And in the village, you learn a lot of things. Not like in the township, where you learn nothing. You live in a yard. I grew up in the village. And there is a saying where we come from. You can only show me my relative. You cannot show me my friend, because I make my friends myself. You can't break somebody and say, oh, come, this is your friend. No. If at all any of you have had the privilege of staying in a village, in a Biafran, typical Igbo village, Biafran village, for up to a week, let's say during festive season, what happens usually? If you can remember, one them listen, listen. When you are in the village, during any festive season, how many times have you heard your mom or your father say, oh, come. They'll call your name and say, come. Come and see your uncle. Come and see your aunt. Come and see your cousin. How many times? Because they are all your relatives. That's the only people they can show to you. Nobody can show you your friend, because your friends you make yourself. Now you understand me? Going back to Wike and the Ikwere people, or some not Ikwere players, I don't want to generalize. After all, it was an Ikwere chief that was coming to see me when I was in prison. The delegation of people coming to see me when I was in prison. If you go to the archives of the people coming to court, anytime I have a case, they will charter luxurious bus from Iguacha all the way to Abuja. It's an Ikwere chief. Have you all forgotten? You have all forgotten, haven't you? So I am weak. I cannot make me to generalize. I'm not stupid. Who were the people that observed the sit at home? They saw the lockdown yesterday in Rivers. I don't know the Ikwere people. Yes, and I'm asking you a simple question. So I'm not going to generalize. I'm not going to generalize. Now listen to me. Before independence of the zoo, basically before the 27th of May 1967, there was no identity crisis in Rivers. None whatsoever. None. I have said this thing to people many times. They don't want to listen. When I was arguing about the origin of the Igbo race, some people said they're anthropologists, they're historians, and all that rubbish. They were talking pure people. And I tried to prove to them that the Igbo race is comprised or made up of three distinct people. Three distinct, I said different people make up the Igbo race. They were talking nonsense. I said to them that the best place, because our ancestors were very clever, how you know where you come from is by the names you give your children or the names you give your towns and your villages. And they said, how did I come to that realization? I said to them, do you know that the last phase that came, the house of Ephraim and Manasseh, that came from the Harish region of Israel, the last migration that came, those that passed through Ethiopia, that went through Rwanda and all the rest of it, through Cameroon before coming down to settle, crossing the Mambala River, and settling at Umwere and Aguleri. Do you know who they are? Of course, people do not know. They were the ones that gave the name. They were the people that realized that the oldest people on that land are the Igbo people. When they came to a place called Agolo, they said that this is the road that leads to the settlement of Igbo people. They named it Agolo Uzo Igbo, which means Agolo, where you pass before you go to the settlement of Igbo people. Agolo, Agolo Uzo Igbo. Uzo means the road that leads to. The same way you have Akole and Uzo Akole. Uzo Akole means this is the road you use to go to Akole. I don't know if people are paying attention. Heaven. They are the ones that say this is Agolo Zibo. This is Agolo. This Agolo settlement is the road you use to go to where Igbos are. Agolo Esiaga Ebendi Igbo be Agolo Uzo Igbo. I hope that makes sense to most of you. Now you understand. All of you fools claiming South. So, do you know that Aguleri people and Umweri can be said are not Igbo? Do you know that? Do you know that Owere people and Arotu can say they're not Igbo? Do you know that some parts of Umbise or Hoho and Dibeko can say they're not Igbo? Are you aware of that? Because the original people who were there can be found in a place called, we know our names are very brilliant. Ibuku. Hope you understand it very clearly now. You are following what I'm saying. I go back to the Willing Commission. The reason why we keep having this debate all the time is because our people are not educated. I'm sorry to say this, but our people are not well educated. That is the problem. If you can take out only 5 minutes, anybody calling themselves Niger Delta, I'm Ikore, I'm not Igbo, I'm Anioma, I'm not Igbo. If you can take out only 5 minutes to read the Willing Commission report, white people wrote it, not blacks, then you will understand your stupidity. It will be staring you in the face. This for Wike. According to Willing Report, white man in 1958, way before, almost 10 years before Go On created or gave you your new identity. More than I'm reading the report verbatim, white man's report, Willing, because they complained. Everywhere you go, your man is there, in water, everywhere. We want minority, we want to be recognized. They call themselves minority. Is that correct? When Britain was tuning them. Because Britain wanted unrestricted access to our oil and gas. And hey, Jonathan, you're different, huh? Have you succeeded in getting your resource control? The answer is no. They come to the upper land of Ipob, which is from across Imo River. Not minding there's a place called Obibo. They tell you, oh, they hate you. This South Nigeria, they hate you. Look for one Igbo nation only. Don't mind them. And some intellectuals and the Fulefus will buy into it. They want to divide you, to weaken you. You have forgotten that Ahoda people are Igbo people. Boni people are Igbo people. I want to challenge all of you now. You know, during the burning of the house of that traitor, that saboteur, called, do you know who was, Go On appointed Dieter Spiff, the one they just chased away from his palace now, as the governor of River State. Are you aware of that? No, you don't know, but I'm telling you now. That man they pursued a few days ago from his palace. He's called Alfred Dieter Spiff, if I'm not mistaken. He was the saboteur that Go On used to administer River State, to spite Ujuku, understand? So they created natural saboteurs. You say this man you call, what's his name, Edwin Clark. You know why I hate him? He's a father, he's an elderly man. I should be respecting him. Is that not correct? According to our culture. Do you know why I hate him with a passion? He was a saboteur. They made him Minister for Information. That's how they roll. And their British masters, they gave them political positions. They now went back to go and convince their own people that Biafra is a bad thing for them to be part of because of political appointment. Are you following me? This man was sacked from his palace a few days ago. Are you listening to me? He was sacked. Do you know why he was sacked? I can't see everyone on. Go and watch that video again. All the people from Nnamdi, I think it's Nnamdi in Brass, Tom Brass. I want you to go and watch the video of the indigents of Tuan Brass in Nnamdi, or whatever it is, removing the very corrupt king Alfred Dieter Spiff. They were all speaking a dialect of Igbo in a Joland. Go and watch the video again and again and again. Are you listening to me? People ask me, why are you doing this? Are you begging them to join you? Why did you reject Igbo only Biafra? I said to them, as Oriental Boras sang in their song Kabaka in those days, I am only identifying with my flesh and my own blood, the same DNA, the same heritage, the same value system. In a referendum, they will have the chance to reject me. Then if they do, I will respect it. That is their own prerogative. And forever and ever, we will make it as a law that is binding on every generation. That these are no longer your people. And I'm upon you. That's what we're trying to do. We are not forcing anybody to do anything. I am doing what the ancients did. If you see your flesh and blood, you recognize them. That's all we are doing. That is all we are doing. I will get to the case of Ogoni and the rest of them later on. But I want our people to understand this. The reason why they are goading you or forcing you to adopt a different identity is because it will be easier for them to control you once we are divided. I have preached this gospel before, and I'll preach it again. The only reason why they killed Kensal was because the Igbos did not rise up to defend him. That's all. The reason why they did not kill me whilst I was in detention was because of the Avengers. Not Igbo people. Of course, IPOB was formidable. I mean, blocking Great Bridge for 4 days. You know, who could have done that? And people ask me, why do I keep saying I will sacrifice anything for Biafra? Because they sacrificed everything for me. Head Bridge was blocked for 4 days. Avengers came out. Mainly Ijaw youth came out to say, we'll blow up every Nigeria will not export any oil. Their number one demand was releasing Nnamdi Kanu from detention. How can I not preach about the unity of these people? Why won't I preach it? I hope that Wike can learn. Wike, I'm going to read the William Commission report for you. More than 98% of people who inhabit this area is called the Igbo Plateau of the Eastern region. You know what it's called? It's called the plateau. You know what the plateau is? Like Plateau State. It's a table land, it's a flat land. If you cross Ungwa, once you enter Ungwa, basically, if you don't know, Udi Hills ends. You know why? Udi, some of you that did geography, Udi Hills, the range of hills, where you have hills and you have valley. Like if you go to Olokoro, if you go, there are hills, there are valleys and all that. It ends in Omwai. From Ungwa, it is now flat land all the way to the ocean. That was why the white man called it the Igbo Plateau. It is in the Willings report of 1958. Channels, are you listening? Wike, are you listening? I'm reading the report for you. They are all Igbo and they speak one language, though of course with certain differences of dialect. There are nearly 5 million of them and there are too many for the soil to support. They are vigorous and intelligent and have pushed outward in every direction, seeking a livelihood by trade or in service in the surrounding areas of the Eastern region, in the Western region, in the North and outside Nigeria. They are no more popular with their neighbors than is usual in the case of an energetic and expanding people whose neighbors have a more leisurely outlook on life. This is simple English written by a white man. Wike, are you listening? General Stevie, are you listening? A white man said in 1958, these people that inhabit the plateau of rivers, I call you Igbo, that is the proper name. You people, you are Igbo. You are intelligent. I'm not talking about Igbo people. You are very smart. You diverse. You travel out wide. You are energetic. You're hardworking. But the places you are going to, the people hate you. In the north, in the west, everywhere you go to, they hate you because those people are lazy. That's what the white man said. I didn't say it. It's here now in their paper. My goodness me. They hate us because we are hardworking. That is why they brought Ahmed Gulak to Owerri and killed him, that they may demonize and kill as many of us as possible. Because we are energetic. We are blessed by God. Everybody is in this together. Everybody in the former Eastern region. This is what a white man wrote about you in 1958. Do you know what the white man said again? As I've been teaching you for a very long time, let me tell you what the white man said. Though there has been no great kingdoms or indigenous culture in the Eastern region, no great kingdom. The only reason why Britain hated us was because they could not have any one man to go to say, oh, tell them what to do. Because we had no kings. But the coastal chiefs we say your people, the coastal chiefs, those who live by the very close to the Atlantic Ocean, they grew on their trade with European merchant ships, simply slavery. That's all they were doing. So some of you that claim you're from Ejo, you're not Biafra, you are saboteurs. It's in your nature. You've been selling your brothers to the white man from time. You know me, I speak the truth. And I damn the consequences. When you see somebody from Ejo land as a traitor, it didn't start today. They started selling us to the white man. Betrayal is in their blood. Look at Edwin Clark. Look at how Jetta speaks. But I'm not going to generalize. The man that gave us the name Biafra that most Ijaw people said they don't want to identify with is an Ijaw man. That is the most, that is the irony of the whole thing. I thank God for Franco Bigo. I thank God for people I cannot mention their names here because I don't want the police looking for them. From Ijoland. I thank Tumpolo. I thank all of them. They know who they are. That have this thing at heart. I'm not saying that Igbo politicians have helped any matters or no, they made it worse. And sometimes I don't blame our brothers from the coastal region. In the year 1999, I've said this story, I've told you this story about 1 billion times over, but I'll say it again tonight. When you were still running around or carrying bags for politicians, I left England to try to come to Biafra land to unite this great family. Then there was no IPOB. There was no agitation by anybody. This was before MASOP started. Before anybody mentioned Biafra to anybody. I was at a place called Ogunabali in Iwacha, talking to the local chief, the traditional ruler there. And he said to me, my son, where are your fathers? This particular message you're bringing to me, your father should be bringing it here. A message of hope and reconciliation of our people. Because I sat him down and I lectured him about history and who we are, that we are one people. That was the day that I went to the office of Don Mite of Mosop. Ask him, he will tell you. The year was 1999. We've come a long way, haven't we? It's called consistency. I never change. Ask Mite, the leader of Mosop, what I told him in his office. I met him in his office in Niger Street. I'll never forget. That day, I was coming from the home. I don't know if it's late now, because it's a very long time. I was coming from the home of the traditional ruler of Obuna Valley. You know, Hotel Chester is opposite. Let Lord have mercy upon us. They don't know who we are. We have gone very far. Very, very far. I said Mosop. That was where I was recopied the name from. Mosop, Movement for the Survival of Ogoni people. That was the #1 freedom fighting movement that was instituted anywhere in the East. They are #1. Mosop was #1. Ogoni freedom fighters, they were #1. It was Rike merely copied the name because he was too lazy to do anything. So he just copied the name. Are you listening to me? The reverse provinces include Brass and Degema. Brass and Degema were overwhelmingly Ijaw. I told about one Brass a while ago where Dieter Spieth came from, where he was sacked a few days ago. They were speaking Igbo dialect. And then there was the Ogoni division. It is all here. In that very place, that time, out of a population in Rivers province of 747,000 people in the so-called River State, 305,000 were Igbo people. 240,000 were Ijaw people. 156 were Ogoni people. The only 3 people mentioned, distinct groups mentioned in River State were Igbo, the owners of rivers, Igbo, Ijaw, and Ogoni. Every other subgroup, you must find yourself under either you are Ogoni, you are Ijaw, or you are Igbo. And the highest population of Igbo people in River State, the highest population of people in ethnic group in River State, Igbo people, in 1958. Dear me. My goodness. I don't know if I'm to continue or to stop, because sometimes I don't know if our people are actually absorbing what we are telling them. I don't know. Let me tell you what happened. According to the white man said, in the whole of the non-Igbo areas, the Ijo and the Ogoni areas, there were some fear that they are being overrun by the Igbo. The Igbo includes Ikwere people, mind you, in their own land. There was fear of being overrun commercially and politically by the Igbos. If Ahoda and Port Harcourt, which is Ugwacha, which are really Igbo, a white man. Wait, are you listening to me? I've forgotten all the. I've forgotten. I have other things to preach, but I want to educate this fool and Channels TV. Yoruba journalists, I want to educate you because some of you are very daft. You know nothing. I'm reading what a white man investigated and reported upon in 1958. What did this white man say? The white man said, in non-Igbo areas, which is Ijo and Ogoni, they are afraid that Igbo man will overrun them commercially and politically. This Igbo man includes Ikwere man, which is weakest lineage, weakest people. They said, if Ahoda and Port Harcourt, which are really Igbo, a white man said, Igwacha is Igbo. The people that colonized you, said, Igwacha is Igbo. It is here. Winning commission. That you cried to. You are the people that petitioned him and said, we are minority, we are dying, come and save us. The white man came and said and told you that Ahoda and the Igwacha Port Harcourt are Igbo. It was considered the solid center of Igbo population. The fear and grievances of minorities. Why this commission was set up. After today, I will not read this very subject again. Please make sure our media team, make sure you cut out this very thing. Anybody who talks nonsense about Nigeria, themselves, please cut this very clip and give it to that very individual so they can receive some sense. I am asking them, I am giving them references. I'm not asking them to just sit in one place and accept what I'm saying. No, I'm asking them to go and do research on what I have said. The allegation was put forward by the council to the petitioners that the judiciary was predominantly Igbo, with the implication that this caused fear among those who are not Igbos. But it was clearly stated in the evidence by Dr. Udoma, the leader of UNIP, that no occasion could be adduced of the judiciary acting with partiality. So the white people concluded that the fears of the so-called minorities were unfounded, because this man, Dr. Udoma, came and said to them, show us an instance of impartiality by the judges. And they couldn't show anything. They couldn't. That tells you all you need to know. Some of you know the reason why most people from core areas, this is Cross River, Rivers, and the Goja region in those days were mainly, police officers. It was as a result of this willing commission. He was the one that recommended that, okay, if you're afraid that you're going to be overrun, okay, give them priority in the police service. That's why most of them were in the police. That is a fact, it's a historical fact, it is here. Anyway, when Wike is done, I don't want to educate that fool anymore. Maybe tomorrow channels will interview him again. He'll start talking his usual rubbish as the fool that he is. That is why somebody will go to Ahaba and ban Biafran flag. The same person banning Biafran flag were part of the people that came to the same Ahaba and massacred people in broad daylight. When I look at the irony of the whole thing, it baffles me. When I see people from Ogoni say they want to be part of one Nigeria, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Honestly, I'm horrified. You mean the same one Nigeria that killed Cancer Wiwa? That is why I say that sometimes people are very, very sick in the brain, honestly speaking. The same people today claiming the police, we are banning Biafran flags in Delta State. They know what they are doing. They have been forcing us all this while, trying to frustrate us so that IPOB can say, okay, give us only 5 eastern, southeastern states, let's go. That's what they want. And any day we say they'll give it to us. That is what they want. But we are saying no. Because that wasn't what Elohim told us. God said, these are my children. From Igodomigodo all the way to Bakassi, they are my children. They must be under one house. Different ethnicities, but under one umbrella. Later on, they can go their separate ways. I don't care. But insofar as this fight is concerned, so that when Fulani will be slaughtering you in time to come, we'll simply tell you, we told you so. As I'm telling all of you, I told you so. When I told my people in America, why do you think that they now love us so much in World Igbo Congress? Because I told them in no uncertain terms that these people, they are coming. Yes, they are coming. They said, oh, how do you know? I said, I know, but they are coming. Have they not come today? Are people not running from Omaya, from Obakala, from everywhere they go? Yesterday night, saying they have come. I told you they will come. I told you. In the year 2015, I told you they are going. It doesn't matter what you do, they are coming to take your land from you. The same people that stood us up and shot us to pieces in our Saba is telling us you don't have any identity. You are what we call you. You are now Delta. But in the north, they call themselves Arewa. In the core north, I don't mean Middle Belt. They are Arewa. No one has actually said to them, okay, from today your name is Sahel. Since you're from the Sahel region, your name is Sahel. You're all Sahelians. But they can come to my land and say, you are a Deltan. You're a Riverian. You're a cross Riverian. God have mercy. But you cannot ask them now to drop the name Arewa and they will listen to you. They'll tell you no, they won't drop it. Let us call them the Sahelians. He says that from the Sahel. The death is not in Ebonyi State, is in Ebonyi people that were wrongly carved into Benue State. That is where the problem is coming from, please. And we are going to do, ESN is going there, we're going to deal with it. In the next few days, you start hearing stories. We're going to deal with it. A little boy wrote to me, and I've read what he said to me, and we're going to respond. In the next few days, men will be on the ground to defend those places. Don't worry about that. We know what we're doing. And I don't want to talk about Wiki again, it's irrelevant. Yeah, let him go and change his pampers and go and meet Tambua. It's Tambua that will deal with him. Anything, he can say whatever rubbish he likes on Channel TV. My only happiness is that when he goes inside the bedroom, Tambua will deal with him. That's my only happiness. That's my only happiness. The killing of Igbo people in Benue State must stop. Governor Otom, a man that I like very much and I respect immensely, the killing in Benue State of Igbo people must stop. And the killing of fact of everybody in Benue State must stop, not just Igbo people. Everybody, the killing must stop. And if help is needed, that help will be provided. Yes, we can. After talking all your rubbish, my happiness is that in the night you'll be crying because Tambua will be on your back and be dealing with you. Be dealing with you. Idiot to the guy. Fool. The killing of people in Benue must stop. And when people are asking ESN to intervene, when people are asking ESN to intervene, you must understand that we are fighting many battles at the same time. Exactly what happened during the war. We are fighting Miyet Yala, the frontline Fulani terrorist group we have. Before, imagine what we have to negotiate before we come into your village in Benue. We have to fight Miyet Yala. We have to fight the Nigeria police. We have to fight the Nigeria army. We have to fight, I hope going forward, we'll say we have to fight the governors. So let me leave them out for now. We have to fight all the saboteurs, the finger pointers. We have to fight the intellectuals. And we need to overcome Yoruba Gota media. These are the battles we face every blessed day. Tell me a group of people that will face such formidable adversaries and they will survive. But we are here. We are here. So these are the issues that we have to confront, but we are going to Benue and we're going to help them. ESN will be in Benue State. and we are going to help Benue people. And we are not coming to take over your land. We are coming to help you. There is nothing. I am a child of heaven. I am Hebraic in my disposition. What it means is that I cannot take any land that doesn't belong to me. Do you understand? That is why in our culture, when you commit an offense where somebody, as a child, you are trained that some capital crimes is a crime against the land, not crime against humanity. You understand? That is why when you want to offer prayers, you take off your shoes and you stand on the land. You pour kai libation, hot drink on the ground itself. That is why if you commit a capital crime, the land which you stand upon, because on that land you're going to build a house, on that land you're going to cultivate, on that land you're going to be buried. This is how the ancients structured our society. So even if nobody is watching you when you want to commit a crime, the land you're standing on is watching you. I can't wait for Biafra to come so we can go back to the way of our ancestors. The old ways, the ways of the ancient. That is why in our land, we abhor things like selling of children. It's an abomination before God and before man. And anywhere you know people from today who are selling children, please let us know. Anywhere you know people, any doctor, any midwife, any hospital, any maternity home involved in the selling of children, please, you notify us so we can go and deal with them. So also is kidnapping. God is against it. Our land is against it. We don't want it. That is why I want to commend the Nnewi Vigilante group for busting a racket. There's a racket going on somewhere around Ipob. People selling small children. And you know one thing, surprise, surprise, the police are involved in the selling of children in our land. People don't understand the level of atrocities going on in our land every blessed day and the work we are doing to try to stop them. I commend the Nnewi Vigilante group for doing a very stellar work. And I have also instructed ESN. We have no business with legitimate vigilante groups like the ones we have in Nnewi and in Onitsha. It's only when they try to interfere with our work that they will get into trouble. So we must commend them. And that we now have the name of the maternity. We have the police officers who are involved. And very soon we're going to pay them a visit. Maybe you read about it in the page of newspapers as well. And another thing that is very worrying is this. There is news making the rounds that we have caught those that killed Ahmed Gulak and we shot them. That's what they said, without going to trial. Now, people have been approaching us begging for peace, for truce, and all the rest of it. Let's try and give peace a chance, which is normal. After the very successful lockdown yesterday, let's give peace a chance. I want the Nigeria police, where I'm warning them in Imo State Police Command. I want you to identify all the officers that killed people and tag them the murderers of Ahmed Gulak. You must give us the evidence that you have. Because all this, your plan is not going to work. Katrina Lang, Tinubu, Mongono, El Rufai, all these stupid, idiotic village plan people made to come and kill a man who is of no consequence to us. A man, we didn't even know who this man was before Sunday. Who is he? A wretched church rat. Who is he to us that we would want to kill him? And I want to warn Yoruba media tonight. From 1967, you people have been part and parcel of the problem of Nigeria. After Nigerian politicians, the next group are Yoruba media, Yoruba journalists. You don't want to leave evil alone for evil to leave you. You people have come back to the same rubbish you were doing before. There is no repentance in you because of money. There is no repentance in you people. No repentance whatsoever. You've been writing your junk, how Ahmed Gulak was killed, and because of that, an innocent man has been murdered in Mina, somewhere. There is something in this life called common sense. And when I insult black people for being stupid or being the closest relatives to a chimpanzee, this is exactly the same. This is the reason why I say the things that I say against black people and the way we reason. Black people are very, very foolish. I don't care if children are listening. We black people are very foolish. Now let me ask Yoruba journalist one simple question. I don't want to, because Fulani is uneducatable. You can't educate them, they're foolish. I want to ask Yoruba people, these sophisticated morons that claim they went to school, a very simple question. A man of national importance came to Imo State at the instance of the state governor, or say the Senate sent him to Imo State, in a place where there is supposedly insecurity. Is that correct? I want Yoruba journalists to listen to me very carefully tonight, because you people are evil. I don't know if you derive, you people are saddists. I don't know if you derive any joy by twisting the truth. I don't know what you people gain by lying. I don't know. I want to ask you a simple question. If the Senate, as they claim, sent this man to go and conduct constitutional review, of course, we know we went there to ask Hope Uzodinma for money. He went to Imo State so that Hope can settle him. He was the one that made Hope governor. We know that very well. But let's leave that one. Let us take the official government line of Nigeria. That Gulak was in Imo State to do Senate work, open consultation. Man, he's an APC man, but Senate is now claiming he went to work for them. Let us accept. Where was his security on his way to the airport? According to the police, this is why I keep saying that black people do not reason. According to the police said he never told anybody where he was going to. He never asked for any escort, which means that the man knew that his life was in danger from you people, from the army and from the police, or from those that control you people. Does that make any sense at all? Let me finish what I'm saying before I go to this killing of people, 8 people in Omai. I'll talk about it. If you don't want to organize yourselves and fight back, keep on. If you see the army, keep going to them. These are terrorists in uniform, both army and police. I have warned you, you don't want to listen. Go to them now. Your intellectual brother in Lagos or in Abuja says, is our security services. And I asked them, where are the Boko Haram that was recruited into the police and into the army? Where are they? I don't know what's normal killing people. Don't organize yourselves and fight back. Just be there and everything you want us to do for you, everything we have to do for you. No, we are not. Every able-bodied young man and woman, avoid army, avoid police. If you see them, you attack them. I'm saying it in the open. They are killing people in Omahia right now. 8 people already shot dead. 8 people killed in Omahia now. Are you telling me rubbish about killing people who knock up and the one Nigeria? God punish all of you. Idiots everywhere. As I was saying to you about sophisticated morons, idiots that write for their columnists and all these correspondence that they have. If Gulak was on a national assignment for the Senate, why did this man not tell the army or the police to escort him to the airport? Simple question. Because he knew after meeting Hope Uzodinma that his life was in danger, because Hope, being a 419 man, had no intention to give him the money that he had promised him. Very simple. Ali Monguno used it as a perfect excuse to kill him. Yoruba newspapers, why have you failed to publish the video of Ahmed Gulak where he was accusing Mongino of corruption, and he was praying in Arabic, saying that he is not afraid of any man, that they can do anything they like to him. Did you read it? So, Yoruba journalists, you people are part and parcel of the plan to eliminate and wipe away the Igbo race from the face of the earth. All of you are part of this very plan. That was the reason why, without any investigation, you rushed to conclude that it was IPOB ESN that killed him. How many people have we killed before? You people are part and parcel of this very plan, Yoruba journalists, to kill Igbo people. And you wonder why Yorubas are in Benin Republic and refugee camps. Where I come from, it is called Akansi Haibahon, the hand with which you have fed poison to other people, you will inadvertently put in your mouth, and you become poisoned. As you're busy writing junk about IPOB and ESN, Fulani al-Shabaab from Somalia are in your land, taking over your territory. By the time you wake up from your stupidity, to be too late. I will ask you again, why would any day there is some form of independent inquiry into the death of Ahmed Gulak, the first question will be, why did he not seek police escort to the airport? Therein lies the answer. And I also want to teach Nigerians, these black animals and called Nigerians, a very simple lesson. Please, a very simple lesson. You know, when there is murder, all of you that may watch murder series, CSI or New York or whatever it's called, all those US movies, you will see it there. If you go to a police station anywhere in the Western world, those of you listening to us from the US or from the UK, if you go to anywhere at all now, go to the police station and ask the policeman, when there is murder, who is the first suspect? If it's a man, the first suspect will be the wife. Because very rarely do people you don't know commit crime randomly. No. His was a targeted assassination. Therefore, it is those who are close to him that will know what happened to him. Any detective in the world, the first place they will start is from his phone book. Who did he have dinner with? The last people that he saw, that is where their investigation will start. In this case, it's Hopus Odema and those in APC. And those he was. In fact, after that, the police will ask you, does he have enemies? I'm just teaching you people what the IG of police doesn't even know. The IG don't know this. Ask any policeman in the world, when you're investigating a homicide, the first suspects are people who are close to the man, starting from the wife, the children, the friends, and the political associates. Isn't it how it is done everywhere in the world? Do you know why somebody close to him killed him? Because he was fearful of his own life. That was why he sneaked out of the hotel. He did not want to let the police or the army to know. If the police and the army do not know his whereabouts, how can IPOB know? Simple question. After all these overwhelming evidence, a Yoruba journalist, what type of God made these people, will sit down and be writing nonsense. That suspects are IPOB and ESN. And I want to ask this, all these years of writing junk and supporting evil, where has it gotten the Yoruba race? Are you benefiting? Are you having fun in Nigeria? All these years of writing nonsense after nonsense, trying to incite genocide against Igbo people, what have you benefited? Yoruba journalist, I'm asking you. Tomorrow morning night, you write, ESN is a suspect, IPOB. But the man did not even tell the army. He avoided them because he knew his life was in danger at the hands of the army and the police. Don't you get it? And how come those with him in the vehicle were not killed? How come it's only him? Where is the driver of the vehicle he was riding in? Have you interrogated him? The police went to somewhere around Mbisa and killed people, and they're claiming that what's it called? We found them. Found them where? With what evidence do you have? And some people are writing rubbish on social media, and you're telling me that the Nigerian army, they deserve to live, that the Nigerian police, they deserve to live. Today, you know, 8 people killed, that they deserve to live. God punish all of you evil people. As I said from the beginning, they will kill us, we will kill them. In the end, we are going to win. That's the way it is. Do you know that after our successful lockdown yesterday, Southeast governors are now meeting? People talk about the history of insecurity in the Southeast without starting it from the beginning. They always start it from the middle. Let me ask the governors who are meeting, who brought insecurity into the Southeast and South-South? Simple question. When you hear them, we want peace, I'm asking the Southeast, I was praising them a while ago, but now I'm about to teach them a lesson. I'm asking them, who brought insecurity into the Southeast? Now, let us follow this sequentially. By the time of Operation Python Dance 1, did IPOB kill anybody? What justification did you have to invite the army to come and do Python Dance in our land, killing people every year? It's a massive call. Every year they come in as they're doing right now. If you know why, I'm told now they've killed 8 young people this night. You know why? Southeast governors, I want to ask you again. When I had meetings with you, August of 2017, did I bring a gun to Enugu government house? When I was doing my rallies, did I kill anybody? For idiots asking me, where are you? When I was there doing my rallies, where were you? I was doing rallies. I will want to go to a state. Umahi threatened me, if you come to my state, I will kill you there. We had to break their cordon to go and do my rally, and I left. The video is there. Umahi, who brought insecurity. I want to ask you, Baz, when you were looking at the looted goods from my sitting room in government house with the then IG of police, did I kill anybody? In what way did I offend you? We went to a meeting. I went to a meeting with the governors and I told them what I wanted. I gave them my terms and my conditions to call off Anambra elections. That's all. They failed to meet it. In fact, basically they said, go home. We'll call you back next time. Next time they came to kill me. Who brought insecurity into our land? I'm asking them. 2015, the killing of innocent protesters. 2016, Mpoa massacre. 2017, the invasion of my house. Operation Python Dance 2 or 3 or 4, I don't know. I lost 28 men. My mom, my dad are both dead as a result of Southeast governors, what they did. I'm asking them. So when you want to sit down to talk about insecurity, please start from the beginning. The same people meeting today to try and discuss insecurity were the ones who caused it. They caused it, not us. And we must all now live with the consequences. Those who want to destroy this country have shock coming their way, says President. Now, this is what the presidency, which is the Fulani cabal, what they have put together. Can I also remind the governors and all these idiots in Nigeria writing rubbish every day? You can't keep people's children and expect their brothers not to react. It's stupid. It is called vengeance. Maybe vengeance, of course. So you're wearing army uniform, you're killing people, and you think every army officer will be safe. As long as you're going about killing innocent people, you are putting every army person or uniform at risk. The same goes for the police. All those years, you people were not going about slaughtering people. Was there any reaction? You people are the cause. You people, you come out, NSAS protests, you are there killing people. And you think that their brothers or their cousins will not avenge their death. You're joking. You are dreaming. You can write all your fanciful epistle about one Nigeria, insecurity, other rubbish. From now till thy kingdom come, it will not make any difference to us. No difference whatsoever. If you kill somebody, you're going to die. Be rest assured. There are God punish all of you, mad people everywhere. They said their president have written, but of course, we know it is Garba Shehu and El Rufai and Femi Adesina who are writing. You stupid animals called Nigerians. A speech of this magnitude should have been made by the president in person if he's alive. But some of you cannot reason. You want 2023 is the turn of my village and all that rubbish. So Yoruba media, you're demonizing Biafrans over the death of Gulag so that Tinubu can be president. And when they deny him presidency now, like Abiola, you ask Nigerians, come, let's go and demonstrate. Parochialism, that's what it's called. Let me ask, I have some questions to ask. They said the President Muhammad Buhari on Tuesday issued a stern warning to those who are bent on destroying the country through promoting insurrection and burning down critical national assets. A rude shock awaits them. What shock awaits me yet, Yala? Fulani, I'm asking you, from the Caliphate chairman, Sultan of Sokoto, to the last idiot, Alabajiri, Janjaweed on the street. I want to ask you a simple question. Let me ask, I want to say this thing. I want to ask Nigerians a question. Please. You know, God, black people, in my next life, I can't be a black person, no. I have never seen a more stupid set of people. It may be the way Europeans are treating us, our colonial masters are treating us, is what we deserve. I'm telling you the truth. Maybe we deserve it. You people, you claim you are Nigerians, you went to school. Have you ever wondered why this government, they have never ever criticized ISIS? Every day is Boko Haram this, Boko Haram that, every day. Have you ever wondered why they have never? I want you to show me one single publication after the atrocities of these Fulani vagabonds and terrorists, where the government of Nigeria condemned ISIS in West Africa province. Show me one publication. It has never occurred to you people in your infinite stupidity. It has never occurred to you. You have never asked yourself, why is it that these people burning down, destroying Plateau State, Benue State, Dana, in Niger State, why can't the government condemn them? Why not? Answer that question. But they are busy talking about agitation. You want to divide. And I want to do something I asked the governors now. I want to ask the Fulani presidency of Nigeria. My dear Fulani Janjaweed, who brought insecurity into Nigeria? A simple question. Which people own the fourth most deadliest terror group in the world? Is it not your so-called headsman Miet Yala? Fulani, who started the bombing of churches in Nigeria? Is it not you people? You are now turning around with the help of the chameleonic Yoruba media to twist the narrative. The same thing I asked the Southeastern governors. Southeastern governors who brought Operation Python Dance. Before you brought it, did you hear of any violent agitation anywhere? Why people fail to ask these questions, I don't understand. You are in a country you claim is the most populous, the biggest. I'm asking you, why is it that the government do not want to condemn the terrorist activities of ISIS in West Africa? Some of you were there writing. Our general chief of defense, what's his name again? Atahiru, that idiot. Atahiru, Ibrahim Atahiru. He did very well. He eliminated the Shekau with the help of ISIS. Oh, Nigeria army is now working with ISIS. Now the next question is, what does ISIS stand to gain from Nigerian army? All of you Yoruba journalists, you're there writing junk every blessed day. You cannot reason. You can't reason. Anyway, you're black. How can I expect you to reason in this UG? The same question I asked the governors who are meeting today. Umahi, Ugwani, Obiano, Ipazu, and that time it was Rocha, so Abogabosa. Who brought insecurity into the East? Who brought the army to start killing innocent young people? Simple question. The same question goes to Yoruba journalists tonight, those evil people and Fulani Caliphate. Fulani, let me ask you, who brought insecurity into Nigeria? Fulani, who were the first people to bear arms openly in Nigeria as civilians? Is it not you people? Claiming you're Fulani cattle headsmen with AK-47? Please, somebody should go and get me that video I shot at Amasia very, very many years ago. I think it was 2014 or so. Go and get it and show them. You people were the first to carry AK-47. So Fulani can carry AK-47, but not Eastern Security Network. Protecting the people. I want we black people to engage our brain for once. I know we are idiotic. I know we are animalistic in our disposition, but I want us to reason for once in our lives. Reason, stupid black people, reason for once. Who brought insecurity into Nigeria? The same people that brought insecurity into Nigeria are today lecturing us about insecurity. As a rock, what has been happening in the North over these years? Is there anybody left in Zamfara, in Yobe, in Borno? You abandoned all these hot spots of Fulani terrorism. You are interested in the East. You see the stern warning. Let me tell you something, Fulani. You underestimate us. You don't know that we went to school. I didn't go to school in the zoo, you know. I went to UNN. I went to Soka. They were talking rubbish every blessed day, and I left the useless place. I went to London to study. You don't know we're educated. You have no bloody idea. Now, let me tell you something, Asorok. That thing you're looking for, you're going to get it. We are going to have another war. Another Nigeria-Biafra war is going to happen. In fact, it started already anyway. Well, let me tell you something that you don't understand. This war will escalate to the point whereby the world will want to see you. They want you to address the world as to what is happening. That day, that mask you're wearing, I'm talking to Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed from Niger Republic wearing Buhari mask. That mask you're wearing will melt on your face during the meeting. Because now the world will summon you you'll be summoned to attend. That your mask will melt on your face. Then the zoo will be in trouble. You don't know there's a method of madness. I told you. Some of you right now cannot go back to your villages. It's been taken over by bandits. You did not see the video of the young man lamenting in Zamfara. You have not done anything. A government that is working with ISIS, Islamic State, is lecturing us about insecurity in the East. You people should come. Come now. You have killed 8 no more here today. Maybe tomorrow next, 16 of you will die. It's simple now. You write your rubbish, you call your lament, you send more soldiers, you bring them, and they will die. You bring more, and they will die. God punish all of you. You want to be clever. Like Southeast governors, they want to be clever. Insecurity. Who brought Operation Python dance? I'm asking them. Who fired the first shot? I'm asking them. Who brought the army to start killing people? I'm asking them. Now the people are saying enough is enough. You are talking insecurity everywhere. Insecurity everywhere. INEC said, it doesn't matter. We conduct election. Come and conduct and let us see. In Anambra in November. I'm laughing in Greek. In Anambra election. You think we're going to beg people, oh, stay at home, don't come out. No. There'll be no election in November. Instead, heaven will fall. And that'll be none. Watch and see. Watch and see. We'll put on video. I ain't got no cinema. We'll put on cinema for you. You'll be watching in November. Come and do election and let us see. Maybe Obiano should prepare to stay in office longer, or they should appoint somebody else because there'll be no election in Anambra State. So you can bring another hope into Anambra. People are joking. The same people bombing, killing, raping, and sacking villages are telling me about insecurity. Is it not the same Asorok that said the same Femi Adesina writing rubbish, telling you either give your land for Ruga or your life will go? Are you not the same people? Are you not the same people? They are now trying to tell us about insecurity because people are fighting back. That's all. You bring your army and police as the advance guard. Right now, as I speak, the Fulani hit squad in Abia State is inside Obinze military barracks. Obinze, they are there. That's where they are camped. Every Fulani attacking every village, both in Yoruba land, they quarter them very close to a Fulani-controlled military barracks. That's what they do. I want Nigeria, our country. We need unity. That's rubbish. No wonder white people are racist towards black people and no other race. Because I have discovered what they found out a long time ago, that black people are foolish. They can't reason very well. Somebody who told you that if he loses elections, the monkeys and baboons will be soaked in blood is now telling us, allegedly, about insecurity. The idiots that lost elections and they killed youth coppers, 11 of them, Igbo people, is telling me about insecurity. The person that said an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North is telling me about insecurity. The people appointed as the spokespeople, chief negotiator for Boko Haram is telling you about insecurity. And you swallow all this nonsense every day. And these black people. This work is a burden that Elohim has given to me. It's a burden. And that's why I'm discharging it. I will take one or two of your calls before we bring this program to a close. You know the numbers to call, of course, is on WhatsApp. I'll give you a WhatsApp number to call. Some of you know it already, and some will start calling very shortly. The WhatsApp number to call is +44, is a UK number, 7951278705. The lines are open. I'll take a few calls, please, and try to make some sense. I want to take a few calls, please. +44 7951278705. That is on WhatsApp. If you call us, I will take your call. If you call us, I will take your call. Are they calling already? Somebody's calling already. Let's take this call. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling from. Can you hear me? No, they can't. It says it's connecting. Maybe the network is very poor. The network is very poor. Let's take this one on signal. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Mazi, good evening, sir.
Good evening to you, please. Your name and where you're calling us from.
My name is Nnamdi. I'm calling from Hungary.
From Hungary, please go ahead. We're listening.
Sir, Mazi, please, what I have to say that is this. It's all these army barracks in our land. We need to flush them away. All these army barracks. These are terrorists in uniform.
Of course, they are terrorists.
That's army. They are terrorists. We need to flush them out of Biafra land. This is my contribution, sir.
Thank you very much. And that is why I keep asking people. I keep asking Yoruba journalists. You people supporting Fulani because of Tinubu. All those Boko Haram terrorists recruited into the army, where are they?
Yes.
Where are they? How do we know that the Olokpa on the road is a German police officer or a terrorist in uniform? How do we know? How do you distinguish? Nobody can tell. Tomorrow, our Nigeria, we want to vote in 2023. We vote out and we put in useless Set of idiots. Thank you for your call, my dear brother. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening, sir. Kanu.
Good evening to you.
No, my name is Ipob, calling from Germany.
Yes, go ahead.
I beg, wait, I want to talk because the way that they kill our people for Biafra land, I know they happy. We are the shed tears. Anytime I see dead body. Not because I just tired. The world need to come rescue.
The world cannot do anything. The world wants you to be killed. The world hates you. You defend yourself. I have told them. Now listen to me very carefully. I have told our young people, you enter the bush. Enter the bush. I told you during NSAS, they did not listen. Good life, watching Champions League, or supporting foreign football clubs have gotten into their brain. Enter into the bush. Ambush every army vehicle you see. There are things you can do. You can put nails on the road. You can cut down trees. You can block them and you kill them off. Why are we all the time lament? We keep lamenting. I'm not interested in that rubbish. I don't want to hear any lamentation. Do something about it. It's called a guerrilla war. Do something about it. Do something about it. The caller on the line, can you hear me? No, let me go and take this other one. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Bobina. It's from here in Pennsylvania, USA.
Pennsylvania, USA. Please speak in English, please. The world is listening. Speak in English. The world is listening.
Okay. I'm calling from USA, Pennsylvania.
Please go ahead.
Mazi, thank you very much for everything you are doing for Igbo people and Biafra as a whole. I'm taking this opportunity to greet you and say, may God Almighty continue to bless you and strengthen you in Jesus' name.
Yes, sir.
Mazi, I want to make my contribution that I think that our problem is not even anybody else but our leaders, our Igwes. All these people that comes out on TV to talk nonsense about Igbo people or Biafra people and about our struggle. I think it is the high time we must not wait for ESN or IPOB. As a youth, any place you are, all these our Igwes, because you can see that the Abuja control the governor and the governors control our elders. My uncle is Igwe, I'm from Mudziamokwe. Every year they give them car, they pay their salaries, they build mansions everywhere. Now, if we're able to capture our leaders, if you watch like the Yoruba leaders, the Yoruba agitators, they do the work, they hold their elders, but we don't have our elders. We lost them to the governors, and the governors obey we lost our elders to the governors, and the governors obey Fulani. So if we can be able to organize ourselves, we don't need to wait for ESN, we don't need to wait for IPOB. Any group of people, anyway, all these our Igbo's that talk nonsense. Once they fish anything, they talk on TV. Once they are home, we make sure that their houses are burned down, their cars are burned down. You will see that they'll come out on TV. When they ask them questions, they will start shaking their mouth. So this is a collective work for everybody, not only IPOB. Anybody that listens to me all over the world, it is time for us Igbos, for us Biafrans. Don't wait for Nnamdi, don't wait for IPOB, don't wait. Even if you are two people, put a bottle of fuel in a bottle, set it fire, throw it there, it will catch fire. We must not wait for anything.
Thank you. They will see them coming. You will be in your upstairs. You will see them with only 2 hillocks coming to arrest somebody or to kill. You'll be there tweeting, oh, they have come. They only have one exit, one entry, one. Why don't you block it and firebomb them? And they will roast to death. And you'll be attacked. So every time it's give us gun. And I'm asking you a simple question. Have you read Yoweri Museveni's The Mustard Seed? If I give you a gun, what are you going to do with it? So you just go outside and start shooting anything anyhow? The person coming to kill you has a gun. Take it from him and kill him. Look at Ambazonia, how they're doing it. You are there watching Champions League. You support Man U. You support Chelsea. You want to kill goat. You want to wear Chelsea uniform. London is quiet, where Chelsea is. And you're busy making noise. Hoser. With cow. Going to church with cow. And you're telling me that black people are normal. Of course we're not normal. We're a bunch of idiots. I'm telling you the truth. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? No, they cannot hear me. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Good evening, I can't hear you. Your voice is very deep. Please speak up.
My name is Chukze and I'm calling from Lagos.
Go ahead, please. We are listening now.
Sir?
Go ahead, yes.
Okay, sir. I am from Ebonyi State.
Yes.
And my contribution this... Yes, I can hear you, sir. I can hear you.
Go ahead, go ahead.
My name is Chukze and I live in Lagos, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sir. I am from Ebonyi State. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I am boiling. First of all, I want to thank you for what you have been doing for us. But as I'm talking to you now, I want to become a suicide bomber. I need a gun. I want to go back to home.
You don't. Let me tell you something. If we distribute gun to everybody that says they need a gun, it will become a free for all. That is not how it is done. You come back, you are trained properly. You cannot be if you're not into what we are doing. How can we just give gun to anybody to go out on the street and start shooting everything that moves? You need to use your brain first of all. If you know that they are coming. You funnel them into a kill zone. They don't know hey, I don't know how you need to or is it everything I will say live on air? My goodness. Somebody is coming to kill you. All of you cannot organize yourselves. You don't know what is a guerrilla war? Guerrilla war is not face me, I face you. You shoot me, I shoot you. No. You ambush them. Let's say now they're coming from Enugu to Aba to come and kill. You know what people do? We claim we have brain, but sometimes we don't use it. You know that thing they use to stop a vehicle? You can go and get a plank, put nails on it. The roads are not well lit. You scatter the nails on the road. Since people want me to be saying it in the public, their tire will deflate. They will park there. And then you hit them from the nearby bushes. That's how these things are done. Do I have to be telling you these things all the time? It's called a guerrilla war for a reason. You lure them in and you kill them. We outnumber them. By the time they keep dying in our land, they will stop sending more to come. It happened before. And it's going to happen again. Please. People should stop saying, give us. What have you done? You are there. You people are over 5,000 people, and only 16 people with 4 Hilux vans will come into your place and kill and run and drive away. Do you have army at Ongwa High School in Aba? You cannot surround them and take their guns from them. Is that what you're telling me? Everybody's anyway. Let us go and celebrate Chelsea. Our people, they are celebrating Chelsea. Chelsea won. This year.